He wasn't just reincarnated once or twice. He was summoned, so many times that being sent to another world became a routine occurrence. Each summoning stripped away a little more of his humanity, until he no longer cared about anything. Even the system gave up trying to balance his power. Now he is trapped in a world with bug stats, so absurd they're practically illegal. And this time, he isn't here to be a hero. He's here to settle everything his own way. This is no longer an adventure. This is the endgame. Let's begin. One day, Fujinori had a dream. In that dream, there was a girl. She touched his face and called him by name. It seemed like she knew him, but he didn't know her name. Then suddenly, she stabbed him straight through the chest with a dagger. He looked at her face and wondered why she was crying and how she knew his name. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a classroom. His classmates' laughter and chatter filled the room. He stared blankly at one spot and thought, was that just a dream? He looked around. It was still the same familiar classroom, an utterly ordinary day. But that feeling didn't last long. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared on the floor, and everyone was blinded by an intense flash of light. When they opened their eyes again, they realized they were somewhere else, inside a vast white space. Taka stood up and looked around, remembering that they had just been at school. His classmates immediately began to panic. One of them shouted, "You've got to be kidding. Where are we?" A goddess appeared and told them not to worry. They had stepped onto the path of souls, or more precisely, they had entered the blank boundary between worlds. She was the one they called the goddess. They weren't simply being summoned to another world. Every one of them had been summoned, as heroes destined to defeat the Demon King. They were completely stunned. She continued by saying that their souls would be transported to a world of swords and magic. Each of them would be sent to a different kingdom. Inori thought this was just like the stories in books. The goddess then told them not to worry. No one would stand in their way there. They would soon depart for another world. But before that, she would grant each of them a gift. She reached out her hand to each person, bestowing an ability suited to the world she was sending them to. She only hoped they wouldn't become intoxicated by that power. They should walk the path of justice and guide others. She wished them all the best, then sent them off to another world. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a throne room, surrounded by knights and nobles. The king and the saintess had performed the summoning ritual. She let out a sigh of relief, glad the ritual had succeeded. The nobles immediately began praising her holiness. Now that the heroes had been summoned, the world would finally be saved. The king ordered everyone in the throne room to remain calm, then stood up and approached the visitors from another world, introducing himself. He was Reason Hagen, king of the kingdom of Hagen. He knelt before them, saying that he warmly welcomed them and begged them to defeat the Demon King. Inori appreciated his respectful greeting. One of his classmates then turned to His Majesty. "Please, Your Majesty, raise your head." But first, he wanted to ask one question. Would they be able to return to their original world? Of course, the king replied, saying that Saintess Isaiah would answer that question. The Saintess stepped forward and said that they would have a chance to return, but not yet. Exactly 1 month later, on the next full moon, they would be able to return to their own world. If they did not wish to fight the Demon King, they would simply have to remain in the castle for 1 month. The girls immediately burst into cheers, looking forward to a luxurious life. As for him, he thought this wasn't a summoning at all. It was more like a trip to another world. One of the girls asked how much time would pass. Back in their original world during that month, the Saintess told them not to worry. They would be returned to the exact moment they were summoned. Not a single second would pass in their own world. Inori suspected something was wrong, because everything sounded far too perfect. Almost too perfect. Isaiah then asked if anyone among them wanted to wait until the next full moon. She said that even if everyone chose that option, they had no right to stop them. However, she sincerely hoped they would save her kingdom and save this world. She clasped her hands in prayer and began to cry. Meanwhile, he thought that after this, they would all naively start believing they were great heroes. It was an old trick to boost their morale. His classmates began whispering among themselves, and he hoped none of them would be foolish enough to fall for it. When the discussion ended, his classmate said they didn't think they could make such a major decision right away. Could they have 1 month to think it over? The king fell silent in thought, while Inori looked at his classmates and thought it was a good idea. He would support that decision as well. The king agreed. 1 month from now, they would all have to choose whether to become heroes or return to their original world. But today, a celebration banquet awaited them, so they should simply enjoy themselves. Everyone was overjoyed, while he sighed with a smile, thinking he was pretty lucky. On his very first day, he got to taste the finest delicacies of another world. He wanted to try something interesting, something that combined many ingredients at once. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet, just like the one back in the classroom. Stroking his chin in confusion, he wondered if this was how they would be transported to the dining hall. Now he was curious about the limits of magic. Could it be used to collect all the delicious food? He wanted to try some fantasy world cuisine. A classmate called out to him in concern, and asked why the magic circle had appeared only beneath him. He stood there in confusion. Then he was transported back to that same white space. The goddess welcomed him, and began her usual greeting, but when she realized only one person was there, she froze. "Inori," said, "long time no see. Though I guess it's only been a few minutes." She pointed at him in confusion and realized he had already been here. That left her completely bewildered, because this wasn't supposed to happen. He asked if she had summoned him again. She replied that it was possible, then reached out her hand, and said that, regardless, the rules were the rules. If he had been summoned, he deserved a gift. A magic circle appeared beneath his feet once again, and she remarked that this was certainly a mysterious case. She bid him farewell and wished him good luck. He replied that she didn't seem to fully understand what she was doing. He was transported to yet another world, this time into some kind of laboratory. He noticed that the previous summoning circle had been purple, while this one was yellow. As far as he could tell, the runes were different as well. But now wasn't the time to think about that, because he was strapped to a chair, surrounded by a group of mad scientists. An old man rejoiced that the summoning had succeeded, and one of his colleagues declared that he was now test subject number 12. The old man approached Inori, and said that he might possess the magic eye. He doubted that being called a test subject could mean anything good, and wondered if this world was a bit too difficult for only his second summoning. The two men picked up their instruments, and the old man told his assistant that the experiment came first. He had better be careful. He called the old man doctor, and said he understood everything. Meanwhile, he wondered if the man was really a doctor at all. He looked more like a mad scientist. The old man suddenly waved a scalpel in front of him, excitedly declaring that at last, they had obtained a genuine magic eye to dissect, one granted to those who came from another world, the moment they crossed the boundary between worlds. The old man showed him a full set of tools hidden beneath his robe, saying that this was their life's work. Inori thought to himself, so my gift this time is the magic eye? The old man cast a spell on him, and said it would be unfortunate if he went mad or resisted, so he would hypnotize him to ensure nothing interfered with the experiment. He stared at the magic circle in front of him, but no matter how hard the old man tried, the hypnosis barely had any effect. This left the old man bewildered. He said he never expected advanced hypnosis to be this ineffective. Suddenly, the assistant excitedly called out and said, his right eye had clairvoyance, while his left eye had creation. Hearing that, the old man was overjoyed. This was a specimen with heterochromatic eyes. They decided to set the hypnosis aside and continue the experiment to observe his reactions. Then they picked up their surgical tools again. Inori began to panic and thought, are they serious? They're really planning to cut me open without even hypnotizing me? What the hell, this is torture. I have to do something. He decided to try using his eyes to escape, and at that moment, a blue magic circle appeared beneath his feet. The two mad doctors stared at him in shock, while he smiled, thinking the timing couldn't have been better. When he arrived in that strange space again, the goddess was utterly astonished. That would be putting it mildly. She pointed out that this was already the third time. Are you really that obsessed with me? He asked what on earth was happening to him, and she said this was the first time anything like this had ever happened, so she couldn't explain much. But she hoped to figure something out. By the next time he appeared, he thought to himself that he'd actually become friends with a goddess. But what was waiting for him next? And why was she already talking about the next time he'd show up? After that, he was summoned by a noblewoman and an elf. The woman told her master that she had successfully summoned a monster, a humanoid creature on her very first attempt. She really was talented. He didn't like the way she called him that at all. He was mistaken for a monster, and was almost forced to sign a slave contract when the summoning circle suddenly appeared again. He returned to the goddess, who let out a long sigh, and asked if he ever got tired of this. He asked if she knew why this kept happening. She said there wasn't much time, so she'd keep it brief. Summoning chooses those with powerful souls. A powerful soul is exactly what's needed to cross the flash boundary between worlds. But his soul was simply too strong. He looked at her in confusion and said he wasn't a saint. He could hardly even be called a good person. She replied that none of that mattered. Simply put, what mattered was inner strength. If his soul had been bound by a hero's contract, this never would have happened. She reached out her hand and granted him another ability. This time, it was skill steal. Next, he was summoned by a beautiful girl, and as a result, he ended up with 4 gifts. He also tried to form a contract before being sent back to the goddess, but the magic circle appeared even faster. During the 5th summoning, a girl used dark magic to summon him. It seemed that his new gift was somehow related to it. By the 6th summoning, he somehow ended up becoming the Demon King, revived by his loyal subordinates. But he was quickly sent back to the goddess once again. She noticed that he had already collected quite a few of her gifts. He agreed. Then she declared that the next one would be the last. As a farewell gift, she would combine all of his abilities into one. The next time he was summoned, he should check his status screen immediately. Then he would understand what she meant. This time, he found himself once again in a world of swords and magic. Hearing the king welcome the heroes, he secretly rejoiced, thinking everything would finally go smoothly. But he was confused when he saw 3 unfamiliar high school students standing beside him. Shinzaki Ryuto looked around, wondering why they were inside a castle. Meanwhile, when Karasawa Tamaki saw familiar faces, he immediately walked over to them. A girl named Isobai Aoi was there with them as well. Looking at the 4 of them, the king was confused because there were only supposed to be 3 heroes. Hearing that, Inori thought to himself, there are 4 of them, and the other 3 already know each other. He frowned and muttered, did they just throw me into this group to make up the numbers? Everyone immediately turned toward him when they heard him speak. Then the king pointed at him and asked what that was supposed to mean. 3 heroes? And 1 ordinary man? He replied, that was exactly right. The king asked in confusion what he meant by saying he had been thrown into the group with the others. Then the king's daughter, Amanda, stepped forward. She turned to the heroes and asked if they had come from another world. She proudly declared that she, the first princess, had personally summoned them, so they should be grateful. He thought to himself, here we go again with the same old cliché. En arrogant princesse. She raised her hand and proudly declared that she had summoned them to this glorious kingdom of the rising Sunday. Besides humans, this world was also home to demi-humans and demons. They needed to understand that demons were the enemy. Led by the Demon King, they had founded their own nation and were invading human territory. Therefore, the central authority of the Maka Empire had ordered every nation within the empire to summon heroes. However, only women of the royal bloodline were capable of summoning heroes, and she was one of them. Each nation trained its own heroes to build an army and fight back against the Demon King. She smiled and asked what they thought of her plan. She knew it was a brilliant idea. Inori looked at her suspiciously and thought, so they're relying on numbers. Instead of quality, they're hoping that at least one of them would succeed. So that was their plan? The princess continued, saying that they, as representatives of the kingdom of the rising sun, must stand proudly and grow stronger to overthrow the Demon King. He pressed his lips together and silently begged her to stop. He was barely holding back his laughter. Every time he heard the name of this kingdom, Ryuto turned to Her Highness and asked for permission to ask a question. Could they return to their own world? She replied that she'd keep it brief. There was no way back. The 3 of them were stunned, while Amanda looked puzzled and asked why they would even want to return. They should be grateful instead. They had everything they needed to become the kingdom's most celebrated heroes. Inori felt uneasy and wondered what she meant. No way. Pull back. They should have taken notes from the kingdom of Hagen. The king apologized for rushing things and asked them to touch a stone tablet. It would identify the blessing they had been granted. The royal mage brought the tablet before them, and he began observing. Ryuto's blessing turned out to be limit break, while Aoi's was barrier creation. Tamaki's was magic affinity. When he touched the tablet, it revealed that his blessing was treasure hunter. The king was bewildered, and so was he. He had received a rather unusual blessing. It didn't fit with the other 3 at all. It was almost as if he were a thief instead of a hero. After that, they were taken to have their physical abilities and mana measured. Ryuto displayed extraordinary physical strength, while Aoi and Tamaki demonstrated inhuman magical talent. His own mana, however, turned out to be completely average, making him feel as though his body before being summoned had actually been much stronger. He couldn't even outperform the girls in athletic tests. How embarrassing. Still, it was only to be expected. They were heroes for a reason. Afterward, everyone decided to gather in Ryuto's room to discuss what to do next. The moment Inori stepped inside, he looked around and noticed that this room was much larger than his own. Then Tamaki's voice interrupted his thoughts. She asked Ryuto why he was even here. He wasn't a hero. He didn't have any real strength. So why invite him here? Inori forced a bitter smile. She really said it right to his face. Tamaki said she wasn't worried about him at all. She was just curious. He immediately thought, So she really is worried about me? She's such a classic tsundere. Ryuto told her not to say that. His search skill is incredibly useful too. At that moment, Inori realized that not every hero looked at him the same way. Ryuto went on to say that he agreed. Inori probably wouldn't be much help in battle, but personally, he'd rather fight under Aoi's protective barrier. She nodded and said she understood, while Inori quietly reflected on it. Tamaki was lively and outspoken, while Aoi was quiet and reserved. That sweet, beautiful face said it all. Overall, none of the three seemed like bad people. So these were the lucky ones with ordinary lives. Tamaki asked whether everyone thought it was worth staying in this country. Ryuto thought for a moment, and just as he was about to answer, Inori suddenly shouted, "Isn't this place amazing? They've treated us incredibly well. What is there to complain about?" He raised a finger to his lips and showed them a note saying they were being eavesdropped on, so it was best not to say anything unnecessary. Everyone immediately tensed up and fell silent. Thanks to his search ability, Inori had noticed it right away. It was hard to believe, but his ability was incredibly powerful. It allowed him to sense the presence of both humans and animals, even through walls. And right now, someone was listening outside the door. The maid had already finished her work here, so why had she come back? Or was it someone else? He looked down at his notebook and wrote another message, asking Aoi to create a soundproof barrier. She nodded in response, then stood in the middle of the room and raised a barrier around them. Afterward, she said it was complete, though she couldn't maintain it for long since she wasn't used to it yet. Ryuto smiled and thanked her, making her blush a little. Meanwhile, Inori silently wished they'd flirt somewhere else. Tamaki wondered why they were being eavesdropped on. Ryuto immediately became serious. He said he didn't know if she'd noticed, but their powers didn't fit within the limits of this world. How could they know whether they might decide to throw the entire kingdom into chaos? That's why they were secretly keeping watch on them. Tamaki exclaimed in frustration. "What are you talking about? They're the ones who summoned us." Inori said, "I think this kingdom is going through hard times. I can't be certain, because we know almost nothing about this world, but there's a good chance the kingdom is in crisis. The king has to handle far too many things himself. If everything were fine, he wouldn't have to deal with all of this personally. And there's more. He has very few retainers and barely any guards." Tamaki agreed, saying she had noticed that too. "But they gave us such great food, didn't they? That must cost a fortune." He replied that the food was actually quite ordinary. It was just loaded with garlic and spices, which made it taste that way. He frowned slightly, wondering if she really liked it. Personally, he thought the flavors were far too overpowering. He continued by pointing out that this room didn't look like a hero's quarters at all. It looked more like it had belonged to a private soldier. His own room was even smaller. He recalled his first summoning, and thought these three probably hadn't been summoned every single day like he had. Unlike them, he actually had something to compare this kingdom against. He said they should seriously consider escaping from this country. With Ryuto's strength, they had a good chance getting past the army and finding a way back home. They fell silent as they considered his proposal. Then Tamaki said that perhaps they were this country's last hope, and they shouldn't let that hope disappear. Aoi pointed out that they had been told there was no way home, but who was stopping them from hiding the truth? Inori pointed out that blurting everything out right now would be foolish. Ryuto agreed with him. They didn't have enough strength or knowledge yet, so for now, they had no choice but to wait. Suddenly, Tamaki walked over to Inori and noticed that his left eye was golden. He had completely forgotten about it. He immediately covered his eye with his hand, thinking that something this obvious was bound to expose him. Seeing his reaction, Ryuto told the girl that some things were better left alone. Of course, it was already a little too late, but everyone goes through this phase, so she should just leave him be. Inori thought Ryuto was pretty clever, mistaking his eye for teenage Chunibyo syndrome. Either way, it worked in his favor, so he decided to play along, and said they shouldn't underestimate the power of this eye. Back in his room, he wondered what kind of ability it really was. According to theory, if he wanted to view his stats, they should appear. A status screen immediately appeared before him. All of his stats were around 1,000 or higher. He noticed those numbers were pretty high, but without knowing the average, they didn't mean much. He recalled himself sweating buckets during the physical test, while the other three chatted casually. He wondered what had caused such disappointing results. He decided to examine his skills first. He possessed a magic eye, the all-seeing eye in his right eye, and the creation eye in his left. He also had skill steal, dark magic, and search. He had built up quite an impressive skill set thanks to being summoned endlessly. However, during the third summoning, when he was mistaken for a monster, he had become a vampire. Because of that, he was afflicted with the hatred of the sun god effect. During the day, the stats of races, rejected by the sun god at night, are reduced to 1/10 of their normal power. As a result, his abilities were severely limited during the day. That was why his test results had been so poor. He had spent far too long under the blazing sun. It was also why he had a splitting headache, and couldn't stomach dinner because of the smell of garlic. Even when it came to those two girls, what truly attracted him was their blood. He had been so focused on using his search skill that he had completely forgotten his instincts. He knew that even with two different colored eyes and being a vampire, he could still survive. He could figure out a way to deal with that somehow. But first, he needed to learn more about himself and his abilities. He recalled every time he had been summoned to another world and realized there was an enormous skill system here. The ability to detect living beings within. His range of perception was incredibly precise. He reached for the candlestick and decided to use magic to craft a weapon from scrap materials. He removed the candles, keeping only the iron stand. Then he used magic, and it transformed into a dagger. Now he decided to find out what the all-seeing magic eye in his right eye could do. It could accurately identify moving objects, precisely estimate distances, and see at the microscopic level, see in darkness, and see through objects, dispel illusion, predict movements, store visual memories, and provide a third-person perspective. It was a complete set of abilities. This eye could do almost anything imaginable. Since there was no way he could understand it all at once, he decided to first examine the description of the magic eye in his left eye. It could store any magic circle it saw directly within the eye, and activate it whenever he wished. He wasn't entirely sure what that meant, so he decided to figure it out through practice. As for the magic in this world, he still had a whole pile of it to explore. He also had other abilities, such as accelerating blood circulation, dark magic, weapon creation, and more. He was especially interested in the blood drain skill. If he drained almost all of someone's blood, the victim would become a ghoul. If he infused his own blood into a virgin, she would become his vampire servant. But if she was no longer a virgin, she would only become a ghoul. If he fed his blood to a ghoul after it died, it would become his subordinate. Furthermore, if he completely drained a victim's blood, that creature's memories would be transferred to him. That made him let out a wry smile, wondering what kind of monster he had become. On top of that, by draining someone completely, he could steal all of their skills. Even weakened during the day, it was still far too early to count him out. But first, he needed to get used to this world and his new body. A new day began. Everyone gathered at the training grounds, where a woman walked toward them. From now on, the captain of the Kingdom of the Rising Sun's Night Order, Arena Easy, would teach them how to master their bodies. Inori was a little surprised to see that the night captain was a woman. He thought that fantasy worlds were fantasy worlds. But, was this the result of an economic crisis, or an effort to change outdated stereotypes? Arena said she understood that the girls were naturally gifted in magic, but they still couldn't neglect the fundamentals of body control. She normally began with strength training, but it seemed unnecessary in their case. Inori frowned slightly and thought, "Of course it is." He glanced at the three heroes and examined their stats. Ryuto's physical stats were nearly unmatched. Tamaki had the highest, mana, and Ioi did as well, though she was much weaker. So, in Inori's opinion, all three possessed inhuman stats. The female captain told the three of them that once they had mastered the basics of body control, they could choose whatever combat style suited them best. But Inori was different. He wouldn't be allowed to choose until he had reached the level of an average warrior. After that, he began training, starting with push-ups. The female captain never left his side, constantly urging him to keep going. The protagonist was genuinely struggling. During the day, he was overwhelmingly sleepy, and his head pounded under the blazing sun. Arena said she would keep a close eye on him and encourage him, but he felt like his head was already spinning. Even if he wanted to find a way to escape, he simply couldn't. Suddenly, the princess's voice rang out. Inori immediately recognized yesterday's tsundere princess, but standing beside her was another girl he didn't recognize. He wondered who she was. Was she a maid? She looked like a princess, or maybe she was just that beautiful. Still, her expression sent a chill down his spine. Her smile looked as fake as a doll's. The female captain greeted them both as princesses and asked what had brought them there. The two princesses smiled and said they had simply come to watch the heroes train, while Amanda added that she had taken time out of her rare free schedule to visit, so they should be grateful. The protagonist let out a quiet scoff. Then, the two princesses walked over, and one of them smiled warmly, saying she was pleased to meet him. Her name was Arya. She would be spending the rest of the day with him. After training, They went to a room inside the castle, where Arya explained that the afternoon would be devoted to theory lessons. He looked at her and thought this was bad. He had been separated for private lessons, while the other three studied together, under the first princess. The reason was simple. Amanda had said she would never teach someone who wasn't a hero because it would be beneath her. He let out a long sigh, thinking now wasn't the time to get angry. One day, he'd deal with her. But not yet. Arya decided to begin the lesson. She picked up a book, and before she could start explaining, Inori raised his hand to ask a question. She asked what it was, and he wondered, "Aren't you the first princess's younger sister?" She told him that, unfortunately, that wasn't true. She was actually 1 year older than Amanda, but for some reason, she was the one chosen to inherit the throne. He thought the situation sounded pretty complicated. Age didn't always determine the heir to the throne. He decided not to ask any more questions. They returned to the lesson. According to the history lesson, the kingdom of the rising sun was founded by a witch. She had been a member of the heroes' party that defeated the previous demon king. In other words, their founder was a witch. Because of that, the people held witches in the highest regard. Women were generally treated with greater respect, and for many years, the throne had been ruled by queens. The current ruler's husband, the queen's consort, was none other than the prince regent. This was their kingdom's typical form of government. The queen could strip the king of all authority with nothing more than a divorce decree. As a result, the two princesses taught him the fundamentals of the kingdom's history and the magic of this world. Before long, night had fallen. He returned to his room and opened a book, thinking that tomorrow, he would be learning this world's principles of magic, while practical magic lessons would begin the day after. He had borrowed a basic grimoire from the two princesses. Of course, asking to borrow it after falling asleep during Arya's lesson had been rather rude. Even so, the doll-like smile never left her face. Still, she probably wasn't happy about it. He found the illustration of a magic circle inside the book. Now he could finally try what hadn't worked yesterday. He activated his creation magic eye, the ability that allowed him to store any magic circle he had seen and activate it whenever he wished. But nothing happened. He couldn't sense any magic circle being stored inside his eye. He tried several other magic circles, but nothing happened there either. He closed the book in frustration after failing completely. Then suddenly, he remembered he had another magic eye. There was paper and a pen on the bedside table. He drew a magic circle that he remembered perfectly. This magic circle came from the world where he had obtained these eyes. That mad doctor's advanced hypnosis spell, of course, wasn't something anyone could memorize in an instant. But his right eye, more specifically, its photographic memory, had done exactly that. Looking at the completed drawing, he decided to use his left eye, thinking that both the eye and the magic circle came from the same world. Then he felt an entirely new sensation. It seemed he had succeeded. He decided to test it and called the maid, Nala. When she entered, he said he had a small favor to ask. Then he cast the hypnosis spell on her. At first, she looked surprised, but her eyes gradually became vacant. He waved his hand in front of her face and wondered if it had really worked. To make sure, he decided to ask her a few questions. The first one was, "What color is your underwear?" She answered, and he used his other eye to see through her clothes, confirming that she was telling the truth. The basic hypnosis spell had worked, and he thought, so does that mean my left eye can't store magic circles from other worlds? Does it only have the power of hypnosis right now? He couldn't believe that was true. He had been summoned far too many times, and every single summoning had produced a magic circle beneath his feet. He should have remembered those circles, and if he transferred one into his left eye, he ought to be able to teleport himself. A magic circle then appeared beneath his feet, and an identical one appeared somewhere deep in the forest. The next moment, he teleported to a forest on the outskirts of the capital, a technique combining the right eye's long-range vision with the left eye's viewpoint transfer. Now he could leave the palace whenever he wanted. It was currently nighttime, and his abilities were operating at full power, so he decided to run a few more tests. He approached the ruins of an old structure and used dark magic on it. He controlled it, causing the objects to immediately float into the air. Any inanimate object could be affected by dark magic, and he could freely move or hide the objects. He controlled inside his own shadow. Objects under his control couldn't interact with objects that weren't, but once he released them, everything behaved normally again. It was incredibly convenient, yet completely inconvenient at the same time. He also possessed shadow magic. With a single skill, he could merge into the shadows and move freely through them. He sank into the ground and peeked out from the shadow of a tree, thinking this ability was unbelievably useful. The inside was surprisingly spacious, too. Now it was time to master weapon creation. He forged a stone sword and concentrated. During training, he had used clairvoyance to memorize every movement taught to the heroes. Then, at night, he returned to the exact same place to repeat them, as many times as he could. He swung the sword a few times and was soon out of breath. Even so, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. When he looked up, a system notification appeared before him. He had learned swordsmanship, level 1. Now he finally understood where that feeling had come from. Time continued to pass. It hadn't happened instantly, but he had succeeded. Now it was time to level up. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he heard a noise behind him. Peering out from the bushes, he spotted a gigantic bird in the clearing that had just caught a rabbit. At first, he thought it was a demon and used appraisal. The status window identified it as a Katu demon bird, and he wondered if they were always this strong. As he soon realized, this bird was actually a common local species. Even the bed in his room was stuffed with their feathers. Did the people of this kingdom actually hunt these giant birds? He wondered what he should do next. Maybe he should start with weaker monsters. He appraised the other monsters in the forest, but aside from intelligence, their other stats were all around 500 or 600. Some of them even surpassed him. Either the monsters in this forest were incredibly strong, or he was simply too weak. They were far stronger than he had expected. Of course, he still stood a chance in a one-on-one fight, but if they surrounded him, he was finished. Without leveling up, he wouldn't stand a chance. Meanwhile, the two princesses were walking through the castle corridors. The captain of the knights blocked their path and said that even inside the castle, they shouldn't be wandering around so late at night without an escort. Arya smiled and asked if she could ask her something. She had noticed that the captain hadn't used any magical artifacts during the training of Inori and the other heroes. The captain confirmed that the three heroes were training with practice weapons, while Inori was only doing physical exercises, giving them anything more dangerous before they had mastered the basics of body control was simply unacceptable. Arya didn't let her finish and asked what the real issue was. They were going to use magical artifacts eventually, so why not explain them from the very beginning? Irina stared at her, and after a brief silence, she admitted that Arya had a point. If they mastered those artifacts, they would become much stronger. But if they relied on that power from the very start, all discipline would be lost. Personally, she believed that removing every temptation from their sight, while strengthening both their bodies and minds was far more important. Arya didn't like that answer, but she immediately forced a smile and said the captain was right. There was no need to worry when the strongest person in the kingdom was training them. Irina looked at her with a fleeting hint of sadness, then said it had been a long time since she'd seen her old smile. The princess fell silent, then turned away and said her smile hadn't changed at all. Irina cautiously asked what she thought of the future queen, and she glanced at Amanda's portrait, saying that, of course, Amanda was talented, principled, and firm in her beliefs. Everyone admired her. She deserved the throne. Irina asked if she truly believed that. The princess replied, "What are you talking about? No one ever knows where they might stumble. One day, the kingdom might consider those words an insult." Irina replied that she understood. After that, the princess walked away, and Irina quietly told herself not to worry about it. 2 weeks had passed since they were summoned to this world, and all three were progressing at an incredible pace. Ryuto had formed a bond with his sword, so now he focused solely on swordsmanship. Tamaki chose a magic staff. In theory, it would help her concentrate while casting spells, but in her case, the staff was little more than an ordinary club. Apparently, she had more muscles than brains. Aoi was learning archery, a style with virtually no defense while aiming, but thanks to her barriers, that wasn't a problem. A close combat specialist, long-range firepower, and devastating close-range attacks, along with support and protection at any moment. That was a truly balanced team. 3 days earlier, Inori had also begun serious training, not in swordsmanship, but in dagger fighting and throwing weapons, along with stealth training, and occasionally, trap disarming. As far as he understood, they wanted to turn him into a scout, and that made perfect sense because the role paired perfectly with his search ability. As for his other abilities, he didn't need anyone holding his hand to develop them. Every night, he trained in the forest, controlling daggers in midair with dark magic. While waiting for the perfect opportunity, he severed his connection to the dagger, and it plunged straight into a tree trunk. Watching this, he realized that the daytime lessons were almost impossible to apply in real combat. Very little of them actually stuck with him. The sun god's hatred effect was becoming incredibly annoying. Would he be able to get rid of it? Once he reached a high enough level, after finishing his dagger training, it was time to level up his shadow movement skill. He tracked the demon bird, and when it became distracted by its prey, he immediately sprang out of hiding and approached it through the shadows on the ground. The bird noticed him far too late, giving him enough time to carry out his plan. Using weapon creation, he created a rope. His dark magic instantly bound the demon bird. The creature screeched as it struggled to break free, and he stared directly into its eyes, using hypnosis. The demon bird's eyes flashed gold. Success. He cautiously reached toward the bird and waited a few seconds. It didn't move. Then he stabbed it with his dagger and killed it. Living creatures were unaffected by dark magic. Bootkops could be moved around and stored inside the shadows with ease. He threw the bird into the shadow space, then submerged into it himself, thinking that, based on his observations, he didn't need to worry about the other monsters nearby. He sank his fangs into the bird's neck, hoping that draining most of its blood would let his vampire blood increase his level, or at least improve his stats. After that, he went hunting again. This time, he came across some kind of reptilian beast. It didn't look very appetizing, but he didn't really have a choice. As long as it made him stronger, he would keep hunting. As dawn began to break, he teleported back to his room and went to sleep. Every night was exactly the same. In the morning, the maid woke him up, and he thought, of course, he wasn't going to keep her under hypnosis forever, only when he needed to sneak out somewhere. Over the past 2 weeks, he had managed to gather countless interesting pieces of information about the kingdom from her, all thanks to the wonders of hypnosis. The current queen was unable to bear children. This kingdom was built upon a matriarchal system. The queen was expected to give birth to a daughter to inherit the throne, allowing the kingdom to continue. But for some unknown reason, many members of the royal family had died from a mysterious illness. This could eventually lead to disastrous consequences. To prevent the royal bloodline from dying out completely, the daughter of a count, a distant relative of the queen, became the king's concubine. Soon afterward, a baby girl was born. She was named Arya. Her name meant the heir. She was a diligent student and beloved by the people. Everyone celebrated her success until she turned 7. That year, the king and queen finally had a daughter of their own. They named her Amanda, which meant the beloved one. The queen adored her daughter, and Amanda inherited extraordinary magical talent. Arya no longer needed to study tirelessly to inherit the throne. When Amanda turned 7, she became the first princess and was officially named the heir, leaving Arya in the shadows. The meaning of her name gradually faded into oblivion. People lost all interest in her, and the princess was left all alone. The forgotten princess spent her days in the castle like a doll. Now, while sitting through a lecture, he glanced at her and thought she was just like him, someone who expected nothing from anyone. Seeing him lying face down on the desk, she woke him up because he was blocking the light. If he kept sleeping, he'd end up with nothing at all. He let out a long yawn and thought it had been a long time since he'd listened to such a preachy lecture. After that, she said it was unfortunate that he lacked magical talent, but since he was being trained in intelligence gathering and espionage, didn't he think his true talent lay there? He thought about it. He truly couldn't use the magic of this world at all. Even the most ordinary people could use simple magic, so to everyone else, someone completely incapable of using magic seemed bizarre. Arya said the captain of the knights was an extremely busy person, yet she still made time for them. Perhaps she saw something more in them. He stretched and boldly replied that it was simply because they were heroes. She then said seriously that if he wanted to become stronger, he needed to put in far more effort. He was slightly annoyed by her harsh attitude. After that, she ordered him to follow her. She led him to a tower. They walked down the stairs and found themselves standing before enormous doors. She opened them with magic and said that today's class was unusually crowded, so they would make use of that. He was a hero, yet everyone called him weak. Did he really like hearing that? She turned to him and said she didn't think so. He looked at her in surprise. The past had left an indelible scar in her heart, locking away all of her emotions. The people of the kingdom had begun calling her the doll, but looking at her now, he couldn't agree with that anymore. When she dispelled the magic, a vast training hall appeared before them. Arya walked to the center of the room and continued, saying that if he didn't work harder, he would be thrown out of the castle. They had no obligation to feed someone who didn't contribute. He silently noted that she had immediately played her strongest card, then asked, "So using my search ability doesn't count as contributing?" Arya replied that she also thought the treatment was unfair, but he still hadn't put in the effort he should. "Wasn't that difficult enough? Was it really that hard for you to get yourself together? Not everyone is blessed like you are." He remembered dozing off during her classes while training every night. Then he replied that he was already doing everything he could. She clenched her fists anxiously, and he said he was nowhere near as capable as the other 3 heroes. He wasn't even good at studying, and everyone had their limits. She explained that this special training room was protected by a powerful magical barrier. No screams, no noise. No one outside would hear a thing, so he didn't need to worry about that. He asked how she had opened the door, and then she quietly walked up behind him, shooting him an angry glare. The next moment, she kicked him hard in the back, slamming him face first into the door. He turned around in confusion, and she exclaimed that he hadn't even smelled the gunpowder yet. If he got kicked out because of his own mistakes, his life would end the moment he encountered his first demon. Even if he wasn't as exceptional as the others, he should make the most of what he had and never give up. He looked at her and realized she wasn't a doll, but a truly noble young woman. She told him he still had a chance to change, so he mustn't give up. That made him smirk, then burst into laughter. He told her she was a kind-hearted girl. Her face instantly turned bright red at his words. He admitted that he had underestimated her. He never expected her to be this strong. She suggested they stop getting on each other's nerves. He told her not to worry. He loved his life more than anyone, just like she did. She looked at him in surprise, and after a brief silence, said that perhaps she had underestimated him too. For some reason, she felt he was unbelievably strong. He said the possibility of being expelled was real, but he would figure out how to deal with it. He had no intention of leaving yet because his mission to gather information wasn't finished. When it was time for the next training session, he decided he would find a way to prove just how important his search ability was. The problem was the practical exercises inside a real dungeon hadn't been scheduled yet. After training ended, he caught his breath and thought that maybe he should ask the captain of the knights to persuade the queen. Perhaps then his opinion would finally matter. Adriana brought him into her office to talk, and when he told her what he wanted, she said it would be difficult. He asked if she thought his abilities weren't enough for this. He admitted that he didn't have much motivation to train every single day, but she cut him off and told him he was mistaken. She had never underestimated him. She asked if he wanted to join the guard knights. He was stunned by the offer, and she explained that his abilities would be indispensable on the battlefield. They would make him invaluable as a knight. Whether exploring dungeons or fighting the Demon King, he would only grow stronger with each experience. The problem wasn't that she didn't want to help, but that she had no way to change his current situation. However, if he stopped being a hero and became a soldier instead, he could begin shaping his own destiny. That way, he could avoid being expelled. He understood that if he accepted, he would have to shoulder countless responsibilities, and that didn't suit him at all. He replied that he truly appreciated her offer, but needed more time to think. She agreed, and told him to come see her if he ever had nowhere else to go. He made his position clear, and after he left, Agena walked over to the window and quietly acknowledged it. A few days passed. Inori was sitting through another class, half asleep, when he asked whether the heroes from the neighboring kingdom would be coming. What were they coming here for? The princess explained that there would be a meeting tomorrow. She would be attending it as well, so there would be no classes or training sessions. He was surprised by the news, while she simply smiled, and told him that he wouldn't be there either. He wondered why. He immediately understood what was going on. He was the unnecessary one. The next day, the guests from the neighboring kingdom were given a grand welcome, while Inori watched the celebration through the window with growing frustration. What happened to their financial crisis? Was there really no room to invite him? Then again, to be honest, who would want to explain to their guests why there was suddenly a fourth hero standing alongside the other 3? It would only lead to more investigations, and he didn't need any more trouble. Letting out a heavy sigh, he got out of bed and thought he hated sitting on the sidelines, watching everyone else have fun. He activated his all-seeing magic eye to observe what was happening in the palace's grand hall. He saw the princess, wearing her usual outfit, and with a bored expression, he noticed that even his favorite instructor had dressed up. He immediately recognized the forced smile on her face. After that, he examined the lavish appetizers spread across the table, which only made him feel worse. Thanks to hypnosis, he had learned from Nala that this welcoming ceremony was one of the main causes of the kingdom's financial crisis. The queen loved showing off in front of other nations, and completely ignored the king's concerns about it. Then he noticed several unfamiliar people standing beside Ryuto, and the girls. Were those the visiting guests? One guy stood out from the other 3. His long bangs hung down to his nose, giving him a gloomy appearance. Maybe the 2 of them would get along. As for that blonde guy, wasn't he Japanese too? To find out, He used appraisal and saw the name, Masayoshi. It meant justice. Wasn't that name a little too grand for someone like him? Then he saw the guy start yelling at Ryuto. He wondered what he had against Ryuto. He couldn't hear a thing, so maybe he should try reading their lips. Masayoshi angrily demanded that they bring Inori here immediately so he could challenge him to a duel. After the banquet ended, Inori was summoned to meet the heroes. The moment Masayoshi saw him, he immediately challenged him, leaving everyone present stunned. Even his own teammates looked slightly embarrassed. Inori asked why, and Masayoshi replied that he wanted to prove to the goddess that Inori wasn't worthy. Inori asked which goddess he was talking about, and Masayoshi told him to stop playing dumb. He had been there too, hadn't he? In that endless white space where they met her. Inori asked what that had to do with the duel, and Masayoshi proudly declared that he had proposed to her. He then grabbed Inori by the collar, and shouted in his face that she said she'd consider it, if he could defeat Inori. Inori let out a long sigh and realized he was finally starting to understand what was going on. In short, that goddess had dumped all her problems onto him. He swore that the next time they met, he would make her pay for it. Meanwhile, Ryuto asked in confusion, "What white space?" Masayoshi's teammates also knew nothing about any goddess, and Inori found that very strange. Had they been summoned in a different way? He decided to end the discussion, and told the guy that he didn't fully understand what was happening, but he accepted the challenge. Masayoshi was overjoyed and said that changed everything. He then asked whether Inori had decided on the format of the duel yet. Judging by his reaction, he clearly hadn't thought that far ahead. Inori explained that his blessing wasn't suited for ordinary combat, and unlike the other heroes, he had the body of a completely normal person. A simple, one-on-one duel obviously wasn't appropriate. However, if Masayoshi was the kind of hero who enjoyed bullying the weak, then that would be an entirely different story. Masayoshi shouted that he accepted any conditions, and all the heroes were surprised that he agreed so quickly. It only worked in Inori's favor. Inori said there had to be a dungeon near the capital, where the knights trained. The winner would be the one who defeated the first floor boss first. Masayoshi smiled confidently and agreed, while Ryuto whispered to Inori, "Are you sure about this? This isn't just reconnaissance. How are you planning to defeat the boss? With your abilities?" Inori replied that everything would be fine. He already had a plan. In the end, they agreed to duel the following day. However, after the match, the queen summoned him because he had suffered a humiliating defeat. She immediately began scolding him. He had voluntarily changed the competition format, only to lose so disgracefully. The queen was right. Masayoshi was incredibly strong. His swordsmanship allowed him to cut down anything in his path, and it was on par with the captain of the knights. Even the first floor boss barely put up a fight. Masayoshi defeated it almost instantly. In contrast, Inori, using his search ability, had slipped past every monster, trap, and even the boss itself. From an outsider's perspective, it really did look like a crushing defeat. The people she trusted had vouched for him, claiming he had untapped potential. But now the time had come, when he had damaged the kingdom's reputation, and she would wait no longer. A suffocating silence filled the throne room for several seconds before the queen loudly declared that he was banished from the kingdom, but he simply smiled in response. Everyone around him remained expressionless. They had expected this all along. The queen asked whether he had any objections, and he replied that he did. Damaging the kingdom's reputation. What exactly do you mean by that? She reminded him that he had clearly lost the match. Inori agreed with her, but said that the only thing at stake had been someone's pride. The queen didn't understand what he meant, so he explained that he was talking about the pride, becoming the goddess's chosen man. They had agreed that this duel would remain a secret from everyone except those present. To begin with, he wasn't even recognized as a hero. He was someone who hadn't even been introduced to the people of the kingdom, so clearly, he wasn't the one who had brought shame upon the kingdom or her majesty. This duel was, at its core, nothing more than a private farce. That didn't mean he had simply sat around doing nothing, however. As soon as he finished speaking, guards entered the throne room. They placed 2 sacks overflowing with gold coins and gemstones at his feet. He said he had brought back a few small souvenirs from the dungeon. Seeing such an enormous amount of treasure, the queen and the princesses stared in shock. Inori explained that it was the first floor treasure. He couldn't compare himself to the other heroes, but he wasn't about to come back empty-handed either. Satisfied with the loot, the queen began inspecting the treasure. Inori smiled, and said that, thanks to his blessing, collecting it had been effortless. He had done all of this to show them just how valuable his ability was. The two princesses were completely stunned. They had thought he was definitely going to be expelled. In the end, the troublesome guest was satisfied with his victory and returned home. And with that obstacle gone, Inori no longer had to worry about being expelled. Now he could finally begin hunting in earnest. That very night, he headed into the forest. Had someone already eaten it? He stepped out of the shadows and thought he was getting tired of hunting birds. Sensing that something was off, he looked around and wondered, is something wrong again? What surprise does this forest have in store for me this time? There was nothing but trees all around, so he couldn't spot it right away. But his search skill kept sending sharp warnings. He thoughtfully stroked his chin and realized this was no longer a job for search. Something else would help him here. He activated his all-seeing magic eye to dispel every illusion and saw a magical barrier standing before him. Now he understood the source of that piercing sensation. Was his search skill less effective because it came from this world? No form of concealment worked against the all-seeing magic eye. He wondered what was inside. Maybe monsters stronger than those birds. He decided to go in for a quick look. After all, he could always escape whenever he wanted. At that very moment, a pack of wolves nearby sensed his intrusion. As soon as he stepped through the barrier, he immediately heard rustling leaves. Several gray wolves burst out of the bushes and charged at him. He instantly merged into the shadows, excited, thinking he had never fought an entire pack before. He created black threads from his shadow and quickly dealt with the wolves. When it was over, he touched the wound on his face and winced in pain, thinking that even a single wolf was incredibly strong. There had been an entire pack here, yet he still defeated them all. After storing the wolves' corpses in his shadow space, he submerged into it as well, thinking that if everything went smoothly, he wouldn't need to hunt those birds anymore. Still, just to be safe, he decided to take one back for testing. After that, he ventured deeper, until he reached a lake with a small island in the middle, dominated by a gigantic tree. He hesitated for a moment, not wanting to go any farther because it felt like a final boss was about to appear. He decided to pretend he hadn't noticed anything and took one step forward. Instantly, a gigantic wolf leaped out of the forest and attacked him. Startled, the young man jumped back. He saw that his arm was almost gone and was completely stunned. He had been certain the monster was about to attack, but he never expected this. The next moment, the wolf attacked again. It swatted him aside with a single claw, sending him crashing into a nearby tree. Once he regained his senses, he stared at his enemy and thought, what the hell just happened? Appraisal revealed that the creature before him was a Fenria, a wolf-type magical beast. He wondered, so it's not a demon? He glanced at his arm and thought, this is only a mini-boss? What am I supposed to do now? Hide in the shadows? It would just wait for him at the exit. At that moment, Fenria charged again, and as it closed in on Inori, he frantically told himself to think fast. The instant the wolf pounced, he was no longer there. He had managed to fly into the air just seconds before the attack, and then his title, Monster from the Third World, began to take effect. He was a vampire, not just for show. Now he decided to test every one of his abilities. Fenria looked up at him and asked why he had come to their territory. He silently noted that it could speak. Then again, that was probably why it was a magical beast. He landed on the nearest rock and said he had simply gotten lost. The wolf wasn't satisfied with that answer, because no one could casually pass through the illusion. It said it understood he had become curious about what lay beyond it. The illusion hadn't been created without reason. Fenria said that meant he was an intruder, who had killed its kin, so it would never let him leave this place alive. He studied it thoughtfully before asking, why is this place so important to you? Fenria said it would give him something to think about in the next world, and that it was glad it could finally tell him everything. The wolf explained that its pack had once made a contract with a witch who lived in this land. Since then, they had protected this place and destroyed any demon considered a threat, including curious trespassers like him. Don't resist. Death will come painlessly. Otherwise, you'll end up just like your arm. But when it looked at what had happened to his arm, it suddenly fell silent in confusion. While it had been explaining everything, Inori had already healed all of his wounds without even realizing it. He immediately realized it was thanks to his vampire abilities. He never expected his regeneration to be this powerful. Fenrir bared its teeth warily, realizing he was clearly no ordinary human. Then it charged at him, shouting that no matter what, he would never leave this place alive. He hadn't expected its attacks to be so deadly. He instantly leaped aside at the very last moment, just before the wolf's powerful jaws snapped shut. It was all thanks to his right eye. He could see its attacks in advance, but this fight was still going to be difficult. He flew higher and thought that even with the ability to fly, he still couldn't get over the surrounding cliffs. Trying to glide toward the edge of the forest, he suddenly dropped in altitude, while Fenrir watched him from atop the cliff. Then Inori noticed something glinting, flying toward him at incredible speed. He immediately raised his arm to shield his face, and those razor-sharp projectiles shredded the trees around him. It turned out, Fenrir had fired razor-sharp quills at him. He cried out in pain. Several quills were still embedded in his body. Before he could even catch his breath, Fenrir appeared right in front of him with a thunderous roar. Dodging the attack, Inori realized hypnosis had no effect on it. It was far too ferocious. What was he supposed to do? Seeing the waterfall ahead, he realized he had reached a dead end. That made him even more anxious. Meanwhile, the wolf was already directly above him. It whipped its tail, launching another volley of razor-sharp quills. They tore huge holes through his wings, making the beast grin before lunging. To finish him off, he waited until it got closer, then pulled out massive wooden stakes. From his shadow, Fenrir was caught completely off guard. It barely managed to dodge, and Inori said it was a good thing he had prepared. All of this just in case. Even so, victory was still a long way off. His wounds began healing once again, while the wolf bared its fangs threateningly. He thought he desperately wished he could teleport right now, using the magic circle, but his left eye was currently set to hypnosis mode. To switch its effect, he needed to look at the teleportation circle with his left eye, so he had to find a way to buy some time. He pulled out the daggers he had prepared from his shadow space, and thought that all he had to do was stab it. He then hurled the daggers at Fenrir, who was slowly walking toward him, and said it was starting to get curious about what he would do next. The daggers simply bounced off its fur. Inori started to panic, and when the wolf lunged at him, he jumped aside, pulled out more daggers, and sprinted away. The daggers bounced right off its body again. The wolf said those toys would never kill it, then flicked its tail, firing a volley of razor-sharp quills at him. He immediately raised both arms in front of himself, and when one of the quills pierced his stomach, he realized protecting his whole body was pointless. Shielding his heart and legs would be enough. The furious wolf cursed him for being so stubborn. Then Inori waved his hand, spreading a web of black threads over both the beast and the surrounding area. The trees shook violently, creaking under the tension of the threads, and the wolf could no longer move. It roared in fury, while Inori quietly celebrated having pinned it down. But at that very moment, the sound of something cracking echoed through the area. The black threads snapped trees in half before breaking themselves, freeing Fenrir. The wolf roared that it was all useless and charged again, leaving Inori wondering how it had broken the black threads. Now he had only one option left. He created even more threads, and began tying them around the surrounding trees, while making sure the wolf couldn't catch up to him. He hoped everything would go according to plan, then climbed a tall tree. Fenrir shouted that fleeing into the air was foolish, because he had made himself an easy target. Meanwhile, Inori activated his left eye. The threads glowed gold as magical power spread through them, and as a magic circle appeared beneath the wolf's feet. He smiled and said that rewriting the magic circle was finally complete. He activated his left eye's teleportation magic, and when a magic circle appeared behind him, his body began to dissolve into thin air. The wolf stared at him in shock and shouted, "You're running away?" Inori reappeared directly above its head, and replied that he had considered it, but changed his mind. The moment he finished speaking, he drove his daggers into the wolf's eyes, robbing the beast of its sight. Overwhelmed by searing pain, Fenrir howled in agony, while Inori smirked and said he hated being the one who lost. The wolf went berserk, destroying everything around it, roaring, "How dare you do this?" He dodged its tail strike and thought, "Don't like that, huh?" He climbed a nearby tree to observe it, but when the wolf turned its gaze toward him, he was bewildered. Could it somehow still see him? Fenrir seemed to read his thoughts, and said he was wrong. It could smell him. He forced a smile as he sensed the wolf's overwhelming killing intent. Then the beast's jaws suddenly appeared right in front of him. He immediately jumped off the branch and realized the moment had come. He teleported away just before Fenrir could catch him. The wolf shouted that he could live for now, but next time it would kill him. Meanwhile, Inori found himself back in his room. He panted heavily and thought that Fenrir had done everything it could to cripple him, yet it hadn't killed him. Next time, he would definitely take his revenge. From that day on, he devoted himself to crafting equipment. Sneaking into weapon storage number 5, he managed to obtain some metal and other materials. He also took the opportunity to collect some of Fenrir's fur, just in case. Even that had been extremely difficult. He placed the tuft of fur on the table and examined it with appraisal. Under the influence of magic, objects could be granted extraordinary properties. Hardening, shrink, He poured magical power into the tuft of fur, and it transformed into several needles. Now he understood why he couldn't pierce its hide. Its entire body was covered in this fur. He decided to forge a weapon from it, and black threads appeared before his eyes, but with a different property. Fenrir's fur would crystallize when infused with magic. If it wasn't powerful enough to break the threads, he examined the weapon closely, and thought that, according to legend, this was the very material once used to bind Fenrir. Could he really get his revenge with this? A new idea suddenly came to him. He crafted a pair of gloves from the threads, which would activate their special properties whenever infused with magic: shadow enhancement, hardening, and binding. He tested them out, and parts of the gloves began glowing as they crystallized, forming beautiful magic circles. He then decided to make a few more pieces from the same threads. Soon, he had a complete set of Fenrir gear. Now he was finally ready for revenge. Soon afterward, he headed back into the forest, and Fenrir turned around the moment it heard his teleportation. Inori greeted it, saying it had been a while. The wolf replied, "Was last time not enough for you?" It never expected him to return and immediately lunged at him. Inori simply smiled, and remarked that its eyes looked much better now. Fenrir answered the mockery with a fierce strike, shouting, "Shut up!" Inori dodged the attack and was surprised that, despite being blind, the wolf's attacks were still incredibly accurate. Fenrir said this was the second time he had trespassed into their territory, but this time, it would never let him leave alive. Inori thought that apparently his trespassing angered the wolf even more than being blinded. It was truly unwavering. It lived by an unbreakable code, to the point that it now absolutely had to kill him. The wolf charged at him, while Inori summoned a pack of wolves from the shadows. As they attacked Fenrir and began tearing flesh from its body, it froze, unable to understand what was happening. Inori smirked and asked, "Can you feel it, even without your eyes? It's obvious your own kind gave you quite the warm welcome." Fenrir roared in fury. "What did you do to them?" He replied that he had done many good things for them. Now they were his loyal little servants. Fenrir suddenly kicked the wolves off its body, something Inori hadn't expected, forcing him to leap aside to avoid the attack. This time, the damage was reduced. The armor didn't completely block the blow, but it had done its job. Fenrir charged at him in rage. He blocked the attack, and then a pack of shadow wolves rushed out from the bushes. Fenrir lunged at Inori while he was off guard, shouting that this was revenge for his brothers. Inori instantly teleported, and Fenrir bit through a log instead. Frustrated, it roared that he had escaped again. Sensing magical fluctuations from above, it poured all its strength into its legs and leaped high. But Inori said he wasn't running away, it had it all wrong. Fenrir sensed that something was off, and then a web of threads dropped over its body, forcing it back to the ground. During all that time, Inori had been weaving threads throughout the entire area, and the shadow wolves had gladly lent him a hand. Because of that, Fenrir hadn't sensed anything, not even its own pack. It began to panic and demanded to know what this was. Inori answered that the threads had been woven from Fenrir's own fur. Now the wolf had no way to escape. He waved his hand and ordered Gleipnir to tighten. The threads immediately began contracting, slowly wrapping around the wolf's body, until, at last, it could no longer resist the power of Gleipnir and was pinned firmly to the ground. It growled and struggled desperately, but it was completely useless. Inori landed beside it and said it must be difficult to smell something made from your own fur. He had provoked the wolf, deliberately enraging it and enduring its attacks, all to lure it completely into the trap. Then, at the very last moment, he teleported out of the trap, leaving the wolf tangled in its own prison. Good luck. He tightened the threads, and the shadow wolves stepped forward to bid farewell to their former leader. Fenrir said he had struggled to survive for so long, but now his vow had finally been broken. As time passed, Inori drank all of Fenrir's blood, gaining 5 levels, and he also acquired several new skills from the battle. Now, his skill list included a brand new unique skill, King's Vessel. Suddenly, a voice called out from below. It was one of the shadow wolves. He was surprised to discover they could speak, and the wolf apologized for calling out to him so abruptly. He wondered if this was because of King's Vessel, so they really were his subordinates now. He asked what it wanted. The wolf asked whether he had the ability to turn their former master into a subordinate, just like them. Inori looked at Fenrir, and the wolf said that he had protected this land until his dying breath, fighting to keep them safe. They wished for him to continue serving alongside them. Inori promised he would do his best to make that happen, and the wolf thanked him. Afterward, Inori let out a long sigh, thinking that it probably wouldn't cause any problems. Then an overwhelming wave of exhaustion hit him. After that, He returned home and had a meal with the other heroes. During dinner, they began talking about the princesses. Ryuto said he had been thinking about it, and it seemed the princesses didn't get along very well. Tamaki said it was more that the two younger princesses were hard to approach, and Aoi gave an awkward smile in agreement. She wondered why things had turned out that way. Ryuto said it wasn't that they truly hated each other. The two princesses still occasionally glanced at the eldest princess. Meanwhile, Inori was poking at his food with a fork, his mind completely occupied by the pile of garlic on his plate. Suddenly, Ryuto declared that it was Inori's turn to step in. Inori immediately looked up from his plate and angrily asked, "What does this have to do with me? There are two girls sitting right in front of you. Go ask them instead." Ryuto pointed out that Inori was closer to the eldest princess than anyone else. After all, she was personally training him, so he should talk to the eldest princess and help bring them back together. Inori blurted out that the arrogant princess would never agree to talk to him. Ryuto told him not to worry, because he would ask her to hear him out. Inori asked suspiciously how he planned to do that, and Ryuto grinned, saying it was easy. The eldest princess was completely smitten with Shinzaki Ryuto. The girls clearly didn't appreciate what he said, and Inori, seeing their reactions, genuinely felt that Ryuto's reputation was rapidly declining. Ryuto insisted that, of course, everything had a reason. During the upcoming 7-day break, he would personally ask the eldest princess about it. Inori reluctantly agreed, and before long, it was time to meet the princess. He knocked on the door, thinking he had agreed far too easily. Now what was he supposed to do? The proud princess told him to come in, saying Ryuto had already spoken to her about him. He stepped into the room, thinking that once this door closed, there would be no turning back. Amanda said she was giving him one chance to speak with her, so he should be grateful. At that moment, he glanced around the room, and thought that, unlike everyone else's, this room looked incredibly luxurious, yet there wasn't the slightest sense of consistency in its decor. Noticing his thoughtful expression, she smirked, and asked if he had already been left speechless. Of course, after all, everything here was beyond anything he could have ever dreamed of. He pointed at a particularly eye-catching vase, and asked if she liked it. She nodded, and proudly said it was a gift from the queen. People from all over the royal family never had to buy anything for themselves. Remember that. He decided to get straight to the point, so he could leave as soon as possible, and asked whether she was concerned about her current relationship with the other two princesses. She looked away, and sounding slightly embarrassed, said she wasn't worried at all about what was happening between them. So what exactly do you want to talk about? At that moment, Inori realized this wasn't going to be an easy problem to solve. Amanda said she had heard he came to reconcile them, but she had no intention of making up with them. Inori asked irritably if that meant she truly didn't want to reconcile with them at all. Embarrassed, she began nervously twirling her hair, and said it was none of his business. Inori sighed in exhaustion. He covered his face with his hand, thinking this wasn't going to work. He would have to play his trump card. He said it was all Ryuto's fault. Ryuto had arranged this meeting so he could help her, but if she didn't want that, then so be it. Of course, when Ryuto found out, he would be heartbroken, because all of his efforts would have been for nothing. His words made Amanda visibly anxious, and she quickly told him to wait. She had only been trying to explain everything, but he had been far too impatient. In the end, he finally got her to open up. To distract herself a little, she began brushing her hair, and said that things used to be very different. The sisters had once been much closer. Her little sister used to brush her hair skillfully, and often played with her. Wherever Amanda went, her sister would follow. But at some point, they gradually drifted apart, and when Amanda turned 7, she was officially named the Crown Princess. She was then told that her younger sister was not the queen's biological daughter. From that moment on, everything changed. To become the future queen, she had to study tirelessly every single day. Eventually, she realized just how wonderful and kind her younger sisters truly were. She longed to spend time with them again like they used to, but the adults around her wouldn't allow it. And so, an unbridgeable gap formed between them. She lowered her head sadly, then turned her face away from Inori and said that was the whole story. Now he understood what kind of person the Crown Princess really was. Her arrogance and behavior were simply the result of the way she had been raised. The lack of consistency in her room's decor was just one example of that. There wasn't a trace of her own personal taste anywhere. Everything had been forced upon her, including her very personality. The only thing she could do was cling to her identity as the Crown Princess so she wouldn't completely lose herself. She grew embarrassed and told him to say something. If I told someone all of this, I might even consider listening to your advice. Inori immediately took back what he had been thinking, and concluded that her arrogance was probably just part of her natural pride. He asked, "Then why don't you go to your sister and say, 'Let me call you my little sister again?'" She blushed and said she would never say something like that. "Then, what would the attendants and servants think of me?" Inori smirked and asked, "In this kingdom, are the servants' opinions more important than the princess herself? Aren't you the one who makes the decisions? You're the crown princess, after all." She worried that making such decisions could cause trouble for her. Inori replied that her younger sister was stronger than she realized. Amanda seemed to seriously consider his words. Then, looking embarrassed, she insisted that she could handle everything herself, and didn't need his advice. He should be grateful that she had even listened to him. After that, he left her room and returned to his own. He told Nala everything, and she honestly admitted she wasn't very enthusiastic about the idea. Still, she promised to discuss it with the princesses. Inori quietly noted that it wasn't exactly the answer he had hoped for. Well, that was to be expected from the princess's maid. The next morning, Nala came to his room to deliver a message from the two princesses. He had apparently just woken up and greeted her, asking what message she was talking about. She smiled and said this time would be different. Today's lesson would be very special. That immediately gave him a bad feeling. In the end, the two princesses dragged him out of the palace, and he asked what kind of lesson could possibly take place out here in the middle of the streets. Arya explained that studying the flow of commerce and understanding the people's mood were just as important as any other part of his training. As a representative of the nobility, he would accompany her and carry her shopping bags. He looked at her suspiciously, not understanding what kind of shopping she meant, or what any of this had to do with training. His first lesson as a hero. Arya decided to browse some jewelry, and Inori thought to himself, didn't she say she never buys anything? So what was this about? Arya focused so intently on choosing jewelry that she frowned, but she couldn't decide on anything she truly liked. So she asked Inori for help. He told her that anything she picked would suit her. Blushing, she quickly corrected him, saying she wasn't buying it for herself. Inori looked at her in confusion, while Nala leaned over and whispered in his ear that she was choosing a birthday present for the crown princess. After Nala told the two princesses about the conversation from the previous night, Arya immediately declared that they were going out to buy a gift for their sister. Inori said he understood, but why did he have to choose the gift? Arya hesitated before asking, didn't you meet her yesterday? That's why she thought he might know what to get. He replied that, unfortunately, even after yesterday, he still didn't understand her any better. However, he had noticed that she was already far too used to receiving gifts, so presents alone wouldn't accomplish anything. Looking disappointed, she asked, so giving her a gift was a bad idea? He replied that the person giving the gift mattered most, so he believed whatever she chose would already be perfect. Nala smiled, thinking how sweet he was, while Inori was only thinking about how to get back to the palace. Arya smiled at his words, and finally chose a gift. While she was talking to the shopkeeper, Nala said that if she hadn't spoken to Inori back then, she never would have thought of convincing Arya to buy the crown princess a birthday present. Arya smiled as she looked at the box in her hands, and Nala felt genuinely happy. At last, she had seen Arya's true smile. Just then, Arya walked over and asked what they were talking about, making Nala panic and quickly change the subject by inviting everyone to have a snack. 5 days later, Inori received an invitation to the crown princess's birthday banquet. Dressed for the occasion, he headed to the banquet hall. Standing quietly in one corner, he looked over the entire hall and thought the banquet was as lavish as ever, and the hall was filled with pretentious fools showing off. Thunderous applause echoed throughout the ballroom as everyone welcomed the guest of honor. Amanda entered the hall, enjoying all the attention. Her parents watched her with warm smiles. Ryuto gave the princess a polite bow, and she was delighted to see him. He wished her a happy birthday, and told her she looked even more beautiful than yesterday. Yesterday? She beamed with delight at the compliment. As they chatted, Inori thought they had no sense of embarrassment. Amid the crowd, he noticed Asina talking to a man. He wondered who the man was, because he didn't look like the other nobles. Appraisal revealed that he was the prime minister of the kingdom. Inori figured they were probably discussing national security, but that wasn't his concern right now. He scanned the ballroom for Arya. She was hiding behind a pillar, watching her sister, too afraid to approach her. He couldn't help thinking it was pathetic. Was calling her sister really that difficult? Or was it just too hard to step between them? He decided to give her a little push. After all, he wanted to enjoy his weekend break. As he walked over, she asked him for advice on how to speak to her sister. He told her he was about to do something, but she shouldn't hold it against him. Surely she remembered how powerful her kick was, so where had all that confidence gone? Before either of them could say anything, he shoved her straight into the middle of the ballroom. Her feet instinctively carried her toward her sister. She managed to stop just in time, and realized she was standing right in front of Amanda. She became visibly nervous. Everyone in the hall froze, waiting to see what would happen, while Inori looked away as if he had nothing to do with it. Amanda stared at her sister in surprise, who shyly looked away, hiding a gift box behind her back. The guests began whispering. Inori thought they assumed the two sisters had simply bumped into each other. He shot Arya a sharp look, silently urging her to make a move. They hadn't gone through all this just for her to stand there. She nervously swallowed hard, handed the box to her sister, and wished her a happy birthday. Then, Amanda excitedly announced to everyone that she had received a gift from the crown princess. Amanda hesitantly accepted the box, opened it, and stared at the jewelry in surprise. She eagerly asked Arya to put it in her hair. Arya was caught off guard at first, but when Amanda softly said, "Please," she smiled and began helping her. The gift Arya had chosen was a pair of hairpins. She carefully styled Amanda's hair with them. Amanda shyly turned and asked how she looked. Arya smiled and said the hairpins looked beautiful on her. Amanda beamed and thanked her. The entire hall burst into applause. Everyone was genuinely delighted by the reunion of the two sisters. Amanda then asked her sister for one more birthday gift. Arya fell silent for a moment, blushing deeply, before telling Amanda she could call her big sis again. "Is that all right?" Arya looked at her in surprise, remembering the bond they once shared, and with tears welling in her eyes, she replied that she would be honored to hear those words again. Amanda could hardly believe it. She immediately threw herself into her sister's arms, overjoyed that they could finally spend time together again like they used to. Watching them, Inori thought his job was finally done. Then he noticed something. Even the king and queen were in tears, happy for their daughters. Ryuto walked over and apologized for making Inori handle everything on his own, but he was grateful that Inori had been there. Inori told him it was fine, though he was expecting some proper compensation. Ryuto laughed and promised he'd think about it, adding that he was truly grateful. It always pained him to see the sisters suffering, and he was relieved they had finally reconciled. He smiled as he watched them, and quietly repeated how happy he was. Inori wondered if Ryuto was just too kind. Ryuto was about to say something about his heroic deed, but Inori had already walked away, saying he needed some fresh air before heading out onto the balcony. As he watched the sunset, Arya walked over and said she needed to talk to him. Realizing they might not be alone, she immediately corrected herself, and politely asked if she could speak with him. He told her to go ahead. There wasn't a soul around. She smiled and asked, "Is this because of your detection ability? That blessing is actually pretty useful." Inori looked at her thoughtfully and said she should listen to her own feelings more often. She immediately blurted out that he was the last person she wanted to hear that from. At that very moment, someone inside the banquet hall splattered blood across a blade, and everything fell silent for an instant. Inori quietly told the princess that if she listened to her heart, no one would ever dare call her a doll again. Then, without warning, terrified screams erupted. The two of them immediately turned toward the commotion. Arya rushed inside to see what had happened, but Inori stopped her. The princess froze. Right before her eyes, the queen's head had been severed from her body. The prime minister had murdered both the queen and the king. The banquet hall was filled with the screams of horrified guests. The man ordered everyone to be silent, calling them rotten wretches. The guards didn't make a move, so everything had been planned in advance. The assassins shouted that the royal family hadn't even tried to stop the nation's collapse. A queen who squandered the entire treasury on selfish whims, and a king who turned a blind eye to all the chaos. Now they had fallen. The next ruler would be none other than the heir of the royal bloodline. Asina stepped toward him, and he declared that she would become the new queen. Inori gritted his teeth in alarm and saw Amanda standing in the middle of the banquet hall beside her mother's head. She stared at her mother's face in shock, then unleashed all of her magic power and screamed in fury that he had lost his mind. She raised her hand, preparing to cast a spell at him, but Aegiana instantly appeared before her, and, with a lightning-fast slash, stole away that chance. The blade sliced through part of her hair and severed one of her arms. Her hairpin clattered onto the floor. The heroes anxiously called out Amanda's name. Ryuto started running to save her, but the captain of the knights ordered him to stay where he was. If they dared to attack, the same fate awaited them. Bitch shouted that they were all children of the witch, nothing more than her servants. They had blindly followed her every whim, and blindly allowed the summoning of the heroes. They had committed a sin that could only be washed away by death. Amanda looked at the hairpin, lying on the floor and burst into tears as she thought of her sister. Then Agena executed her, while Bitch shouted that she would be reunited with the witch in the next world. As Amanda's head fell, Arya's face twisted in horror. Her mouth fell open, and Inori realized she was about to scream her sister's name, so he immediately covered her mouth, allowing only a muffled whimper to escape. He tensely told her to stay quiet, otherwise they would be discovered. He glanced at Irina and wondered if this was a full-scale coup. The knights surrounded her, awaiting orders, while Bitch commanded them to act, sending everyone to join their beloved witch and pay for their sins. The terrified nobles rushed toward the exits, but the knights quickly caught up and slaughtered them. Delighting in the massacre, Bitch spread her arms wide, looking up as blood splattered through the air while listing all of their crimes: embezzlement, bribery, and turning a blind eye to waste. With their power, they had destroyed this kingdom. That was why every one of them deserved to die. Arya was horrified by the scene. Inori told her to stay calm because if she moved now, they would kill her immediately. She had only two choices: die here for nothing, or escape and survive. As the massacre continued, Ryuto walked over to Amanda's body and knelt beside it, shouting that no one deserved to die. Bitch replied that every noble in this hall deserved death for abandoning the kingdom. Ryuto shouted back that it was no excuse to murder them. After thinking about it for an entire month, Bitch said that if he had seen what they had seen, he wouldn't be saying that. One day, this kingdom would show him its true face. He ordered Asina to capture the heroes, and the woman approached Ryuto, telling him not to resist unless he wanted to witness hell. Ryuto immediately got to his feet and activated his gift, Sword of Light, then unleashed a powerful strike at his former mentor. But even that attack failed to injure her. The barrier she created with her sword absorbed all of the damage. She remarked that it was an impressive attack, both in power and reaction speed. Ryuto gritted his teeth, put more strength into his body, and attacked again. She effortlessly blocked every one of his strikes, and the banquet hall began collapsing when their blades sliced into a pillar. Aoi noticed it starting to fall, and immediately raised a barrier above herself. Tamaki told her they should help Ryuto, but Aoi replied that it would be useless. There were simply too many soldiers. Tamaki cursed because they didn't even have their weapons. Meanwhile, Agena looked at the hero, who was already gasping for breath after the brief exchange, and said they had chosen to fight. What a pity. Because now, none of them would escape. She swung her sword. Ryuto struggled just to block the attack, and she asked what he planned to do next. He could fight until he collapsed, but he would never defeat her. He should surrender. She would capture all of them, then go after the two princesses. Meanwhile, Arya was in tears, and Inori decided it was finally time to act. He apologized for stopping her from grieving, but if they stayed here, they would share the same fate as everyone else. The choice was hers: surrender here and die, or escape and survive. She clenched her fists, and he asked if she wanted to surrender again, just like she had back then. Arya remembered her sister and stared silently for a moment, then declared with determination that she would never give up and would live on for Amanda, until her very last breath. No one had the right to command her anymore. He looked at her in surprise, then smiled and called her name, saying that if that was her decision, then they had to escape. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Ryuto's sword could no longer withstand Asina's power and shattered, leaving him stunned. She declared that it was over and drove a powerful kick into his stomach, sending him flying through the air. The blow was so devastating that he lost consciousness instantly. Tamaki, seeing this, anxiously called out his name. When he didn't move, she realized how dire the situation had become. They had to run. Otherwise, they would all die. But first, they had to save him. At that moment, Irina appeared beside them, and with a single slash, she shattered the barrier, leaving them completely defenseless. Then, she ordered the knights to capture them immediately. The knights threw the girls to the floor, making Iwai cry out, while Tamaki instantly stepped in to protect her friend. Agena ordered her subordinates to take them to the dungeon, then glanced at Ryuto with a worried expression, wondering if she had dragged the battle on for too long. Meanwhile, the princess and Inori began making their escape, and Asina thought it no longer mattered. The outcome would be the same regardless. She didn't believe the princess could escape on her own. All the while, Inori led the princess through the castle corridors. He continuously used his gift and was beginning to exhaust himself. He told her they couldn't go right. They had to take the left passage. They ran past groups of knights, and she was amazed at how easily he pinpointed the guards' locations. It was almost as if he had been specially trained for this. He called out to her and asked if she could use magic. She told him she only knew the most basic spells. He grabbed her hand and said that 3 guards would appear around the next corner in about 10 seconds. She would have to deal with them somehow. She looked at him in confusion and asked, "Can't we just keep running?" He replied that it wouldn't work. They had nowhere left to run. She swallowed nervously, then began chanting a spell and asked, "There are only 3 of them?" He warned her that there were only 2 seconds left. The moment the knight's shadows appeared on the floor, she fired her spell at them. Powerful gusts of wind engulfed their faces, and they collapsed instantly. Inori stepped out from hiding, and remarked that she had taken down all 3, with a single spell. She said it was only because she had time to prepare, and the knights never expected the attack. Fortunately, everything had gone smoothly. Noticing him gasping for breath, she remarked that he didn't look well. "Are you all right?" He told her he was exhausted, but the enemy wasn't going to wait for them. There were almost no guards up ahead. First, they had to reach that area. Inori frowned, then kept running forward. He thought they could still handle ordinary soldiers, but they were no match for the captain of the knights. As for himself, he still wasn't in any condition to fight. He said they only needed to get past her. She was an exceptional case. Then he stopped panting, peeked around the corner, and said, "There are almost no guards in this area. There's only 1 person in that room. We'll hide there and figure out our escape plan, all right?" Arya looked at him in surprise and asked, "Just 1 person? But that's the servants' quarters." They continued forward and found a pool of blood. They looked inside the room, where countless bodies lay scattered. Inori looked away and thought, of course there were no guards. There was no need anymore. They had slaughtered everyone, even the servants. They had planned every detail. "Arya," whispered Nala. She knelt beside the young woman's body and reached out her hand. Inori remembered the 2 of them embracing, then recalled Nala, smiling as she said how happy she was to see the princess smile again. He silently watched Arya embrace the body. She broke down in tears, then turned away and said, "Inori, I'm all right. Everything's all right." She thanked him for waiting for her. He replied that he had just been catching his breath. So how were they supposed to escape? Meanwhile, Irina placed her hand on the iron bars and created a magical seal. She explained that this was the royal dungeon, built to imprison the most dangerous criminals. Without a magical key, they would never escape. They had to stay quiet and not make a move. Tamaki said coldly, "Are they planning to leave these restraints on us forever?" Ryuto replied that it was pointless. "Tamaki, if the hero summoning really sparked a coup, the Hero Alliance won't just stand by." He frowned and added, "They're keeping us shackled to buy time, and chaining our legs so we can't kill ourselves by accident. Isn't that right?" Irina looked at him and said, "There's nothing more to discuss." His body was overflowing with rage, yet his mind remained strangely calm. He glared at her with a terrifying aura, and Irina felt she'd seen those eyes somewhere before. She recalled the day. She stood among countless corpses, thinking about her own foolishness, her helplessness, and how unprepared she had been for that nightmare. It was the exact same look she once had. She turned back and told him he was still far too inexperienced. "If you want to survive in this world, remember these feelings, and never stop thinking with a clear mind. If they had done everything correctly back then, I might have spared Aoi and Tamaki." Then she walked away. Ryuto shouted after her in fury, "Why are you still acting like our teacher?" At that moment, Irina climbed the stairs. She placed a hand on the wall and said, "They still haven't found them. He's doing even better than I expected." She would join the search for the 2 princesses after retrieving her equipment. "Let's go," the guard behind her shouted. "Yes, ma'am." Meanwhile, Arya said that if they were going to start, this was the best place. She pointed at the map and Inori asked, "What's here?" She replied, "A secret passage leading into the sewers. They could escape the castle through that passage." He said they'd do exactly that. "Only the royal family knows about it?" She turned to him and nodded. "That's right. It's an EVE, emergency escape route reserved for members of the royal family. But to be honest, she wasn't sure they could still use it now." He got to his feet and said, "It's not like we have any other choice." They had no choice but to go. She frowned, glanced back at Nala, silently apologized for not being able to save her, and thanked her for everything. Then the 2 of them left the room. Inori ran ahead, looked around, and thought, "This is bad. There are more and more guards." Arya noticed the worry on his face and asked, "What's wrong, Inori?" He stared ahead, and wondered if they had already been surrounded. It was only a matter of time. He kept running and thought, 12 on the right, and even more ahead and behind us. He grabbed Arya's hand and told her to stop immediately. She looked at him as he caught his breath and said there was an ambush. "It's not just a dozen ordinary soldiers. There's no way we're getting through." He looked back and said retreating wasn't an option either. The soldiers were right on their heels. She asked, Can't we sneak past them somehow? He replied, not a chance. And about that secret passage, it's packed with soldiers too. Arya lowered her gaze, and he told her to remember how mercilessly they had butchered everyone. Either they had tortured her family, or they had known in advance about the escape route. Getting out wasn't going to be easy. He looked at her and thought, this is the end. Can we really make it any farther together? If she still had a way to turn this around, now was the time. Then she firmly declared that she would never give up. She looked straight at him, and boldly proclaimed that she wouldn't let them kill her so easily. She would fight until the very end. They looked at each other in surprise. Then Inori smiled and thought, I really can count on her. Then he said, your skill. My detection skill shows that part of another nation's army seems to be heading this way. She cried out in surprise, an army? He spread his hands and said, I can't be completely sure, but besides this kingdom's soldiers, there are others. They're coming to rescue the royal family, she exclaimed. When will they arrive? He replied, around sunset. If they could hold out for another 15 minutes, they would have a chance to be rescued. But a battle was unavoidable. She answered, that's fine. He thought, the chance of surviving until sunset is 55%. Then he ran ahead, shouting that they should head toward the area with the fewest soldiers. I'll leave you behind if I have to. Fine, she replied. The guards spotted them and pointed, shouting, the two princesses, capture them. The captain pointed ahead and yelled, fire a volley of magic arrows. His men unleashed a barrage of enchanted arrows, while Arya turned around and raised a barrier. She cast a protective magic circle and shouted, 15 minutes. Right, Inori? We'll definitely survive. The next instant, several magic arrows pierced her body. Inori shouted, to the right. And they suddenly disappeared, behind a wall, while the arrows slammed into the wall behind them. The commander immediately shouted, they're escaping. Surround them, Inori thought. They're moving faster than I expected. As they ran farther, he yelled, more soldiers on the left. How do we stop them? Arya shouted. The left side. She immediately created a magical barrier across the corridor. The guards froze in shock and shouted, a barrier. But the commander ordered, don't hesitate, break it. Then one of the soldiers smashed the barrier into countless fragments with his weapon. Inori glanced back and thought, they had barely avoided being surrounded. They kept running until they reached another room. Inori looked out the window, thinking that sunset was almost here. Just then, Arya cried out in shock, a dead end? He looked at her and said, I'm sorry. There are too many soldiers surrounding us. Every other route has already been completely blocked. Only 3 minutes remained until sunset. They had to hold out until the very end. They turned around as they heard the guards shouting, we found them. The commander ordered another volley of magic arrows. Arya raised a barrier in front of them and shouted, fall back! Get back, now! Just then, a soldier turned to the Demare commander and asked, should we charge? He replied, no. Don't get any closer. Otherwise, they'll take some of our men down with them. Keep firing until they're dead. The guards loosed another barrage of magic arrows, shouting, next volley. Arya panted heavily, her strength nearly exhausted. Once again, she gathered her magic before her. Frowning, she said, the barrier is starting to crack, but not in its weakest points yet. Countless magic arrows came raining toward them, triggering a series of explosions. The commander shouted, keep firing. The barrier before Arya fractured apart as she gasped for air, forcing herself to create another one. She turned slightly and asked, the reinforcements are almost here, right? That's right, Inori replied. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers smirked and thought, they haven't launched a single counterattack. We'll have them in just a moment. Then he stared ahead in shock and shouted, one of them disappeared. Arya collapsed to the ground, her whole body trembling. When she noticed the pitch-black liquid before her, she immediately thought of Inori. She pushed herself up, looked around, and cried out, where are you, Inori? She frowned and thought, did he use me as a decoy so he could escape? But he said we had to escape together. Were all his promises to help her nothing but lies to make her fight? Was everything a lie? At that moment, the soldiers shouted for everyone else to keep their eyes open. The next volley will finish them. At that exact moment, the sun disappeared beyond the horizon. Inori smiled and said, sorry, but now it's my turn. The soldiers stared in confusion. Darkness? It's pitch black. What's happening? Light it up, hurry. I can't see anything. Then Inori quietly said, oh, my subordinate. Fenrir, take care of them. Yes, my lord, Fenrir replied. The next second, it opened its massive mouth, filled with razor-sharp fangs, and attacked several soldiers at once, while the others shouted, what? Who was that just now? Report the situation. At that moment, one of the remaining soldiers stared into the darkness in shock, noticed his comrades' corpses, and asked, "What the hell is that?" He shouted, "Commander, where are you? Sound off immediately. Hey, are you all deaf?" Just then, Inori appeared behind the soldier, and asked, "Are you the deaf ones? I find that hard to believe." The soldier spun around in terror and shouted, "Inori? Where did he come from?" Inori looked up and asked Fenrir, "Are you finished?" The soldier stared at him in confusion. Then Fenrir appeared behind the soldier and said, "He's the only one left. What a bunch of fools. They're not even worth comparing to the soldiers I know." Inori told him not to compare them to himself. The terrified soldier pressed himself against the wall and screamed, "Why is it him? Someone help me." Inori said, "You've slaughtered countless people, haven't you? Then don't be surprised when someone strikes back." "Am I wrong?" The frightened soldier shouted. "Are you really? Inori?" He replied, "Who knows?" The next second, Fenrir clamped his jaws around the soldier's head. Meanwhile, Arya lay on the ground, calling Inori's name. He looked at her, noticed the magic symbols, and said, "You've been quietly healing yourself with what little strength you have left. Smart move, but you've already lost too much blood. It's too late." Using the last of her strength, she looked at him and asked, "Is this your true power? Were you this strong from the very beginning?" He told her not to look at him like that. "This power only appears after sunset. That's why I told you to hold out until nightfall. That's why I lied." He himself had never needed anyone to save him, but she needed to realize just how desperately she had fought. After saying that, he thought, those eyes filled with trust. Even in this condition, she kept fighting. In that case, why not? "This year you more my net." He said he didn't have time to beat around the bush, so he'd ask her directly, "Have you ever been intimate with a man?" She stared at him in shock. "What?" He replied, "If you haven't, then you'll live." She frowned at him, and he added, "But in return, you'll have to obey my every command." That meant becoming his servant. She could either accept death as a human, or live by abandoning her humanity. The choice was hers. She spoke with the dignity of a human being. Remembering Nala, she added that no matter the cost, she would gladly sell her soul to the devil if it meant surviving. He smiled and said, "That's a good answer. Yes. I'm closer to the devil than to God." With that, he bared his fangs and lowered his head to her neck. A second later, his venom entered her body. A short while later, he turned to his subordinates and said, "The same goes for all of you. Once you're done with the bodies, finish off the remaining soldiers, and protect her until she wakes up." Arya closed her eyes and leaned against the wall. He looked out the window, and said he was going to have a little more fun. A short while later, the guards knelt before the king, and one of them shouted, "Long live King Bitch." Another knight added, "Your Majesty, I report that the two princesses have been cornered." The self-proclaimed ruler declared, "I understand. The dawn of our renaissance is near. We must not let them escape." They replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." The king said that poverty, like a plague, had spread across the kingdom, leaving countless orphaned children behind. He himself had once been one of them. He too bore responsibility. There was nothing he could have done. He looked up and continued, "There's still a long road ahead, but together, we'll make this kingdom a place worth living in." At that moment, Inori, in his shadow form, slipped behind the king and aimed his weapon at him. The guards cried out in confusion, while Arena, standing in the hallway, heard the commotion and frowned, wondering where that uneasy feeling was coming from. The next instant, Bitch's head was severed from his body. Inori held up the severed head, and everyone present screamed, "Your Majesty, Bitch, what?" He looked up and said, "Your plan has just fallen apart. You have no reason left to keep fighting, so what are you going to do now?" They shouted, "You bastard, kill him for King Bitch." Inori gathered dark energy around himself, and formed several daggers before saying, "Excellent. If you've decided to kill someone, you'd better be prepared to face the consequences." With that, countless weapons were aimed at the knights, and he declared that he would be delighted if they were willing to fight to the very end. Screams of agony echoed throughout the hall. At that moment, Miranda looked to her side and shouted, "Did you hear that?" Alice looked at her and yelled, "Yes." Someone just screamed. They all rushed forward, and she added, "It came from the main hall." Then Maria came to an abrupt stop in shock when she saw Inori standing in the center, unleashing dark energy. He turned to them and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you're the elite squad, under Captain Asina's direct command, aren't you?" Maria frowned and shouted, "Inori, was all of this you're doing?" He replied, "If I answer your question, will you fight me seriously?" At that moment, the elf gritted her teeth in fury grabbed her weapon, and charged at him. Seeing that, Maria shouted, "Wait!" The next second, the elf drove her weapon straight into Inori's body. Tears streamed down her face, leaving him surprised by the intensity of her emotions. Had he accidentally killed the man she loved? At that moment, in the elf's eyes, the man standing before her wasn't Inori, but someone else entirely. He muttered, "So that's what this is. How rude." Then he drove several blades into the young woman's body. Maria cried out in shock, "What? Did you really think this would end in a draw?" "Of course not." Then she shouted, "Miranda, get ready. He's too dangerous. Kill him." They all began gathering magical energy, while Maria stared at Inori, thinking, the elf stabbed him, and he didn't even flinch. She had no idea what was controlling him, but no one could survive without a head. At that moment, Inori activated appraisal, examined Maria's weapon, and thought, "A magic artifact? That doesn't look like standard equipment for ordinary soldiers. At all." Then he looked down at his leg, which was covered in ice. Miranda fired a blast of energy at him and shouted, "Take this!" Alice gathered magic into her hand and yelled, "He's mine," as she unleashed a powerful blast. But he waved his hand just in time and thought, "Another magic artifact? Its speed and power are extraordinary." The next instant, the attack struck him in the face, leaving him wounded, while Maria retreated farther away. She glanced back and thought, "Well, he's finished now." At that moment, Inori smiled and thought, "These artifacts are a lot more troublesome than I expected." The very next moment, he leaped high into the air, leaving part of his frozen leg behind. Maria cried out, "He's still alive?" She thought he'd try to dodge the next attacks, but that would be a terrible move. The moment he landed, he'd be a sitting duck. Then she heard a loud scream and shouted, "Miranda! Alice!" The two girls threw themselves to the ground, screaming, "Damn it!" Inori raised a hand to his face and smiled, saying, "On another day, I'd happily enjoy this coordinated attack, but today, my schedule is packed. If you don't mind, I'd like to have a face-to-face dance with you, Vice Captain Maria." Maria glared at him. He stepped forward and added, "The perfect warm-up before my fight with Arena." Maria replied, "A fight with Captain Arena? You've got some nerve." He activated his skill on her and thoughtfully asked, "You're the strongest one here, aren't you? It would be much easier to fight if you abandoned the others. So why are you still burdening yourself with them?" She clicked her tongue in annoyance, then lunged at him and shouted, "Shut up." She swung her weapon at him and yelled, "Don't act like you know anything." She shattered his dagger, but he immediately drew another blade from the shadows and launched a counterattack. She frowned and thought, "He's skilled. But can he really stand against me?" She remembered Asina placing a hand on her shoulder and saying, "Listen, I want you all to meet Maria. I hope you'll get along with each other." The other girls looked at her and immediately gathered around. The elf hugged her tightly and cheered, "Is she really joining us? We've been short-handed." "Do you know the rules?" Miranda asked what kind of books she liked. Alice happily introduced herself. Back in the present, Maria frowned and shouted, "How dare you look down on my comrades? I'll never forgive you." Inori smiled at her and shouted back, "That's a different matter. I like that spirit. Keep it up." At that moment, he pointed at Nia and thought, "Good, you have to fight me." The next instant, he was surprised to see her appear right beside him. She slipped her sword beneath the magical threads and lifted it, shouting, "Come on, get up. We'll avenge Elf." Then she looked at Inori and realized she wasn't alone. She had them an entire squad of female warriors. Just then, Alice bit into her neck, grabbing her head and making her cry out in shock. "Alice?" At the same time, Miranda bit into her side, making her scream in disbelief. "Miranda?" Inori apologized, but they had already become corpse-eating demons. She cried out, "Elf." Inori said he genuinely enjoyed fighting her, but, ideally, he would have liked a longer warm-up. Unfortunately, he sighed and walked toward the exit, waving goodbye as he told them to do whatever they wanted. At that moment, the transformed girls stood beside Maria, their hands outstretched and fangs ready to tear into her. She shouted, "Inori!" The next instant, blood splattered everywhere. Inori walked outside and said, "So the strongest warrior is still standing." Meanwhile, his subordinates continued dealing with the guards, while Asina sprinted through the corridor. She couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in her chest. She stopped in the main hall and turned her head, only to notice a severed head. She thought it was the instinct she had always trusted in moments like this. She knelt beside the head and picked it up. It seemed he had never once lied to her. Looking at the deceased's face, she whispered, "Lord Bitch." At that moment, Inori spread his wings and asked, "Isn't the moon beautiful tonight?" Everyone knows that saying. She glared at him and asked, "Inori?" He smiled. and said, "That head is my gift to you." She gently placed the head on the ground and said, "Inori, should I assume those are demon wings?" He glanced at his wings, and she continued, "This is what happens to everyone who sells their soul to the devil to gain power like this. So tell me, what are you living for now that you've abandoned your human pride?" He looked at her in surprise, then said he didn't really understand what she meant. "I'm just living. It's not that complicated," she shouted. "There's no place for pathetic excuses. Like I'm just living." She struck her chest and continued, "I'm fighting for my country." She stood up, still staring at him, and shouted, "In this world, no one can live without a worthy reason. I can understand if it's for your family, for personal desire, or even for revenge." Then she clenched her fist, lowered her gaze, and added, "If I had taught you properly, perhaps you never would have become a demon. I'm sorry, Inori." He raised a hand to his face and landed in front of her, saying that he truly appreciated her lessons. Of course, she still treated a demon as if he were her student, despite the fact that he had killed their leader. But their coup was already over, and if the kingdom no longer existed, what was the point of fighting? She replied, "Even without His Majesty, we're still here." He cut her off and said, "Adriana, I think you're overlooking something." She looked at him in surprise, and at that moment, several creatures emerged from the walls, their jaws snapping at the guards. Inori said, "There is no we anymore. The ones who hunted us down and slaughtered everyone in the castle. Your squad of female warriors. None of them are left. You're the only one left. Those who are still bound in chains can still be saved, if you're willing to sacrifice yourself." With that said, he sat down on Miranda's corpse and stared ahead, thinking that at last, he had found an opponent worthy of him. But in the end, it had turned into a battle between student and teacher. What if she really gave up? He had to break her spirit, and force her to fight no matter what. Then he gently stroked the creature beside him, and thought it was all getting rather boring. The next moment, he sighed and said, "Fine, we'll forget about saving her, and go back to the moment with BTR, and how she was left all alone. As for the remaining soldiers, that's good enough." Then he looked on in surprise as Asina drew her weapon and asked what she was doing. She planted her sword into the ground before her, and silently prayed for the warriors who had fallen, as well as those who were about to die. She opened her eyes and gathered power within her body. She shouted that their sacrifices would not be in vain. Inori extended his hand and asked, "So you've decided to sacrifice everyone after all?" She replied, "Sacrifice? Sacrifice the people I've spent my entire life training? Do you think I have the right to sacrifice them all?" Inori said in surprise, "Even if you succeed, this kingdom will be left without nobles or an army, and it won't even be a country anymore." She stepped forward and answered, "But the people will still remain. Even if the corrupt nobles, the broken army, and the royal bloodline all disappear, none of that matters. As long as the people still exist, I will fight for my country. That is the reason I live." A brilliant aura enveloped her entire body, while Inori burst into maniacal laughter. She asked why he looked so happy. He covered his smile with his hand and said, "I'm sorry, Captain. I underestimated you, and I apologize for my ignorance. Besides, lying and deceiving people isn't exactly admirable. So this time, I'll be honest." At that moment, the shadow chains, binding the transformed guards, fell away. Inori said, "Every one of them is far different from who they used to be. Their bodies can no longer become vampires, and they can't be saved. Your comrades died long ago." At that moment, the corpse-eating demons charged forward, and Inori pointed at her, saying that to them, she was nothing more than fresh prey. Agena lowered her gaze and said, "Inori, you're beyond saving as well." She drew her weapon, whose light spread in every direction. She continued, "My enemy." Inori spread his wings and gritted his teeth as he flew backward. Adriana began swinging her sword, blasting everyone around her away. Inori frowned and thought, "Oh, this is more serious than I expected. So that's Adriana's trump card. She's wielding a relic." Inori summoned several daggers beside him and thought, even if every corpse-eating demon attacked her at once, it still wouldn't be enough to break through her defenses. Now those are exactly the eyes I wanted to see. Their eyes met, and Inori spread his arms wide, gathering countless weapons above himself. He shouted, "Captain, Adriana, I am your rightful enemy. I'll be using my entire arsenal against you." She silently watched him as the guards' arms reached out toward her. She swung her weapon, severing every arm that reached for her. Inori grinned and shouted, "Your old comrades are still here. Did you forget? Let's see how far you can go." At that moment, the squad of female warriors advanced toward her. She turned to them and remembered their smiles. She unleashed a powerful slash, cutting down everyone who stood in her way. After striking down several more of Inori's subordinates, she asked, "Are they watching me? Why isn't he attacking? If he just stands there, she'll strike first." Inori thought that made perfect sense, but it was best not to leave himself open to an attack from behind. Her strength hadn't diminished in the slightest, and he couldn't face her head-on. Not long before, Arya had asked in surprise why Captain Asuna was so powerful. She turned away from the chessboard and thoughtfully replied. Originally, she was never a coward, but after being appointed captain and receiving an ancient weapon from the queen, her resolve only grew stronger. Inori asked. An ancient weapon? Arya replied. If I remember correctly, it's a sword whose sharpness can be enhanced by any kind of magic. Back in the present, Arena continued her assault, cutting the guards into pieces. Inori aimed his weapons at her, but she effortlessly shattered his daggers. Inori frowned and shouted, "Even daggers, imbued with dark magic, are reduced to dust? Does this sword even have a limit to its sharpness?" At that moment, he stared at the sword in her hand and thought, "It really can cut through anything." Arena looked ahead and thought, "Compressed hammer spell." A devastating blow slammed into the wall. Inori was startled and thought, "What?" The attack struck his wing, and he thought, "She suddenly switched to magic?" Arena looked at him and said, "You won't be flying anymore. Now then, what's next?" He began falling, slowed himself by driving a dagger into the wall, and thought, "At this rate, she'll close the distance immediately." He aimed his weapons at her, but she continued swinging her sword, deflecting every attack. He thought, "Stop right there," then suddenly shot upward. He launched himself high into the air, dodged her strike, and circled above her. He thought he had finally caught her, but suddenly leaped aside in surprise. Even so, she still managed to slice off his arm. He dropped to one knee and looked up at her, saying, "I thought that attack had worked too. You really are impossible to get close to." She looked back at him and said, "You're incredibly agile. You could make a living as an acrobat." He smiled and replied, "Too bad. I'm not interested in that kind of performance." Then a system window appeared over her sword. It read, "A sword forged from Midran. A pure Midran ancient weapon, crafted with 7th-era technology." He thought, a sword forged from 100% pure Midran, enchanted with magic, and capable of activating without a magic circle. He said, "So that's where that speed comes from." Once he realized the weapon was made of Midran and was designed to counter demons, she noticed how quickly he caught on. "Did the two princesses tell you that? Impressive. You're certainly a diligent student," he replied. "I'm honored." As she stepped forward, at that very moment, he controlled a dagger that shot up from the ground, aiming straight at her, but she effortlessly blocked it with her sword. She continued advancing and said, "You've got quite a few tricks up your sleeve, but what comes next?" He looked up at her and asked if he could ask her something. She replied, "What is it?" He said, "Just answer me this. Your reaction speed, the reason you can instantly respond to attacks, even from your blind spots. You surround yourself with a thin layer of magic that detects anything approaching you. Am I right?" She replied, "Detection? Yes, you're right, Inori." Inori let out a sigh and said, "Compared to that ability, my detection skill is nothing." She shook her head. "That's where you're mistaken. My ability constantly emits magical energy, so it's actually very easy to detect. That's why it's useless for scouting or stealth missions. However, it greatly boosts my reaction speed, making it incredibly useful in combat." She stepped closer and added, "By the way, I can see that quite clearly too." She noticed it? Inori thought. Magical threads appeared around Asina, but she swung her weapon and sliced them apart. Fenrir gasped in surprise. She even cut through those? Then she moved forward, but at that moment, Fenrir fired a barrage of magic bullets directly in front of her, kicking up thick clouds of smoke. Inori frowned and thought, even attacks launched from outside her detection range. "How is that possible?" Arena asked. "Are they your subordinates too? Attacking from outside the range is a clever idea, but at this distance, your attacks take far too long to reach me." He realized she wasn't detecting them with her ability. She was simply reacting and dodging in time. The next instant, Asuna unleashed another air hammer straight at Fenrir's legs, but Fenrir leaped aside just in time. Inori turned back and shouted, "Don't get too close, but keep attacking. Don't give her a single moment to rest." The next moment, he charged forward, pointing several daggers at Arena as he shouted, "You're impressive, but how much longer can you keep this up?" She shattered several of his weapons with a single swing of her sword. He glanced back and wondered if he should stall until she ran out of mana. No. She'd been fighting for this long without slowing down for even a second. Unbelievable. He would run out of weapons and corpse-eating demons long before she did. Think. There has to be a way, he muttered. An energy field that lets her detect every incoming attack. A fighting style capable of dealing with countless enemies. An ancient weapon sharp enough to cut through even Grapnia. And reaction, speed so fast that ranged attacks are useless. He came to a stop, sliding across the ground, and wondered how he could get close enough to strike, while still staying out of her reach. What wouldn't he do for her? There was no turning back now, only forward. At that moment, Asina cut down several more attacks, looked at Inori, and asked, "Did you really think? I was too busy defending myself to counterattack?" Then she shouted, "How naive. Inori. If you think I've already shown all my cards, think again." With that, she charged straight at him, using a barrier to cut off his escape from the side. She sliced off his arm and declared, "It's over, Inori." She thought all that remained was to take his head with her pure Midran sword so he couldn't regenerate. But at that very moment, Inori smiled and shouted, "No, it's not over yet, Arena." At that exact instant, Fenrir's fanged jaws burst out from Arena's shadow and clamped onto her leg. Her eyes widened as she gritted her teeth. Inori continued, "The only thing that can get close to you without being detected is my shadow." She angrily thought, "Then I'll take his head first. Inori won't be able to defend himself with one arm gone. It's time to end this." Then she looked at Inori and thought in shock, "What? His arm has already regenerated." He shouted, "You celebrated too soon." She frowned in frustration. "Wrong sword. It has to be pure Midran." Then Inori closed the distance, and she thought in surprise, "He stopped?" He shouted, "Do you remember my eye?" Then he activated a hypnotic magic circle directly at her. But in the very next instant, she sliced it apart with her sword. He laughed and thought, "This damn sword can even cut through magic circles." Then he thought, "Grapnia." They both stepped back and faced each other as Fenrir emerged from the shadows and lunged at her leg. But she swung her weapon and asked, "What now?" Inori replied, "Who knows?" She asked, "Why are you smiling?" He answered, "Because I'm enjoying this. Isn't it obvious?" "You're enjoying it too, aren't you?" She replied, "Who knows?" They smiled at each other, and he shouted, "Come at me, Arena!" He unleashed a barrage of attacks toward her, but she shattered every one of them with her sword. He thought, "It's time to finish this." He adjusted his glove and created a magic circle behind Arena. She turned around and thought, "Another magic circle? Not this time." At that very moment, Inori appeared behind her, making her cry out in surprise. "What?" He thought. "Perfect." She was distracted by the magic circle. "If I grab her arm before she can strike, I can stop her from swinging in time." Then he grabbed in her arm and opened his mouth wide to bite down. Agena gritted her teeth and thought, "This is bad. With my leg bitten, I can't dodge, and the Midran sword in my other hand won't reach him in time. I'll have to risk it." Air hammer. She concentrated a tremendous amount of energy into her hand, then pointed her weapon at Inori. He stared at her sword in shock and thought. She fired an air hammer at her own arm. At that very moment, the blade sliced across Inori's shoulder and neck, severing his head from his body. He thought, "Agena." Meanwhile, she gritted her teeth and thought, "Inori." His headless body and severed head fell to the ground in separate places. The next instant, Fenrir lunged at Asuna with its jaws wide open, but she spun around and cut it down with a single slash. She knelt beside Inori's head, breathing heavily as she whispered, "Farewell, Inori." Sometime later, after night had fully fallen, every knight had been slain, and lay in pools of blood across the ground. Arena stood among the corpses, covered in blood as she gazed up at the sky. She couldn't remember the last time she'd fought until her very last breath, but it was still too early to relax. Now wasn't the time to let her guard down. The two princesses were still alive. Suddenly, Asina was struck, and blood sprayed everywhere. She staggered as a wave of pain hit her. At that very moment, she realized that the head wasn't the most important part of Inori's body. Using magic, Inori made his headless body stand up and attack Asina. She turned around in shock and saw Inori rushing toward her before kicking her squarely. She was sent crashing to the ground, blood pouring from her mouth. The kick was so powerful that it blasted her through a wall, leaving her motionless for a moment. Her body trembled as she watched Inori pick up his head and reattach it to his body. "That hurt. But I'm fine now," Agena remarked. "So even Midran is useless." Inori replied that he'd realized she was using Midran to deal with demons, but it only works against the demons of this world, while I exist in a different world. Agena fell silent after hearing that, and Inori continued, saying he had confirmed that Midran had no effect on him when she cut off his arm. Agena finally understood and said, So you didn't regenerate it on purpose right away? You're clever, Inori. He quietly looked at her and reflected that he had assumed the head wasn't the most vital part of a vampire. During his battle with Fenrir, his spinal cord had clearly been struck several times, yet his body hadn't been paralyzed, and had continued fighting as if nothing had happened. Now he finally understood that the most vital part of a vampire was its heart. He had suspected it before, but never had the chance to confirm it. Arena admitted defeat with a sorrowful expression, lowering her head. Inori apologized as well for surviving in the end. After all, he didn't have much experience in one-on-one battles like this. Arena had realized that during their fight, and Inori remarked that it made sense, since he had fought as if it were his last battle. Agena laughed and said she had noticed that too. Then suddenly, Inori looked away. He turned back to her and said he would gladly accept all of her power, but he thought she would be unbearably dull as his subordinate, especially as an undead. With that, he leaned in close, bared his fangs, and bit her. Then he bid her farewell and ended her life. A while later, as Inori walked down the stairs, the others heard his footsteps. Inori approached the prison bars and said, "Ryuto, you look pretty pathetic." Ryuto stared blankly at Inori, shocked that he had come to find them. He replied, "Yeah. Do you have a magic item that can open this cage?" The girls were overjoyed to see that he was safe, because they had been so worried about him. Inori told them to worry about themselves first. "You really are kind people." Ryuto couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Inori activated his demon eye and noticed Tamaki standing there in shock. He told her to stay calm. "I'm not going to do anything bad." Ryuto grew even angrier, but Inori told him to come closer. Suddenly, Ryuto froze in place. His body began trembling, and he shouted, "What's happening?" He couldn't move. Inori was surprised that Ryuto was still conscious and thinking clearly. His spell should have worked by now. Could it be that this technique depends on the target's mental strength? He placed his hand on Tamaki's head and said he had a small favor to ask. "Could you all clean this place up? I need you to deliver something to the people of this kingdom, so listen carefully." Ryuto stared in disbelief. "You want us to clean up?" Inori continued. "Too much has happened in this castle, and I want the world to believe I'm dead. So." He handed his staff to Tamaki, and told her to use it to burn the entire palace to the ground, without leaving a single corpse behind. She asked, "Do we really have to burn down the entire palace? Could she really do something like that?" Inori decided to reveal a secret to her. For some reason, she had been unconsciously suppressing her own power. If she freed herself from those limits, she would be able to do it without any trouble. Then he turned to Aoi and asked her to create a barrier around everyone so they wouldn't be caught in the flames engulfing the palace. Aoi calmly replied that she understood. Meanwhile, Ryuto, who had witnessed everything, shouted, "Stop. You want to burn down the palace?" As Tamaki channeled magic through the staff, she admitted that Inori had been telling the truth because it felt surprisingly easy. "I won't leave a single piece of the palace standing." Ryuto shouted that if she burned down the castle, all the survivors would perish. But before he could finish speaking, Tamaki came under Inori's control and calmly said that everything would be fine. "I'll do it." Ryuto screamed for her to stop, but there was nothing he could do, and Tamaki was teleported inside the palace walls. When she arrived, she truly blew the palace apart from the inside out, and every corner of the building erupted into flames. Watching from a distance, Inori reflected on it. Of course, he had told her to remove her limits, but with power like this, even from inside the barrier, he could still feel the intense heat. What an incredible gift. Suddenly, Inori glanced at Ryuto, who was trembling in fear, and wondered if he should appoint him to tell everyone the truth. Sometime later, the palace had been completely reduced to ashes, and the people stood silently watching the blazing fire. Arya walked through the flames, quietly staring into the inferno. She sadly thought of the late princesses, of the kingdom, and every member of her family. Closing her eyes, she remembered what she used to look like, then opened the crimson eyes she had gained after her transformation. Even her hairstyle had changed dramatically. She stepped out of the flames, and Inori appeared beside her, asking, "Is everything finished?" Arya asked, "Have you finished cleaning up, my lord?" Inori asked how she knew about that. She replied that his knowledge and thoughts had flowed into her through his blood. She never imagined that even her hair color would change. Inori walked over to her and said that she had become his subordinate, yet the only thing she seemed to care about was her hair color, instead of what it meant to serve him. Arya remarked that she also found it strange how she reacted to his thoughts and words, as if she were connected to them. If she understood correctly, it would be extremely difficult for her to disobey or harm him. Inori reached out and took her hand, but suddenly she slapped him across the face and angrily stepped back. Inori asked, "It wasn't that bad, was it?" Arya turned around and stared at him in confusion. Inori struggled to get back to his feet, holding the side of his face that was still red from the slap. Rubbing his cheek, he said he thought black hair suited her much better. She quietly looked at him with a sad expression, watching him struggle to stand up after the slap. A smile slowly appeared on her face. Then she turned back toward her destination. She said she hadn't lost everything. She was still alive and had gained a little freedom, and she was grateful for that. But she also had a goal. She wasn't certain, but she would stop being his subordinate once she became stronger than him. Right? Inori looked at her in surprise as Arya continued shouting with a confident smile, "One day, I'll become stronger than you, and I'll win back my freedom." He quietly watched her walk away, smiled, and said, "That's fine. If she can earn that freedom, then so be it." As he stood up, he said, "The former princess has found her purpose. Now we can head to my territory." Arya asked in surprise, "You have your own territory?" He replied that he hadn't been sitting around doing nothing, and it would be much safer than hiding somewhere in the city. A little while later, a brilliant pink light appeared in the sky above them, and Arya stared at it in amazement. This place had once been Fenrir's home, and the barrier concealed it from prying eyes. Here, they would have time to learn about their abilities. Inori led her to his territory, and she asked, "What's with this house? Where did it come from?" Inori replied that it had originally been a rundown little hut, but as an experiment, he had tried making tools for himself and renovating it. Arya asked in surprise, "You made the tools yourself?" He replied that he'd tell her more about that later. For now, she could think of it as their base or fortress, whichever she preferred. Arya remarked that he really liked avoiding questions, instead of answering them. When they stepped inside, Arya commented that it was far too small for two people. He replied that compared to the palace, it certainly felt cramped, but from now on, they'd have to get used to a different way of living, especially when there was only one bed. Arya immediately blushed bright red. She fell silent for a moment before suddenly sitting down beside Inori. She said she had never truly considered herself royalty and wouldn't mind sharing a bed with him. She had only survived because of him and didn't want to remain forever in his debt. Inori quietly looked at her as Arya continued, "This is the only way I can repay you right now." Inori turned his face away and said he couldn't believe she had acted before he even gave an order. Arya said she was ready, and Inori ordered her to take off her clothes. Her face turned crimson as she lowered her head, then immediately undressed in front of him and asked, "Are you satisfied now, my lord?" Inori thought about his clairvoyance along with his weapon creation skill, then used his magic power to create something special for her. He tossed it to her and told her to catch it. When Arya took it, she asked what was going on. He replied that she shouldn't be walking around in such tattered clothes, whether in front of him or anyone else. Put these on. When he gave her the order, she obeyed. But that wasn't what he meant. He had the whole world within his reach, and could choose any partner he wanted. He didn't need her to repay him with anything. She had thought too highly of herself. Arya grew even more embarrassed, then suddenly became extremely flustered, and shouted at him in utter frustration. She turned away, thanked him for the new clothes, and said she'd go change immediately. She ran into another room, and Inori smirked, wondering if this was really the same girl people used to call the emotionless doll. A little later, Arya ran back outside, and sat there with her body exposed to the harsh weather. To her, this felt like a complete defeat. How had she ended up in a situation like this? She had only wanted to say that she was ready for anything. She quietly watched the flames rising from the nearby palace. Lost in thought, she murmured, that she was probably the only survivor left, leaving the entire kingdom behind. Perhaps she simply wanted to be punished. Inori walked over to her and overheard her thoughts. He asked, "So staying by my side feels like a punishment to you?" She turned around in surprise and called out his name. Inori unexpectedly remarked that he hadn't expected her to be so rude. Arya shouted, "I just still can't make sense of all this. But I'm grateful that you saved me." He asked, "Really?" Arya shouted back, "Yes. I haven't even had time to calm down yet. Even though I'm no longer human, because I chose to live, I don't regret my decision." Inori told her everything was fine. He only wanted to test something and needed her help. Arya brightened at those words, and declared that she'd help however she could. Inori opened his system window, and explained that he'd obtained several new skills from the people in the castle, but there were some he couldn't level up on his own. Arya asked whether he needed her help with those skills. Inori nodded, adding that she would have to help him with the romance-related skills. Arya stared at him in alarm and asked what he meant. Inori replied that he wanted to test whether touching someone's chest would level up the skill. Arya angrily shouted for him to stop. Inori asked, "So just touching you is worse than spending a romantic moment together?" Arya yelled back that even touching alone was inappropriate and absolutely unacceptable. Inori asked, "Then why did you say you'd help with anything?" Arya pointed at him and shouted, "You're a demon!" After that, he checked his stats. Archery live in 1, Stir-frying mastery live in 1, Spear mastery LV 1, Shield mastery LV 1, Cooking, Cleaning, and Laundry were all LV3, while Sewing and Mental Arithmetic were LV2. Rogari and Pen Spinning, Poison Resistance and Charm Resistance were both Livy 1. Poker Face Mastery, Fake Smile Mastery, and many other skills were all LV 1. Inori carefully examined the stats in the system window and thought that he still didn't know where all of these abilities would actually be useful, but at the very least, he needed to level each one up a little. He turned to Arya and asked her to come down for a moment. She flew over and said, "Sure, thanks to my talent, this is easy for me." Inori thought about how she had already mastered flying so quickly. "Do you like your clothes? I can change them if you want." Arya smiled and said everything was fine. They're light and comfortable. Inori quietly watched her, wondering how she could float so effortlessly under the blazing sun while he had to hide in the shade. Had the sun god's wrath simply decided to spare her? Try drawing that sword. He handed it to her, and Arya examined it curiously before replying, "All right." As she took it, she raised it high and said, "It's beautiful." Magical light radiated from the blade. "Did you make this yourself?" Inori replied that it was Aizen, formerly known as the Invincible Longsword. He had enhanced it with dark magic. Arya froze in shock and cried out when she heard that, while Inori continued, saying that the sword was now called the Absolute Dark Longsword, or something like that. Or, to put it simply, it was just a black sword. Arya carefully examined the weapon and realized, so this was the sword the captain used in battle. "Where did you get it?" He replied that he had recovered it at some point. However, when he tried using it, nothing happened. So he believed he didn't possess even a trace of this world's magic, which was why it wouldn't respond to him. Arya asked, "So you can't use magical artifacts?" Inori said that was probably true, and that was why he had given the sword to her. The moment she picked it up, it immediately resonated with her. Somehow, she instinctively learned how to use the weapon. Arya asked with a smug smile, "Are you sure about what you're doing? What if I become stronger than you?" Inori calmly explained that she didn't need to worry, because he didn't need to rely on toys like that to become stronger. Besides, if they were going to compare their strength, they obviously wouldn't use weapons, right? Arya replied, "Who knows?" Inori stood up, touched the tree, and said, "All right, let's take stock of everything we have now. Unlike me, you can use this world's magic and magical artifacts, but you can't level up your skills the way I can." Arya added, "Unlike me, you can't use magic or magical artifacts, but you can level up your skills and your own level. So which one of us will become stronger, or should we argue about it?" Inori answered, "Probably me, because I keep getting stronger over time." Arya smiled and asked, "Then what does that mean?" Inori turned around and asked, "What are you talking about?" Arya pointed to the fangs in her mouth, and Inori said, "I see, so you can grow stronger by drinking blood. It turns out your wings aren't your only vampire trait." Arya happily said that she'd recently tried drinking blood, and she really did feel stronger afterward. Inori teasingly asked, "So, who got the honor of your first bite? Which poor victim was it?" "A large bird." Arya looked at him in puzzled silence, and they continued on their way. Inori said it looked like they had settled everything and could finally move on. Arya asked if he had really been waiting for her to free herself. Just then, someone appeared behind her and said, "This is exactly what the protagonist was waiting for." Fenry said that if he had been revived any sooner, he could have finished them off. Inori turned to him and said not to worry, because he had already decided to sacrifice parts of his body to distract Asina. He just hadn't expected the damage to be that severe. Arya looked at bored Fenry with affectionate eyes and exclaimed, "Who is this little fluffball?" Inori explained that it was the guardian of this forest, Fenry. He looked absolutely adorable to Arya. She wrapped her arms tightly around the little creature. Suddenly, Fenry cried out in annoyance, "Stop it, let me go!" Inori explained that this was only his current form. and that he had originally been a ferocious magical beast. Fenry immediately disappeared into the ground. Inori said he was simply running away from her, and Fenrir added that he didn't remember ever being treated like that. Arya looked disappointed and asked if he would ever come out again. Inori quietly looked at her, then decided to ask if she liked animals. She replied that she couldn't say for sure, but she used to take care of the pets that belonged to her older sister. Inori finally understood what was going on, and suggested they leave that very night. Arya asked if he had decided on his goal yet. Inori replied that he hadn't, and that he wanted to learn more about this world, travel to the neighboring countries, and perhaps start with a nation that hadn't summoned any heroes. Arya replied that no such country existed. After hearing that, Inori turned around in confusion and stared at her in surprise. Arya continued explaining, saying that every nation had summoned heroes. Inori was stunned and exclaimed, "There really isn't a single one?" She replied, "No, not a single one. According to the agreement, all 12 nations must summon 3 heroes each." Inori tried to process the idea, wondering if that wasn't far too many. Arya answered, "Somewhere in this world, 33 heroes are currently spread across the other 11 nations." He recalled the appearances of the heroes from the neighboring countries and realized something. Looking up at the sky, he muttered, "So there are mages, beastfolk, elves, dwarves, and dragonkin." Sometime later, a fierce battle was underway, as seen through the eyes of one of the creatures. Together with several companions, she had joined the battle. She was fighting the current Demon King. Zenoa closed his eyes as someone shouted, "Our Demon King, Lord Zenoa." Sometime later, on a bright and sunny day, Arya went out into a bustling marketplace. One of the merchants she knew walked over and offered her some bread. He wanted to thank her for everything she had done to help him, so he insisted she accept it. Arya asked if he was sure since the guild had already paid her. He told her not to be shy and just take it, then added some vegetables as well. Arya thanked him for his kindness and accepted the huge bag. One of the men laughed and asked, "Can you even carry all that?" Arya looked up at the sky and realized quite some time had passed since they had moved to the provincial town of the Holy Theocracy. It was a small trading town famous for its wide stone-paved streets. She was surprised because the town was far livelier than her homeland. Since this nation was a theocracy, the clergy held tremendous influence, and even this small town had a massive church. They had registered with the local guild to earn some money, and Inori was using the alias Kiri. However, he slept during the day, so she had to work by herself. Because of that, she had gotten to meet many interesting people. When Arya returned home, she walked over and told him she was back, but he suddenly startled her by collapsing right in front of her, crashing onto the front steps, shattering them into pieces as blood covered his body. He begged her for help, and Arya froze in horror, unable to understand what had happened. It turned out it was all because of a mysterious young woman, who let out a soft giggle, and said she was surprised that he was still conscious after taking her blow. Arya stood frozen, clutching the bag, not knowing what to do. The girl kept laughing, and said that someone with such talent was still nothing more than a worthless man. He had truly piqued her curiosity. She was Fiona Raskos, a holy knight of the Holy Theocracy. She should take him in as her disciple, and guide him back onto the right path. Fiona grabbed his tie and pulled him closer, leaving Inori confused as he asked, "What is going on now?" Arya watched the scene in bewilderment. It was her first city, her first job, and her first new encounters. That was how her life beyond her kingdom began. After the protagonist joined the guild under the name Kiri, he spent his days drinking in a bar, drawing everyone's attention. He kept drinking non-stop until the waitress walked over and asked when he planned to pay his tab. He replied that she could just put it on Arya's tab, as usual. Unlike him, Arya worked diligently on guild requests and gradually rose through the ranks, earning the nickname Black Rose Arya. People called her that because of her black hair, her black outfit, and the incredible skill with which she defeated monsters. She had apparently become quite famous. Meanwhile, he remained consumed by his hatred for the sun god, and all he did was sit there drinking. One of the men at the next table wondered why Black Rose had chosen to stay with someone like him. Another person wondered if he was blackmailing her. At that moment, Zenoa was also sitting at the table, and asked if he planned to do any work. The girl worked all day, while he drank all day. Inori told the old man to leave him alone. The old man was his only drinking buddy from the guild. They drank together. At first, Inori drank alone, but now the old man always joined him. Apparently, he had plenty of free time too. If anyone asked why he drank all day, he would simply answer that he was leveling up his skills and poison resistance while also gathering information from the local adventurers. But as time passed, people grew suspicious of just how much he drank, until only the old man remained, and there was no more useful information to ask him for. But at least his endurance was improving, so it wasn't a complete waste. Suddenly, a bell rang through the tavern as someone walked in. It was the Holy Knight Fiona, smiling as Inori turned around and asked in confusion, "What's a Holy Knight doing in a place like this?" He waved at her and shouted, asking if she wanted to join them for a drink. Sanoa told him to calm down and stop saying things like that. Fiona called them brothers, and said that drinking so much was harmful to both the body and the soul, and that everything should be done in moderation. Inori noticed the mark on her forehead and wondered, since he couldn't see it clearly from where he was, if he could get a closer look. As he reached toward her, Fiona suddenly moved, and replied that it was a mark of faith in the Lord, and that he wasn't allowed to touch it without a good reason. Inori looked at her in surprise, and started shouting. Meanwhile, Arya arrived outside the tavern carrying a bag full of food. Everyone around them watched in silence, and Inori wondered if he had said something wrong. Fiona started beating him and slammed his head into the ground. He lay there in confusion, staring up at the sky as Arya walked a little closer. She watched in surprise, as Fiona grabbed his face and leaned in. The men around them cheered at Inori's suffering, and shouted that this was exactly how a drunk like him should be treated. He shouldn't spend every day sitting around drinking. Teach him how to live properly. Fiona smiled and said, "Of course. I won't abandon anyone. Everything is done in the name of the Lord." After Fiona finished speaking, she turned around and noticed Arya staring in shock. She asked what was wrong. Arya tried to speak, but finally asked, "What are you planning to do with him?" Fiona picked Inori up and threw him over her shoulder. While he was hanging upside down over her shoulder, she was asked again what she intended to do with him. "He's just a support class kid trying to make it as an adventurer, so there's no need to worry. There's still a little manliness left in him. She and the Lord would teach him a proper lesson." After saying that, Fiona walked off in an unknown direction with Inori. Arya watched them in shock, unsure of what to do. The men around her began cheering, telling her she was finally free and congratulating her. "If you don't mind, why don't we spend some time together?" Arya ignored the strangers, snatched up the bag from the ground, and shouted angrily. Then she ran after Inori. The men watched her in confusion, wondering why she was still chasing after him. Maybe he really was blackmailing her. A little later, Holy Knight Fiona dragged Inori to the cathedral and laid him on a bench outside. He regained consciousness and wondered what was happening. Fiona reached out her hand and said she would heal him right away. Brilliant waves of magic spread across Inori's face, then suddenly shifted from blue to green. Inori looked over his body in surprise. Fiona asked, "Did it really work? You shouldn't drink yourself senseless anymore." Inori apologized and asked who she was. She replied that she was a holy knight. He asked, "Really?" Fiona answered that he could call her master, or simply call her by her name, whichever was easier. "But that can wait. First," she said, taking his hand and leading him away, "we need to pray." Arya, who had been watching from behind a wall, wondered if they were really holding hands. It reminded her of something, and she frowned in irritation, wondering if this was really normal. That woman seemed very dangerous. Arya called for Fenry, who informed her that he wasn't sure if his master had noticed, but he could sense her divine blessing. Arya asked what he meant. Fenry explained that she could sense it as well, and decided to follow his master. Arya confidently replied, "Exactly." Meanwhile, Fiona continued leading Inori by the hand. She said this was the largest church in the entire region. "You're incredibly lucky today. Truly blessed." She smiled, quietly looked at him, and asked for his name. He replied that his name was Kiri. Then he noticed a gigantic statue standing in the center of the church. His jaw dropped in amazement, and he asked, "What is that?" She replied, "It's a statue of the Lord. If you don't know how to pray properly, just copy what I do. Bring your 5 fingers together, 1 for the god and 4 for the 4 goddesses. Then close your eyes and pray." Inori followed her instructions and thought he never expected things to turn out like this. Still, it was probably best not to argue with Holy Knight Fiona. Come to think of it, he had never believed in anything or prayed to anyone. Suddenly, he felt something strange. As he continued praying in silence, unexpectedly, someone noticed him. Inori sensed it immediately and became alert. He couldn't understand what he was feeling. It was as if someone was watching him. Were they somehow connected? Was it because of her? No, he didn't think so. Then who was it? His detection skill found nothing. It wasn't magic, nor was it even a physical phenomenon. It felt as though someone was peering directly into his soul. Inori clenched his teeth in anger, wondering who dared touch him without permission. Whoever it was, they had better leave him alone. Suddenly, a brilliant light filled the room directly above. Inori, who was still pretending to pray in silence. Fiona looked at him in surprise, and said she hadn't expected him to pray with such complete sincerity. You have to admit, there's nothing more wonderful than prayer. She was delighted that his mind had been purified and invited him to continue. Inori quietly looked up at the statue once more. This time, he could no longer feel that mysterious connection. Instead, he found himself fascinated by this unknown power. One day, he would return here. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, a young woman asked, "Did you sever the connection?" Another goddess, the one who had established the connection with Inori, replied that even she hadn't expected a human to be capable of doing that. Sparks shot from the planet out into space. A little later, Inori returned to the tavern, and everyone's attention immediately turned to him. He looked toward his usual table, where Zenoa was sitting alone, and asked if he was still drinking by himself. Zenoa noticed him and said, "You've got a brand new look." Inori looked miserable, his face covered in scratches, bruises, and blood. He said he'd just had a bit of bad luck. Fiona had decided to use magic and throw a punch at him, smashing him right in the face while shouting for him to stop. She kept beating him, and Inori realized she wasn't called a fanatic for nothing. As a holy knight, her punches hurt like hell. Holy knights fought with the power of light, the natural weakness of vampires. Meanwhile, Fiona kept hitting him as she shouted that she had sensed how incredibly sharp his gaze had been back at the tavern, and apologized because her body hadn't reacted fast enough. At that moment, he realized she could see through everything, and Fiona continued shouting that it was fine and that she'd keep hitting him until she got used to it, so she prepared to continue. But Inori shouted, "That's not what I meant," and asked her to stop and take a break because she had gone way too far. Arya watched from behind a nearby tree, wondering if she should step in. Fenry, who was also nearby, said that his master had instructed them to intervene only in the most extreme situations. He could escape even in broad daylight, but if he wasn't doing that, then he must have a greater purpose that they couldn't understand. Arya quietly kept watching until they realized Inori had already escaped. Now he was back at the tavern, telling his friend, Zenoa, everything that had happened. The old man sighed sadly and said that it was all clear now. "So you finally managed to escape. That was probably the most desperate escape of his life." Zenoa agreed that it couldn't have been easy, and added that the girl turned out to be a holy knight. Holy knights slay demons and demon-like creatures as offerings to the Lord. Most of them wield magical weapons, and fight with the power of light, which is extremely effective against demons. Zenoa lowered his gaze, and added that when it came to elemental attributes, the key was knowing your enemy. Beyond that, it was all about tactics. But since Inori couldn't use magical weapons, he didn't think teaching him any battle tactics would be useful. Inori agreed, then shouted that he didn't understand any of this either. "But I never said I couldn't use weapons." Just then, Holy Knight Fiona arrived at the tavern, and the moment she spotted Inori, she pointed at him and shouted, "Found you! You sure can run. Have you rested enough? It's time to resume your training." Inori cried out in despair and begged Zenoa for help. Fiona immediately grabbed him by the hair and dragged him away, asking what they should train today. Zenoa didn't lift a finger to help, while Inori kept screaming, "Aren't we supposed to be friends?" Zenoa remained seated by himself, and did absolutely nothing. A little later, Fiona dragged Inori to the forest and threw him onto the ground. They continued, beating him in what she called training. He was frustrated because he couldn't fight back during the day, but if he didn't come up with something soon, he'd be beaten to a pulp. This time, he suggested they visit the church again. Fiona was absolutely delighted, and said she never expected him to ask to go there on his own. Her training was clearly paying off. Inori also pretended to be happy, and agreed with his master. He thought about how he had managed to avoid the training, while using the trip to the church to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Thanks to that, his fake smile skill had improved to levive 2. He liked the peace and quiet inside the church, though he wasn't particularly fond of religion. This time, he no longer felt like he was being watched. But, did the other worshippers have connections with someone else? Considering that his detection skill still didn't work, maybe this world's powers simply couldn't explain that phenomenon. But what if he tried using an ability from another world? He decided to appraise everything in the room. The worshippers, their clothes, everything felt unusual. The ceiling, the floor, the building, the statue, everything looked strange. He noticed something odd and wondered what it was. Looking more closely, Inori realized he had found what he was searching for. The system informed him that he had discovered the holy stone of the holy light, of the holy theocracy. Value: unknown. Formed beneath the sacred tree, it serves as a conduit for the goddess's power and is an essential item in every church. Inori wondered if this holy stone really was the goddess's conduit, so this was the stone they used to communicate with everyone inside the church. He suspected she was one of the goddesses because the statue had 5 fingers, and according to the doctrine, they represented the 5 goddesses. He had a feeling the goddesses of this world weren't particularly fond of him. Still, at least he had learned something new. That alone made the trip worthwhile. Suddenly, Fiona's whole body trembled and she cried out. Inori asked what had happened. She noticed a man named Raven standing nearby and exclaimed that he was the captain of the 4th Holy Knight Order, the hero of Regin. Inori asked, "He's a hero?" Fiona continued explaining that 15 years ago, he had defended the city from the demon hordes and had protected it ever since. No matter how you looked at it, he was a living legend. It was the first time she had ever seen him, from such a close distance. Inori wondered if he was his master's superior. Fiona said she was going to greet him and apologize, and that Inori could head back first. "We'll meet again later." Inori replied that it was fine, and stayed to observe the situation. The hero of Regin. He was probably no stronger than Asuna, but Inori decided to appraise him just to be sure. Suddenly, Raven looked directly at him with an eerie gaze, and Inori realized Raven might have noticed him. Had he really noticed he was being appraised, or was it just Inori's imagination? Either way, Raven had clearly sensed something. Trying it again would be far too dangerous. While Raven was trying to figure out what had happened, Holy Knight Fiona walked over and called his name. Raven ignored her and noticed the lingering scent of his bloodline still hanging in the room. As Inori left the church, Raven silently watched him go. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted outside, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Arya sat on a rooftop, watching everything unfold. She wondered if Inori had been training non-stop ever since that day. She felt bored, because they barely spoke anymore. Meanwhile, Inori was training with Holy Knight Fiona. She remarked that he had become much more skilled at dodging and moving around magical weapons. Inori thanked her, then reflected that thanks to Asina, he had realized early on just how dangerous they could be. Fiona went on to point out that he still focused too much on defense, so she asked if he knew how to use any weapons. Inori looked at her in surprise. He possessed dark magic, but he couldn't tell her that. Fiona replied, "I see," then declared, "It's settled." She suddenly punched a nearby boulder and suggested that Inori go buy whatever weapon he liked. She had never heard of an adventurer fighting completely barehanded. Inori said he would do that, and Fiona continued, explaining that she would be away for a while because she had been granted an audience with Sir Raven, so she announced that today's training was cancelled. "Just don't go choosing some random weapon, all right?" Inori agreed with her and wondered if this really counted as a day off. Fiona headed home at sunset, telling him she'd check on everything the day after tomorrow. Meanwhile, Arya was still sitting on the rooftop when Inori suddenly walked over and asked if she really enjoyed watching him train that much. "So, have you figured out how to beat me yet?" Arya replied that she hadn't. Inori quietly looked at her and said it was fine because he and Fenry had already taken turns trying, and it hadn't worked either. He sat down beside her on the rooftop, and after an awkward moment of silence, Arya asked if there was anything else he needed from her. He asked if she was free tomorrow. His master had told him to go buy a weapon, so he wanted her to come with him. Arya looked at him in surprise as Inori explained that he had no idea what to buy, or where to shop in this city. Since she knew the area well, she could help, but if she was busy, he'd manage on his own. Arya was overjoyed by the invitation and exclaimed that she would definitely go with him. She didn't have any Adventurers Guild requests, so she was free tomorrow. Inori was happy to hear that, but Arya said that without her, he wouldn't get anything done, and probably would have gotten lost long ago. Now they needed to head back and prepare for tomorrow. Inori asked what she meant by prepare. She grabbed his hand and pulled him along, leaving Inori wondering why she had suddenly become so talkative. Arya simply said they had to hurry. The next day, they headed into town together. Arya turned to Inori, pointed at some food stalls, and said, "That looks delicious too." He sighed and said he understood, but he didn't think that was why they had come. Arya looked at him in surprise, then insisted everything was fine, because they were on their way to the weapon shop. When they arrived and looked over the weapons, Inori was surprised to find it was a fairly respectable store. Arya replied that a traveling merchant had recommended it to her. There was even a greatsword priced at 6,000 coins. Inori looked around but couldn't find what he wanted, since it was practically all magical equipment. Arya asked, "What about that huge razor-sharp sword over there? Isn't it too small for you?" Inori exclaimed that he would never choose a weapon like that. Arya looked disappointed and said it suited him perfectly. Then she added that he should buy her a weapon too. After all, she did enjoy wielding a black sword from time to time, didn't she? And this sword really stood out. They also needed another sword to carry with them regularly. Arya wanted something simple and comfortable to use. Just then, they turned toward a beautiful blue sword. She quietly stared at it, and Inori asked what it was. He immediately picked it up, causing Arya to shout for him to stop. He asked, "Is this a Midran dagger?" The weapon was forged from high-quality Midran, and the dagger was meant to complement a primary weapon. It suited them perfectly. Don't you think so? Arya noticed the price tag and hesitated, but Inori suddenly told her not to worry about the cost. They still had plenty of money from the reward for the night demons. Besides, she couldn't keep letting him sit in the tavern all day, so at the very least, he wanted to give her something in return. Arya blushed at the unexpected gesture. The shopkeeper then handed them the dagger, and thanked them for their purchase. Inori let out a sigh, disappointed that they still hadn't found anything for him. Arya asked if he understood the meaning of that dagger. Inori asked, "What meaning?" Arya smiled shyly, her face turning red, and said, "Maybe someday you'll understand." They walked a little farther, and spotted another weapon shop. It was actually crammed into such a tiny space. They decided to step inside when Arya suddenly panicked at the sight of spiderwebs. Inori turned around and said it looked like the owner wasn't very fond of cleaning, but told her not to worry and come in anyway. When Inori looked ahead, he saw a neatly dressed shopkeeper standing in front of them. The man greeted them and explained that they accepted custom orders and could forge a one-of-a-kind item made exclusively for them. Inori quietly listened to the shopkeeper, then asked if they could also make non-magical weapons. The shopkeeper replied that wouldn't be a problem. They could make anything to meet every customer's expectations. Inori activated his demon eye and asked if he could place an order right away. It all seemed to be moving too fast for Arya, but the shopkeeper nodded and said, "Of course." He then invited them to follow him to a more comfortable place because he needed to learn about Inori's habits and physical abilities. Inori asked if Arya could come with them. The shopkeeper agreed. Then Inori casually asked, "Don't you think a cleaner entrance would attract more customers? There are spiders everywhere." The shopkeeper said he knew that. Just as spiders hide within their webs, old men like me also prefer quiet places. Inori thought the man was rather strange, and apologized for the rude question. Arya said she had been right to stay away from that place. I'm sure the spiders would be happy to hear that. A little later, they left and sat down for lunch at a cafe. Inori carefully remarked that he thought the whole process would have been quicker. Arya replied, "Well, at least we didn't have to visit a dozen more weapon shops. Everything worked out fine, didn't it?" Just then, Arya took a sip of the tea. "It's delicious." Inori said he thought it was the same kind of tea they used to drink in the palace. Arya replied that even if that were true, everything else here was completely different from the palace. The atmosphere and the mood were nothing alike, and every time she came here, all she wanted to do was sit quietly and enjoy a cup of tea. Inori asked, "You have your own money, so why do you still need me?" Arya got flustered and shouted that she needed someone to talk to, because that was important. After enjoying a hearty lunch, Arya asked why he had suddenly chosen that particular shop. He replied that he had appraised both the shop and its owner. Every item they sold was of exceptional quality, so he decided the old man was trustworthy, although he still had a lot to learn as a merchant, considering the building was full of cobwebs and spiders at the entrance. Not everyone would overlook something like that. Just then, Fiona appeared and cried out in surprise. "So you actually bought a weapon?" She walked over, after overhearing their conversation because she had been looking for him. Inori asked, "What about your meeting?" Fiona replied that it had already ended, and she had spotted him on her way home. "Are you flirting with girls again?" Arya blushed and shouted that they were teammates. Fiona hopped over the fence and asked if they really believed that. One of the guards, standing beside her, asked her not to jump over the fence, because the ladder was there for a reason. Fiona laughed and apologized, saying that as followers of the Lord, they should set an example for everyone. The guard introduced himself and said, "You must be Sir Kiri. I've been assigned to keep an eye on Fiona, but you can call me Matt." Inori asked why he was watching his master. Did she do something wrong? Fiona replied that the church was very strict, so they were suspicious of her relationship with Inori. Even though she had explained that they were simply master and disciple, holy knights, were bound by strict rules, and had to preserve their purity. In simple terms, they had to remain virgins. Inori's jaw dropped in shock, while Fiona blushed bright red. Matt suddenly remarked that when Black Rose, Arya and that bum, Inori appeared together, rumors about them spread throughout the city almost instantly. Inori said that sounded awful, but, Matt continued, that becoming Fiona's disciple, while living off the money Black Rose earned was certainly intriguing. Fiona had even been forced to apologize because of it. Inori looked at him in confusion when Matt suddenly pulled out a special card and proudly declared it was his Black Rose Fan Club membership card, number 5. He wanted to know the secret of how Inori had won her over. He suddenly bowed and begged Inori to teach him. Fiona shouted that he had completely forgotten his own words, considering he was also a holy knight. The table was covered with sweets, and Fiona decided to help herself to some snacks. While Matt continued chatting with Inori at the next table, Arya remarked that men really do make quick friends, because they always seem to find common ground. Fiona turned to her and asked, "You're Black Rose Arya, aren't you? Are you really friends with that drunk?" Arya replied that she was, and Fiona looked away, before asking why there was a midran bear on their table. Arya didn't know what to say, and an awkward silence filled the air. Fiona explained that a midran bear carried a special meaning. It was essentially a marriage proposal. Kiri. Arya blushed and looked away. Fiona then stood up and said, "Of course, if he knew what it meant and did it intentionally," but then she turned to Matt and said they should leave because the cafe was about to close. Matt exclaimed, "It's that late already? All right, I'll report that they're only master and disciple." Fiona said she was glad to have talked with Arya, and Arya smiled in return. They headed off in another direction, and Inori thought to himself that it had been a rather strange day. Matt couldn't help thinking that Kiri was still a complete mystery, even after meeting him in person. When they returned to their street, Arya waved and said she still had a few things to do, so she would be gone for a while. Inori asked, "Didn't you say you were free today?" As he inserted the key into the door, he let out a tired sigh, then suddenly sensed that something was off. He silently looked ahead as the unfamiliar girl said, "So you finally noticed me, you're pretty sharp." Inori focused his mana, and wondered if that voice had really been inside his head. The girl asked if he wanted to go inside first. Inori took a step forward, only to realize the girl was sitting on the windowsill, looking outside. She greeted him and said, "My name is Flax. It's a pleasure to meet you, Inori." Inori stared at her in silence before asking about the voice in his head. She stood up from her seat and replied that he had sensed her even before opening the door, but that he knew nothing about spirit arts. Inori asked what she meant by that. Flax replied that she had heard the rumors about the town drunk and grew curious. If he wanted, she could show him what spirit arts really were. She would demonstrate it with her own body. As Flax took his hand, she asked him to come closer, and Inori fell onto the bed with her. She climbed right on top of him, then remarked that even with a strange girl standing before him, he hadn't resisted at all. Inori replied that when a girl was truly beautiful, he couldn't pass up an opportunity like this. He placed a hand on her waist, making her blush in irritation as she shouted, "Mind control magic." The moment she finished the spell, everything around him lit up with brilliant streams of mana. Inori realized that at such close range, she would never have had time to dodge. Flax looked at him with a smile, but to her surprise, the spell had no effect. Instead, she ended up kissing him. Inori, confused, wondered what was happening. A completely different world appeared inside his mind. And Flax explained that he was now inside her spirit world. It was a unique dimension that existed within every individual. Inori was astonished, and Flax continued that this was her world, where everything was under her control. Absolutely everything. Do you understand what I'm saying? For example, I can easily take your clothes off. A few moments later, Inori found himself completely naked. He froze in shock, and Flax said she could also make him lose himself in overwhelming pleasure. Wouldn't you like that? I can make both your body and soul depend entirely on me. Inori gritted his teeth in frustration, and Flax asked what was wrong. You're a man, and there's a girl in your arms. Why won't you embrace her? Are you really that afraid of getting involved with someone? Inori angrily ordered her to be quiet, but Flax refused, saying, "You're not afraid." Suddenly, a strange magical field suddenly formed behind her, and she tensed up. The magical forces let out a deafening roar and engulfed everything around them in darkness. The darkness spread across Flax's face. She became terrified, and Inori ordered her to be silent once again. She wondered what was happening to her world. Why was it collapsing right before her eyes? How could a mere soul do something like this? Inori reminded her that she had claimed to control everything in this world, hadn't she? What a coincidence. He happened to be very good at controlling things too. At that moment, Arya arrived at the house and noticed the door was unlocked. As she opened it, she yawned and announced that she was home, thinking leaving the door wide open wasn't a good idea. But before she could finish, she saw a girl sitting on top of Inori. They were kissing. The moment Inori realized Arya had returned, she became wary and remembered the dagger's curse. If she were ever betrayed, she could stab him to death. A moment later, Flax sprang up and fell to the floor. Inori blasted her away with his mana, causing a spirit to fly out of his mouth. She collapsed onto the floor, completely soaked, and confessed that the goddess had assigned her to seduce him. She had planned to approach him by taking human form, but things hadn't gone as planned. She was actually a spirit, the supreme wind spirit under the control of the goddess's traitor. Her status information then appeared before him. Inori asked if it was really normal for a spirit to reveal everything so easily. The spirit shouted that he was the one who had ordered her to tell him everything and had forced her to obey. Arya thought the spirit was adorable, while Inori grabbed hold of her and asked if she had been the one who contacted him at the church. The spirit replied that she probably had, though she wasn't entirely sure, because she had acted sooner than he expected. Arya asked, "So it really was a goddess?" Inori told the spirit to explain everything she knew about the goddess and magic. The spirit trembled in fear at the look on his face and began to speak. "I am a noble wind spirit. I have my pride, and you should understand that. Did you really think I'd tell you everything that easily?" Inor replied that she was far too arrogant, and wondered if he could make her talk by giving her a fitting lesson. "Your affinity has increased to 3. Then he kicked her away. The spirit screamed for him to stop. He asked, "Weren't you the one who started this in your own spirit world?" Arya stood there in stunned silence. Then Inori told the spirit to accept the consequences of her actions, and Arya closed her eyes. She heard terrified screams, and the protagonist's affinity increased to 4. The spirit collapsed onto the bed, and Inori asked, "So, do you understand who's in charge now?" Besides the goddess and magic, he also needed to know what abilities she possessed. Now it was time to find out. The spirit replied, "Fine. I understand that you know nothing about magic, or spirits, so you'd be easy to deceive. I tried, but it didn't work." Inori asked if that was really why they had gone through all this trouble. "Are you really the supreme wind spirit?" The spirit replied that she herself was curious about why this had happened. Inori then asked, "So what exactly can you do?" The spirit shouted at him to be quiet, then looked at her hand and realized her hair had turned black because she was now under his control. Why did the control skill, which normally had no effect on living beings, work on a spirit? Weren't spirits living beings too? Perhaps, somehow, it allowed him to maintain control over her. "By the way, where else can spirits be found?" "Where?" she replied. "They're everywhere. They're all around us. Can't you sense them? It was thanks to those spirits that we found you so quickly. They can use spirit magic and observe people without ever being detected." Inori couldn't imagine anything worse than that. So Inori asked if she meant that people normally couldn't see them. The spirit replied that she wasn't sure whether it was really that simple to see them, but they could give it a try. A moment later, the forest lit up with magical energy, leaving Arya utterly stunned. She stared in amazement as they wondered, "So these are spirits?" The spirit replied that they were indeed spirits. Arya was completely overwhelmed by what she was witnessing. The spirit explained that even though she could no longer use magic, as a high-ranking spirit with a little patience, other spirit magic users still wouldn't be able to detect her. Inori looked at her in surprise and fell silent. Then he realized this ability would be useful. The spirit asked, "Don't I deserve at least a little respect?" Only then did Inori realize he had learned something new. Suddenly, power gathered around Arya, and the spirit explained that she didn't know whether it replaced or existed alongside wind magic, but she could freely release something resembling darkness. It looked like black wind or smoke, like a shadow drifting through the air. Inori carefully observed the dark wisps, then smiled and said he definitely needed that power. A beam of light flashed and struck the demon directly, and the protagonist exclaimed, "Perfect! This ability will truly shine in my hands." He looked at the black sphere in his hand and said, "Nice. This black wind is impressive." Just then, Sophie asked, "Even so," she paused before adding, "If it were an ordinary demon, its body would have disappeared by now. Does that mean it came from the demon realm?" The protagonist asked, "The demon realm? What's that?" She explained that it was a legendary species. They existed only in the demon realm. So, how did it end up here? He asked in surprise. What do you mean? Is it some kind of rare creature? She replied. A creature like that couldn't naturally appear in this region. He thought for a moment and asked, like finding a fish on dry land? I've never seen one myself. Arya looked at the spirit and asked if she had ever been to the demon realm. The spirit floated past Arya, waved her hand, and said, Of course not. Isn't that obvious? The spirits throughout the forest seemed to be in an uproar, especially the light spirits, who were clearly displeased. Inori said he couldn't actually see the spirits, but somehow he could understand them. Arya explained that this entire territory was protected by the Holy Knights. Demons had a hard time fighting against them. It was strange that a demon would climb all the way here alone. The protagonist then wondered how that demon had ended up here. At that moment, Zenua was watching them from a high cliff. A little later, the blacksmith announced that his order was complete. The protagonist looked at the sword in his hand and said, Wow. This sword, it was a long sword forged by Sebastian, A-rank quality, with stats focused on strength. Arya clapped her hands and happily said, Simple, yet elegant. The protagonist looked at her and replied, It feels like an extension of my own arm. He then turned to Sebastian and asked, I heard you're moving away. That's right. Here's the payment. Sebastian took the pouch of coins, closed his eyes, and said he had been planning to leave for a long time. Inori, you're my last customer. Thank you. I don't know if we'll ever meet again, but I hope we do. After saying that, he bowed. Arya looked at the protagonist and said, Good job. You finally saved up enough. The protagonist replied, My master covered the rest. She stared at him in surprise. You actually accepted it? Why didn't you politely refuse? He looked back at her and asked why. You told me to buy a sword, so I bought one. She angrily shouted, That's not the point. Go return the money right now. He looked at her in confusion. A little later, Fiona spotted the protagonist in surprise and called out, Inori. After that, they headed outside, and she happily admired the sword. This really is an excellent sword. It has a great balance, perfect for real combat. The protagonist sat down beside her, crossed his arms, and said, I finally found a blacksmith. She's an exceptional blacksmith. You can tell it's top quality just by looking at it. He leaned back, looked up at the sky, and said, It still feels like just an ordinary sword. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but he couldn't use magical equipment. Even with her guidance, it would be difficult for him to become any stronger. She smiled and asked if he disliked her training. He replied, I hated it from the very first day. She looked offended, and he continued, What's the point of doing something that's obviously useless? It's just a waste of your time. Don't you think so? She laughed and admitted that he had a point. With that attitude, I could train you forever, and it'd still be pointless. He replied that he wasn't joking at all. Then she added, In that case, I'll keep training you until the day you finally become strong. If there's one thing I'm most confident in, it's my faith. She looked at him, and he closed his eyes, saying, You're unbelievably stubborn. Fine then, looks like it's time for me to waste a little more effort. She asked, Really? Wonderful. A little later, the protagonist looked at the girl whose face was flushed from drinking, and asked, What about this one? Raven replied, Beneath those cold eyes lies a hidden passion. Those lovely lips have never known the touch of a man. She is innocence itself. The protagonist then looked at another girl and asked, What about her? Raven replied, A body as solid as an impregnable fortress against men. There's no doubt about it. She's pure as well. The protagonist burst into laughter and shouted, You really can see right through them. Incredible. Raven adjusted his mask and replied, Naturally, as members of the church, we must be able to judge a person's purity. The protagonist thought to himself that lately, the masked man had occasionally started spending time drinking with him at the tavern. If Raven drank too much, maybe he'd accidentally reveal something he shouldn't. He just hoped they hadn't had too much to drink. Still, as long as he was buying the drinks, Inori didn't feel like worrying too much about it. Then he pointed ahead and asked, What about her? Raven looked at Arya and replied, Elegant, yet filled with strength. I can sense a beauty, woven together with genuine pain. Deep within her lies more than just purity. There's something sinister inside as well. Is she innocent, or not? That's a difficult question. Arya forced a smile as she looked at them. A moment later, huge bumps appeared on both men's heads, and Arya said, I heard someone talking way too loudly about other people. You two know who I mean, right? The two of you are about to get banned from this place, you know. They immediately knelt down, bowed their heads, and begged for forgiveness. Then Arya turned to the other customers in the tavern and apologized to them. She promised it wouldn't happen again. The protagonist then looked at Raven and asked, "By the way, why are you drinking with me anyway? Isn't your job to keep an eye on Fiona?" He asked. "Wasn't it?" Raven quietly replied that he needed to determine the true nature of their relationship. Besides, Fiona was currently busy taking an exam at the church. The protagonist asked, "An exam?" Then added, "She never told me about that." Holy knights from everywhere had gathered in the city for the promotion exam. Ordinary holy knights often failed or even died. So, wasting precious time meeting a man outside the church naturally raised the church's suspicions. The protagonist murmured, "So that's why she came to the city." He looked at Raven and asked how she was doing. Raven replied that he had heard she was taking the final test, personally prepared by Sir Raven. "So, she's doing very well," the protagonist exclaimed. "Wow." Just then, Arya looked at them and wondered, "Am I completely invisible to these two?" The next moment, the bell above the door rang as Zenoa walked in, his face hidden beneath a hood. The protagonist looked at him and said, "Perfect timing, my friend. You've got to help us out." He replied, "You made this mess yourself, so clean it up." The protagonist sighed and muttered, "This old man. Are you kidding me?" he asked. Just then, Raven apologized, saying he had to leave for today. He then stood up, looked at Arya, and said he would make it up to her later. She stared at him in surprise, while the protagonist asked where he was going. "You should be apologizing to her instead." Zenoa then remarked that he should learn to choose better friends. "Really?" the protagonist replied. "You're the last person I want to hear that from. Your reputation is even worse than his." Zenoa shrugged. "Maybe." The protagonist raised his hand and shouted, "Another round over here." Just then, he heard Shinpi's voice asking why he was so calm. Even while hiding inside his shadow, she couldn't take it anymore. Everyone present sensed that something was wrong. It was pure survival instinct. She hugged herself in fear and added, "That man can sense spirits." The protagonist stared in shock, while Zenoa said, "Looks like you've found yourself a new companion. A spirit this time, am I right?" The protagonist didn't deny it. A wise choice. He looked at the old man in astonishment, and Zenoa said, all right. Don't look at me like that, but I know, you can see other people's abilities." At that moment, the protagonist used appraisal on him, and a flood of information appeared before his eyes. Xenoa, race, demon, chimera, homunculus, dragonkin, dwarf, elf, beastfolk, human, compatibility level, 16.66, talent, demon king, curse of the six gods, status, current demon king, former demon king, reincarnated from an ordinary worker, subject to absolute divine punishment, and more. The current demon king. Inori was left speechless in disbelief. At that moment, Arya looked at Zenoa in shock. Zenoa then suggested they leave. "There are too many people here." "Agreed, Inori?" Arya looked at the protagonist in confusion. He lowered his gaze and said, "Fine, wherever you want." Arya called out, "Inori, I'll come with you," but he ordered her not to follow. She gasped in surprise. He added, "I'll go alone." Zenoa asked, "How about the forest? Outside the city?" He replied, "Anywhere is fine." Arya watched them leave and thought, Inori. A while later, they stopped in the forest, and Zenoa said, "This place will do, all right, just relax." After saying that, he looked at the protagonist, who silently stared back at him. The current demon king then added, "Though I suppose relaxing in a situation like this is impossible." The next moment, he unleashed a powerful wave of energy, and Shinpi was forced out from behind the protagonist. She let out a scream, and Zenoa said he didn't want a spirit eavesdropping on their conversation. He had almost forgotten it was hiding inside him, so he had no choice but to force it out. Now it's finally just the two of us. With that, he removed his hood and asked, "What do you think? Pretty bizarre, isn't it? Beastfolk ears, horns, long hair. Quite a mess, wouldn't you say?" Zenoa looked at himself and continued, "Even I'm sick of this appearance. I've even got a tail. I'm basically a chimera homunculus now. Don't you think so? I used to be a demon, but I reincarnated into this body." The protagonist stared at him in confusion. Zenoa asked, "You're the same, aren't you? I've personally lived through 2 different worlds. This is my 3rd life. In the first world, I was born a demon, a former demon king. I possessed overwhelming power and could do anything I wanted, anyone who stood in my way. I killed, and killed, and killed. Eventually, I became the king. I had everything, fine wine, beautiful women, and endless wealth. I mocked that world itself. After conquering demonkind, I began slaughtering every other race. Humans sent heroes to stop me, but they all failed. I wiped out the dwarves and seized their treasures. I burned down the forests of those annoying elves. I even ate the beast folk alive, and poisoned the dragon's sacred lakes. I was free, and I was happy. There was no end to my smile. It felt like I had continued, chasing happiness, until my very last moment. The protagonist asked, "So, you died?" He looked at Inori and replied, "I never met anyone capable of killing me. After living for an incredibly long time, when I finally died, I immediately found myself in an endless white void, where I met God." The protagonist wondered, a white space. And God? Could he be talking about the very goddess who had brought him here? The Demon King continued, "God claimed to be the deity of this world." The protagonist thought, so it wasn't her. Zenoa continued, "I had gone too far. My memories, magic, my power, my talent. She took everything away. Then she forced me to reincarnate into an abandoned world." The protagonist asked, "An abandoned world?" He replied, "Sorry." Then he pointed at the protagonist and added, "That's what they call the world you came from. They call it that for a reason, because God abandoned that world. I lost everything. Nothing extraordinary ever happened to me. I was born with the most ordinary appearance into the most ordinary family. I had no special talents or remarkable achievements, so I was rarely praised. Even so, I kept doing my best. I was determined to work hard and earn a living, and eventually learned when to bow my head. I married a coworker, an ordinary-looking woman. Our son inherited my face, though he was a little luckier than I was. Sometimes we struggled to make ends meet, and my wife and I argued, but overall, it was a completely ordinary life. Back then, I was truly happy. When I sat upon the Demon King's throne, I thought I had gained everything. I lived proudly, laughing in the face of that world. But the truth was, I didn't even know what happiness really was. It took me 2 lifetimes to finally find it. So now, I want to make someone else happy." The protagonist asked, "Who?" He replied, "It's not that I want to make everyone happy, but I'll keep trying, for as long as this body allows." He flexed the muscles in his arm, and the protagonist asked, "You mean by killing people?" He replied, "Of course not. My race is a chimera. An artificial human, isn't it? Representatives of 6 races were sacrificed to summon me into this world: beastfolk, dwarves, elves, dragonkin. This body contains all 6 races, yet those same 6 races divided the world into 6 territories, and have never stopped fighting over them." The protagonist asked, "There are that many races in this world?" He folded his arms and replied, "Exactly. As you can see, you still know very little about this world. You've already noticed how the villagers avoid you, haven't you? In fact, you're hated even more than I am. God deliberately created this world so that the different races could never truly coexist." The protagonist looked at him in confusion, and he continued, "As someone from another world, it's hard for you to understand just by hearing about it. But once you travel across this world, you'll see wars breaking out everywhere, discrimination against half-breeds, and oppression between races." The protagonist asked, "And you want to help them?" The Demon King took a drag from his cigar and exhaled, then said, "I want to destroy this twisted world, and I need your help." The protagonist was stunned. "At first, I planned to destroy it by myself, but after meeting you, I changed my mind." The protagonist asked, "So you're threatening me into helping you?" "Sorry, that's not what I meant. I'm giving you complete freedom, but in exchange for your cooperation, I'm willing to offer an advance payment. That payment is knowledge about this world." The protagonist looked surprised. "An advance payment?" He replied, "You'll end up tearing everything down, even if it was never part of your original plan. In the end, no matter what actions you take, they'll all help me achieve my goal. Stepping over the lives and fates of others, that's how I've always lived." The protagonist sighed and said, "You're unbelievably selfish. Even so, I'll accept." "Really?" "Excellent," Zenoa replied. The protagonist smiled and added, "But only if you give me a lot more knowledge." Zenoa laughed. "You're pretty greedy. Fine." He admitted he'd been on edge ever since calling Inori out here. "I suppose this is my punishment." Not long before that, Arya reached out toward the protagonist and Zenoa. A little later, she sat beneath a tree, thinking, "I'm really not allowed to go with them, am I?" She had never seen him look so tense before. She thought she had finally found a chance to help him, but that order reminded her that no matter how far she went, she would always be left behind. She lowered her head onto her knees. At that very moment, several demons descended from the trees and charged straight at her. Just then, Fiona asked why she was sitting there. She struck the monsters down in the blink of an eye. Arya looked at her in confusion before thanking her. Fiona replied that she shouldn't be doing this. This isn't a safe place to sit under a tree. Arya apologized again, and Fiona smiled before saying she couldn't understand why Black Rose hadn't sensed the demons approaching. Is something bothering you? Is it about Inori? Arya replied that it was nothing. Fiona sighed and looked at both Inori and Arya. The next moment, she pointed her hammer at Arya and smashed the tree behind her in half. Arya jumped back and shouted, "Why? Why would you suddenly do that?" Fiona replied that she wanted to see Arya's true abilities. "Since we've gotten to know each other, and besides, you look completely down. At least this should help cheer you up." Arya shouted that it was none of her business. Immediately afterward, Fiona attacked again, and Arya ducked back to evade the blow. Fiona smiled and said, "Nice reflexes." Arya angrily shouted, "Are you trying to kill me?" Fiona replied, "Just hear me out first. When I was little, I used to wonder if God really existed." Arya looked at her in surprise, then said she didn't believe in God. "My mother was a devout believer, and she never missed a single prayer, but she never forced me to pray. One day, a horde of demons attacked our village. My mother fled with me, but she died protecting me. The demons surrounded me, and when I was ready to say goodbye to my life, I prayed with all my heart, to be reunited with my mother in heaven. Even now, I still don't know who saved me that day, but after that, even I came to believe in God." She smiled and continued, "Now I don't just pray, I can help people who were once like me." "You're strong, Arya, so believe in Inori, and help him." Arya replied, "I believe I can help him," Fiona shouted. "Then stay by his side," Arya shouted back. "As if I don't want to, but I can't disobey his orders." With that, she punched Fiona in the face. Then, startled, she quickly pulled her hand back and asked if Fiona was okay. A single drop of blood ran down Fiona's face, and she said, "That was a good punch. Now you've finally admitted how you really feel." She let out a long sigh before collapsing to the ground. A little later, Fiona said, "I can still make it in time for Inori's training." Arya wondered, "Why is she so hopelessly dense?" Fiona replied, "I have no idea. Written exams are easy for me." Arya said, "Honestly, you're unbelievably stubborn." Fiona then added, "This may sound a little rude, but you don't understand Inori as well as I do." Arya smiled as she looked at the girl resting on her lap, and said she had been right to think a clumsy girl like Fiona would only solve problems with brute force. Still, she was truly grateful to Fiona. Fiona replied that she felt there's a bit of hostility in Black Rose's words. Arya asked, "What do you mean?" Then the two of them burst into laughter. A little later, Arya sat on her bed, gazing at the rising moon. Just then, the protagonist emerged from the shadows behind her, making her scream in fright. She told him not to scare her like that. He walked over and said they had gotten so caught up talking that he lost track of time. The fastest way back was through the shadows. But he'd learned a great deal, and when the time came, he would tell her everything. She quietly looked at him, then sighed and asked, "Did you two really talk that long? Did that man attack you?" He replied, "No." "Were you worried?" She answered, "Well, not really. If you happened to die somewhere, my dream of being set free would turn into a tragedy instead of a joke. Besides, I don't even know if I'd be able to free you in that situation." He fell silent in thought and said, "I see." Then he looked at her, and she asked, "Why did you suddenly go quiet?" He closed his eyes and replied, "No, it's nothing." Then he smiled at her and said, "Your smile looks a little forced. Next time, you're coming with me for a little experiment. I want to see what you're really capable of." She looked at him in surprise and asked, "I don't mind, but what's with that smile?" He replied, "You'll understand soon enough." "I don't like the sound of that at all," she said. A little later, several girls were sitting near the wall, while Raven looked toward the half-open door, and asked, "Has our guest arrived? Sorry for calling you here on such short notice." Raven stepped forward and asked, "What do you need, my lord?" The other man replied, "Nothing in particular. How is the search for the runaway heretic going?" According to the plan, she should already be working by now. Raven lowered his head and said, "My apologies. We need a little more time." Then Raven pushed the other man toward the church entrance, and told him to hurry up and find her. "They need more holy knights for the upcoming exams. Don't you have the authority to do that? To rally the church's most devoted followers?" He replied, "In God's name." A little later, he sat down at the table, removed his mask, and muttered in frustration, "Chris, don't think you've escaped me." At that moment, Chris, with a horde of demons behind her, looked toward the city and said, "It's not enough. We need more. Much larger ones. First, they must devour this entire forest." As she spoke, She unleashed a wave of dark energy, sending countless demons rushing into the forest. Then she added, after that, the entire kingdom. A little later, Shinpei asked, is he really going to sleep like this? Arya, carrying a bag of pastries beside her, replied, he can't do much during the day anyway, so let's just let him sleep. Shinpei thought, this is perfect. If I want to escape, I should do it during the daytime. Then Arya said they'd arrived. A little later, Shinpei looked at the pastry in surprise and asked, what's this? Arya smiled and said, it's a dessert. I absolutely love the sweets here. Shinpei replied, I know what it is, but what do I need it for? Arya blinked in surprise. What do you mean? Why? You don't like sweets? But you're a girl. Shinpei sighed and answered, I'm a spirit. I don't need food. Don't compare me to humans, Arya asked. So you don't have a favorite food either? Of course not, Shinpei replied. Arya sighed. Well, that's news to me. I didn't mean anything bad by it. I just wanted to make you happy. Shinpei looked at her and said, fine, I'll give it a try. She placed her hand on the pastry and said, not needing to eat doesn't mean I can't eat at all. Then she took a small bite and explained that spirits were closer to plants than animals. After swallowing the pastry, she exclaimed in shock, what is this? Why is it so delicious? Arya smiled. I told you so. Then she pointed at another pastry and said, this one's cheesecake. I highly recommend it. You have to try it. Shinpei looked surprised. Cheese? How can it have such a perfectly balanced sweet and tangy flavor? Arya replied, exactly. A little later, Shinpei lay on the table with a full stomach, while Arya smiled and said she'd lost count. This is the forbidden taste, Shinpei declared. So humans are actually capable of making something worthwhile. Arya gestured for silence and said, don't tell Inori we left him behind and came here to eat, okay? Next time, we'll all come together. Shinpei looked at her and said, you're not like him. Maybe you're kinder, Arya replied. Well, I guess. Inori isn't exactly a kind person, Shinpei said. He's always thinking of ways to tease people. So why do you stay with him? Arya clenched her fist and answered, because one day, I'm going to surpass him. Shinpei sat up and looked at her in surprise. Arya thrust her fist forward and continued, that's right. Inori isn't a nice person, but he saved my life. Now I'm just like everyone else. I'm one of his followers, and I'm grateful to him. But that's a different matter. In any case, I'll stay by his side until I surpass him. Shinpei remarked that their relationship was strange. Arya asked, why? Just then, Fenri leaped out of the shadows and said, hey girl, tell me where my master is. Arya looked at him and exclaimed, Fenri. Shinpei looked surprised. Who? Arya said, we know each other, Fenri. Fenri scoffed and told her not to call him that. I'm far above your station, Shinpei asked. Above me? What a cute little dog. He replied that he'd devour her soul. Arya then said Inori should be in his room, but he was probably sleeping inside his own shadow. If you couldn't find him there, then that's probably where he is. Fenri said, fine. Then come with me to the forest. Arya asked in surprise, the forest? He replied, more like the place that used to be a forest. A little later, they arrived at a barren wasteland, and Arya gasped, it's gone. Even the trees? Fenri said this wasn't an isolated incident. The real question was who was behind it. Shinpei placed a hand on her chest and said, there's no trace of the lesser spirits left. Humans couldn't possibly have done something like this. The next moment, Arya spread her wings, took to the sky, and said, it's time to find out what happened here. Shinpei flew beside her and shouted, what? We're not leaving? And what do you mean? You can fly? Arya replied, the more you know, the more you're capable of. Fenri ran after them and shouted, that's right. Then he looked at Arya and yelled, hey girl, have you figured out what this is? She shouted back, this happened only recently. I think I know where they went. But what could have caused this? Shinpei cried out, the spirits ahead are screaming in terror. It's not too late to turn back. Arya looked ahead and shouted, out on the plains beyond that mountain, there's something over there. The next moment, countless demons came into view. Watching them from above, Arya thought, these are the same demons I encountered in the forest. Why are there so many of them? Shinpei flew closer and shouted, they'll spot you if you stay up here. Lower your altitude and enter the forest from the left. Got it, Arya replied. Shinpei flew after her and asked, are they all demons? Did this many really escape the demon realm at once? Arya thought, escape? She had heard that sometimes groups of demons would break through and attack settlements, so they're moving toward the neighboring region. Then her gaze shifted, and she remembered, Regin. She clenched her teeth, thinking, Regin had dealt with demons calmly all these years, but now neither the church, nor the guild, was prepared. They chose the worst possible time to attack. Shinpei asked if they should wake him up first. This situation doesn't look good. Arya asked if they could go back right now and find Inori. Fenri shouted that he could, but asked what she was planning. She gritted her teeth, thinking. She doubted Inori would help Regan. He still wasn't ready to reveal his hand. If she reported this in time, would the guild help? If I contact Fiona, the church will intervene. No, I won't make it in time. She turned around and shouted, I'll handle this myself. Shinpei stared in shock. She's going to fight? Then Fenri added, I can sense how powerful they are. These aren't ordinary demons. You can't defeat them. But she charged forward, reaching for her weapon. I'm not the same person I used to be. I'll fight. Just then, one of the demons stopped and looked at them. Shinpei cried out in fear. They've spotted us. The next instant, the demon opened its jaws and lunged at Arya. She frowned, thinking she'd had enough of standing by and watching. An instant later, a blast of energy tore the demon's head apart. Fenri said. She revealed her magic before even drawing her sword. She gave up the element of surprise. Then he ripped the demon in half and added, her technique is still far from perfect, but fighting to protect others. That's something I respect. I'm weak, and I can't maintain this form for long, but I'll help you. We once had comrades and a homeland to protect too. Arya looked at him and said, Fenri, you've gotten bigger, he replied. I've always looked like this. Then he charged at the next demon and shouted, over there. Arya drew her sword the very next second and struck, cleaving straight through the demon. Fenri said, not bad. You've actually improved. She smiled at him and shouted, I'd be more than happy to accept your help. Fight beside me, Fenri. The next monster's head went flying, and Fenri continued charging ahead, tearing apart every demon in his path. He said, we'll thin out their numbers. Don't stop fighting, and don't let them surround you. Arya frowned and shouted, right. The next second, Fenri bit the next demon's head clean off, while Arya cut it down with her sword. Shinpei cried out in shock, Arya. Fenri. Where are they getting this incredible strength? Fenri shouted, we have to finish them off. Cutting them in half won't do any good. That alone won't stop them from attacking. Arya replied, got it. She swung her sword again, splitting the demon before her in two. She focused mana into her hand and frowned, thinking, this sword consumes an enormous amount of mana, but I didn't expect it to be this much. I have to keep a steady pace. She then launched a sphere of compressed air forward, but it bounced off the demon's body. She was stunned. It got deflected? Fenri told me not to waste my mana. He was right. Their armor resists magic. I guess I got a little carried away. I need to trust this sword and keep fighting. After all, it was her sword. It's hard not to think about that fierce woman, but no one wielded this blade the way she did. She controlled her mana with perfect precision, releasing it only at the exact moment of impact without wasting a single drop. She was on a completely different level from the current wielder. Arya looked at the sword in her hand and thought, so this sword once belonged to Aegina. Fenri knows how it's meant to be used. She raised the sword high and thought, just like Fenri, who stays in his smaller form, to conserve energy, this sword shouldn't activate while I'm swinging it. It should activate only at the instant it strikes. She swung her sword again, thinking, now. She gasped for breath as she unleashed another powerful slash, wondering how many more times she could swing it. 32? 10? Or even less. They both knew the answer, but there were simply too many demons. She kept cutting them down, until finally, gritting her teeth, she realized her strength was running out. Fenri asked, is that all you've got? The very next second, Arya let out a fierce cry, making everyone stare at her in shock. She leaped onto a demon and bit a chunk out of it. What the hell? Shinpei cried out in confusion. She's eating it? Fenri burst into laughter and said, vampires recover their strength through blood, just like their master. And with that, the battle raged on as Arya fought, pressed the attack with her sword, while Fenri followed up with blasts of his own energy. Meanwhile, Chris stretched out her hand, then clasped it shut. The demon surged forward with renewed ferocity. As for Arya, her body was bound by countless tiny centipedes. She realized, smaller centipedes had appeared and surrounded her. Fenri shouted for her to keep fighting. Shinpei cried out in panic, Arya, you have to fly. The next instant, a demon charged past Arya, grabbed her arm, and flung both her arm and sword away. Fenri shouted in alarm, girl! Arya stared at her injured arm in shock. Then another demon attacked and sent them flying. Arya was thrown backward, while Shinpei pointed ahead, thinking, what's that technique called again? Black wind. A dark void suddenly opened before the demon, followed by several powerful blasts that pierced straight through its body. Fenri finished it off with a furious bite. Arya collapsed onto the ground, and Fenri asked, "How are you still alive? My strength is fading. We have to retreat." Shinpei realized she'd saved Arya purely on instinct. Then she shouted, "Arya!" Just then, Arya looked ahead and saw Amanda kneeling beside her. She heard Amanda say, "Little sister." Then asked, "So, how does it feel? To go through what I did? How pitiful. Back then, you chose to abandon me and save yourself, didn't you? You left me behind, and I lost my head forever." Arya smiled, wondering what was so funny. She stood up and said, "Amanda, the real Amanda would never say something like that. You're nothing but an illusion born from my own weakness. Even so, I'm glad to see a familiar face." With that, she raised her sword, and continued, "Back then, I was too weak to save you. I'm sorry, but I'm going to change. I'll become much stronger, so please keep watching over me from above." Shinpei looked ahead in confusion and shouted, "Arya!" Fenri told her to jump onto his back. "We have to retreat before we're surrounded." But at that moment, Arya charged forward. She sliced the enemy before her into countless pieces. Panting heavily, she shouted for him to go on without her. "I can still fight." Just then, Inori said, "Stubbornness can be a virtue, but it means nothing if it gets you killed." The next moment, he pointed, Clip Nia, at Arya's injured arm, making her stare at him in surprise as Inori stepped forward over the demon's corpse and said, "For a vampire, blood is life itself. I didn't share a part of my blood with you just so you could waste it so foolishly. You need to value it." Arya stared at him in shock. "Inori, when did you?" He replied, "When you became so drunk on blood that you stopped watching your surroundings." With that, he drove his weapon into the demon's eye, then leaped aside and followed up with another strike, splitting the monster's head in two. Fenri exclaimed happily, "Master, you've arrived!" Arya cried out, "Inori." He landed beside her and said, "Unlike their outer shells, their weak points, like their eyes and joints, aren't protected by magic. If you'd realized that sooner, you wouldn't have exhausted yourself so badly, or lost your arm." Then he grabbed both her severed arm and her body. After that, he reattached the severed arm and said, "It won't heal as quickly as mine, so sit down and focus on recovering. You made a lot of mistakes, but the biggest one was choosing to stay, instead of abandoning this city. Have you really grown that attached to it?" She gave a faint smile and apologized, admitting she'd acted too hastily. Inori then added, "There's one thing you've overlooked. No matter how many of these bugs you kill, you still won't be able to save the city. There's something we need to check first." Arya looked at him in surprise. The next instant, several demons charged straight toward them, while Chris clasped her hands together with a cunning smile. At that very moment, Inori, carrying Arya in his arms, leaped up from the ground behind them. Chris pointed ahead and said, "That's the one responsible for sending the demons to attack." She turned around in shock. Inori told her to stay still because she had a few questions to answer. He bound her body with Gleipnir, making her cry out in surprise. Just then, Shinpei looked up at the cliff. Shinpei thought that almost no spirits were left, and she couldn't be completely certain, but they had captured someone. The protagonist looked at the captive and asked, "Chris Kamza, right?" She gritted her teeth in anger, and he added, "Your abilities gave you away." Arya stared at her in shock. "Her? But how can this girl control them?" He explained that she possessed the ability to control magical beasts. Regin had been repeatedly attacked by escaped demons, and every time, the Holy Knights led by Raven managed to drive them back. He was hailed as a hero, and both the church and Regine became famous, eventually turning into a holy site where Holy Knights, like his master, came to prove themselves. Was it really just a lucky coincidence for the church? Or was this girl simply working hand in hand with them? Chris smiled and remarked, "You know quite a lot." "That's right, but not everything." He crouched down and said, "There are people I can question, but whatever I can't learn from them, I'll pry out of you myself." Then he activated the hypnosis in his left eye. She laughed maniacally and shouted, "A magic circle! What a surprise!" She immediately created a magic circle around herself, and summoned several demons. The protagonist leaped to the side, gritting his teeth as he thought, "Mental interference doesn't work?" She smirked and said, "That's right. They orchestrated this entire operation. I did everything that man told me to do, but I'm done being his fool. I'm never working with that bastard again." The protagonist asked, "That bastard? Someone from the church?" The next instant, a demon lunged at them. Arya shouted, "Watch out!" The protagonist fired Gleipnir at the demons, then drove his weapon into one of their bodies and sliced it into countless pieces. He grinned and shouted, "Is that all you know how to do? Out of tricks already?" Arya yelled, Inori, above you. At that very moment, a demon opened its jaws directly above him. Chris burst into laughter and shouted, "Didn't you order minced meat?" But the very next second, a blade pierced straight through the demon's body, followed by the protagonist himself, splitting the monster in half. He then licked his finger and said, "The blood isn't very good. It tastes too metallic." The next instant, Chris ground her teeth in fury and shouted, "What the hell is he doing? Stop getting in our way. I don't have time to deal with some upstart like you." He wiped his mouth and said, she'd rather cripple her own arm than stay bound by those threads. Shinpei looked ahead in shock and thought, all of the demons. At once? Arya shouted, "The demons are heading for the city." The protagonist smiled to himself and thought, so she ran to them for help? She's finally realizing who's really in control here. Chris shouted, "Shut up. I'm talking to Arya." Arya cried out in shock. "The city?" Then she turned toward Chris and shouted, "You sacrificed the guards and sent the demons toward the city?" Chris laughed hysterically and replied, "Too bad. Even if I die now, nothing can stop them." The protagonist said he had hoped defeating the leader would end everything, but seeing her resist his hypnosis, he realized he had underestimated her. Meanwhile, the demons kept advancing, and Chris screamed like a madwoman, "Go, go, my family. Do whatever your heart's desire." The next moment, the girl clutched her face and cried, "Chris's little sister, destroy those who called us children of demons, along with their city. Destroy the church that toyed with our lives. Destroy those who deceived and exploited us. Destroy every last one of them." At that moment, Chris began struggling against the binding threads, but they tore into her flesh as she screamed. "Nothing can stop those giant monsters now. Advance. Devour everything in your path." She burst into hysterical laughter, while Arya gritted her teeth. "This is bad." The protagonist said, "Wait, Arya. Personally, I don't care what happens to that city, but I'll take responsibility for underestimating her." Arya looked at him in confusion. The next moment, the rain clouds parted as rays of sunlight broke through. The protagonist said, "Hey, Arya, do you know why raindrops don't tear through our skin? When they fall, it's because of the atmosphere and the drag it creates." He pointed ahead and continued, "The dense atmosphere bleeds away almost all of the energy the raindrops gain. But the objects under my control don't interact with the atmosphere, so naturally they aren't affected by drag. The atmosphere can't slow them down, and unlike raindrops, they can accelerate to unimaginable speeds." Then I realized that black wind connects to the same space as my shadow, yet it can remain suspended in midair. Now imagine the objects I control leaving my shadow and falling into black wind, then emerging from my shadow again, only to fall back into black wind. The small stones kept flying back and forth through the sky for 7 minutes and 28 seconds. Arya looked up in bewilderment, and the protagonist continued, "From there, it's simple. I just cut off black wind at the right moment. And boom. The next instant, blazing rocks slammed straight into the demons, triggering a devastating explosion. Arya threw up an arm to shield herself and screamed, while the protagonist smiled and said, something like that. The next moment, Chris stared in disbelief, as everyone gazed at the enormous craters spread across the ground before them. She gasped, "What? Are you kidding me?" The protagonist smiled and said, "Put simply, I just threw a few rocks at them." Of course, their destructive power was on a completely different level, powerful enough to wipe out an entire army. At that moment, Arya gasped, and Fenri emerged from her shadow. She turned around in surprise and shouted, "Fenri, are you okay?" Just then, Shinpei landed on Fenri's head and asked, "Aren't you going to worry about me too?" Fenri added, "If it weren't for Master's shadow, things would have turned out much worse. So this is how terrifying his new power really is. But to cover such a massive area." Then the protagonist grabbed Chris by the face and used hypnosis. He spoke, and this time it worked. No matter what, she had finally submitted. Arya wondered if Chris had willingly allowed him to enter her mind. But why? She looked at her severed arm, then turned to the protagonist and shouted, "Inori, aren't you going to ask why she attacked?" He looked at her, then closed his eyes and said he'd focus on the things that mattered most, not insignificant details. She asked, "Don't you want to know what happened to her?" He sighed and said, "You were almost killed, and you're worried about. Never mind. Anyway, I have a few questions of my own. She has some very interesting abilities." Then he looked at Chris and told her to explain who she was. She replied, "All right, I had a younger sister, kind and unbelievably innocent. I dreamed of living a peaceful, happy life with her, but that dream never came true. All because of my dark magic, the proof of an impure soul. Everyone turned their backs on us. Even so, The church welcomed us warmly. They let us experience once again the taste of hot food we had long forgotten. I got to see my little sister smile happily after finally eating her fill. I wished that day would never end. But about a month after we arrived at the shelter, he appeared. He toyed with me and tormented me relentlessly. I never understood why, but in the end, I didn't really care. After all, we had nowhere else to go. In the end, I couldn't do anything to help my little sister. As time passed, nothing changed. If anything, everything only got worse. One day, Raven grabbed me by the throat and asked, "Do you want to keep living here?" In the present, she lowered her head and said. His words and actions only became more cruel, and I had less and less time to spend with my sister. But at least, she was still safe. She closed her eyes. The protagonist crouched beside her and asked, "Who is he?" "The man who became Regine's hero. Raven Vershon." Arya looked at her in shock, and the protagonist thought, Raven? The hero? The boss of the instructor I met at the church? Chris continued. From then on, I did everything I was told and kept training my dark magic. I had very little strength, but every single day, I pushed myself until I collapsed from exhaustion. I created demonic creatures to devour the demons that Raven brought back. I worked with those summoned creatures for an entire year. Sometimes they were deliberately sent to surround the city and were called escaped demons. An entire demon army was then defeated by Raven and his squad before the eyes of the whole city. Every creature was wiped out, and countless people died. That's when I finally realized why I was really doing all of this. Raven earned the title of hero, while I was locked away to create demons, unable to see my little sister. But maybe that was for the best. I had become responsible for so many deaths, and I was terrified to imagine how she would react to the person I had become. The only way I was allowed to contact my sister was through letters. Whenever I read her letters, she wrote that the church had recognized my magical talent and that they were proud of me. At that moment, tears began streaming down her face. Arya asked, "Where is your sister now?" She replied, "She's dead. Not only did she die, that man was the one who told me she was gone. He said my soul had been corrupted because I created demons. As for my little sister, she was used as a plaything inside the church to atone for my sins. They told me it was punishment, because I had used dark magic. In the end, she couldn't endure it anymore and died. But they threatened me that if I ever stopped obeying, I would suffer the same fate. The question is, how did everything end up like this? Was it simply because I was born with dark magic? Because no one in the city would accept us? Or because we chose to stay in that church? At some point, something inside me broke. Then a demon approached and knelt before me. It told me that I was just like him. We were the perfect match. The demon's name was Neon, and he was imprisoned in the same cage as me. Then he asked, "Do you want power?" I chose to escape my prison and made a pact with him, becoming a demon to take revenge on that man. But you stopped both me and my army, and now I don't know what to do anymore. The protagonist asked, "Who exactly is this man?" She replied, "A demon. That's all I know." The protagonist looked away and thought, this doesn't sound like something the Demon King would do. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Then one last question. You abandoned your humanity to carry out your revenge, yet you still failed. We only got in your way by chance. Your entire life has been one miserable failure. Don't you think you've suffered enough?" With that, he gripped his sword, stood up, and walked toward Chris. Arya shouted, "Inori." She begged him to stop. He replied, "I'm not talking to you. I'll say it one more time. Revenge is enough. Don't you think you've suffered enough?" Arya bit her lip and cried out, "Inori, the church was the one using her. Does she really deserve to die?" She reached out her hand and continued, "She can't hurt anyone anymore." He closed his eyes and answered, "No, it's pointless. You can see it yourself. My hypnosis no longer works on her, and she doesn't respond to my questions anymore. She's completely lost the will to live. No matter how hard you try to understand her, her ending will never change." The next moment, he swung his sword, and just then, the protagonist heard a voice in his head. "You have reached level 15. He froze in surprise. The voice continued, "Your vampire rank has been promoted from Baron to Viscount." The next instant, he began losing consciousness and thought, "Oh no, my head is spinning." He started to collapse, and Arya rushed toward him in panic, shouting, "Inori!" Sometime later, the goddess leaned over the protagonist, smiled, and asked, "You're finally awake? It's been a long time since we last met." He looked at her in confusion, sat up, and asked, "What? It's you?" He had feared that the goddess of this world had finally caught him. She asked, "The goddess of this world?" The very next second, he punched her hard in the stomach, making her grimace in pain before she shouted, "You actually hit a girl. And a goddess at that?" He replied, "Well, I believe in true equality, and I still haven't forgotten about the idiot you sent to tail me. He was a constant pain." She smiled and asked, "Did something like that really happen?" He sighed and replied, "You wouldn't believe it." Then he looked to the side and asked, "Is this the place where I was first summoned?" She answered, "That's right, and you're the only person who's come back here this many times." He asked, "Why now?" She replied, "What do you mean, why? Didn't you hear the announcement? You've been promoted to Viscount." He asked, "Viscount? Are you talking about the voice I heard in my head?" She explained, "Your powers come from many different worlds, but in this world, your vampire rank can't evolve on its own, so I have to manually upgrade it whenever you reach a certain level. You should be thanking me." He crossed his arms and said, "Seriously, don't you have anything better to do, goddess?" She shouted, "Absolutely not." Then she channeled energy from her hand into his head. He asked, "Anyway, why did you summon me here?" She replied, "Didn't you notice your level suddenly increased? If I didn't manually adjust your growth, it'd become much harder later on. So, what exactly have you accomplished?" He closed his eyes and thought, "I wiped out an entire army with a meteor strike. That must be why." She then cheerfully said, "Everything's ready. I don't know what new abilities you may have gained, so good luck figuring them out yourself." He thanked her, and she added, "One last thing. Let me give you a piece of advice. The goddess of that world is a little unusual." "She is?" He looked at her in surprise. Sometime later, Arya rested the hero's head on her lap, placed a hand on his head, and said, "You really scared me. What's wrong with him, Fenry?" Fenry walked over and replied, "Master is unconscious, but he'll be fine. We're lucky that Master's compulsion still hasn't worn off on this girl." He wondered whether they could stop her if she woke up. Keeping her alive was extremely dangerous. Arya silently looked at the girl, then lowered her gaze, thinking she'd let her emotions get the better of her, and asked for something she wasn't ready to deal with. What should she do now? Just then, she heard Zenoa's voice, saying, "Trying to reason with her is pointless." She quickly turned around and said, "So it was you." At that moment, Inori suddenly sat up, grabbed his weapon, and asked, "Old man, why are you here?" Arya exclaimed in surprise. "Inori!" The protagonist said he woke up because he sensed a surge of magic, caused by Zenoa's arrival. Zenoa said, "Sorry about that. What else was I supposed to do?" Inori asked. "But seriously, why are you here?" Zenoa looked away, and said, "Take a look at what you've done." He asked, "The noise and tremors have already reached the city. I wouldn't be surprised if, by dawn, someone comes here to investigate what happened." Inori replied, All right. I may have gone a little overboard." Then Zenoa said, "I can put everything back the way it was. Would you like me to?" Inori looked at him and asked, "What do you mean?" Zenoa looked back and replied, "I can restore everything to its original state. I mean that, quite literally, everything." Inori asked again. Zenoa replied, "You're this young, and your hearing's already failing? I'll restore this entire area to the way it was, so the townspeople don't lose their minds when they see this." Inori asked, "How, and how much is this going to cost me?" "That sounds like a pretty big favor." Zenoa closed his eyes and told him not to worry. Then he walked over to Arya, pointed at her, and said, "I just want to speak with her in private." A moment later, he looked at the massive craters, and said, "I'm not even sure if I can pull this off." He sat down on the ground, and added, "It's been a long time since I've had the chance to do something this serious, especially in front of such a young lady. That's a rare occasion." Arya looked at him and remembered how Inori had warned her to stay on guard around this old man. It probably wouldn't help much, but she still had to remain cautious. Then Inori said he'd take the girl home first. If the old man couldn't restore everything, he'd pin all the blame on her and hand her over to the church. As for who this old man really was, he told Arya to ask him herself. It'll be faster that way. Arya wondered who he really was. Then Zenoa said, "All right, we'll talk later." The next moment, he used magic to spin the stones suspended in the air. Arya stared ahead in amazement. Her hair whipped wildly in the wind as she cried, "What is this?" He said, "My apologies if I messed up your hair." The boulders spun even faster within the raging vortex, and enormous rocks filled the massive craters. Then, he stood up and thanked Arya for waiting. "But first, I wanted to change the scenery a little. Standing in the middle of an empty wasteland just felt a little strange. I've restored everything, except for the demons and the damage they caused. I hope you'll be satisfied." Arya looked at the restored landscape and said, "Inori, this can't be real." She turned to Zenoa and said, "These powers are incredible. Who Are you really? A little later, they stopped in the forest, and Arya asked, the former Demon King? Inori replied, you could also call him the current Demon King. Everyone just believes the old one is dead. Really? If I don't believe you, can you prove it? He turned to her and asked, would you like me to? She replied, no. The power I just witnessed is proof enough. Then he pointed to a nearby log, and said, I see. Good. I'm sorry I have nothing to offer you except a log, but please, have a seat so we can talk. She bowed politely and asked for permission to sit. He replied, go ahead. You don't have to be so nervous. Still, considering his past, that was only natural. He was the one at fault. Even after 600 years, his sins had never been erased. She sat beside him, placed her hands on her knees, and said, this has become nothing more than a children's fairy tale about an evil demon king. She quickly apologized in embarrassment, but he replied, it's all right. Everything you said is true, but forgive me for asking. Where are you from? The way you're holding your skirt with both hands is a custom of the northwestern nobility. Are you traveling? Then why? Won't you tell me where you really come from? Yet you're traveling with him. She lowered her head and thought, I said too much. I can't let my guard down. She began. But he interrupted. No, I should be the one apologizing. I shouldn't be prying into things that aren't my business. It's a bad habit of mine. I just can't believe he would willingly travel with someone, so I couldn't help wondering who you are. Their eyes met, and she said, there's one thing I know for certain. I am Lord Inori's subordinate, he asked. A subordinate? She replied. Lord Inori offered me a choice. When I was on the brink of death, either accept death, or choose to live, no matter the cost. Xenoa stepped closer and exclaimed in surprise, he actually offered you something like that? She nodded nervously. Yes. Then she continued describing what happened afterward. It's hard to put into words. He became my savior and gave me freedom, yet he also became the chains that bind me. At times he seems vulnerable, and the next moment he displays overwhelming strength. I don't even know how to describe this feeling. Perhaps I belong to him. Before she could finish, Xenoa said, that's enough. You don't have to force yourself to put it into words. There could be many different answers. Don't rush to a conclusion, and I'm sorry for asking such a question. She looked surprised. It's all right. Her face flushed with embarrassment, while Xenoa closed his eyes and said, I understand. So that's how you feel, she asked. How I feel. He opened his eyes and said, that's where you and he are completely different. You don't. Think about what's going on inside his mind. He suspected that she hadn't even caught a glimpse of his true nature. She asked, his true nature? Xenoa looked at her and said, he would threaten to destroy this world and oppose anything that stands in his way as long as it lives. He will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of his potential and become complete. She stared at him in shock and asked again. He said he was concerned about her and couldn't help imagining what her future would become. Deep within his subconscious, he is drawn to the possibility that you might one day be the one to kill him. She asked in disbelief. I'll kill him? I don't understand. Xenoa said, that's simply one possible future, and he's fully aware of it. She replied, even if I tried to sneak up on him during the day, I doubt I could ever succeed, even if I were ordered to. He chuckled and said, I'd like to see that. Still, you should think about it. Then he lit a cigar and said, youth is meant to be tormented by doubt. She asked, so I really can stand beside someone with that kind of power? Compared to him, I feel so insignificant. I don't even know whether I'll ever escape being just his subordinate. He stepped closer and said, listen to me. No matter how important a place he holds in your heart, or how important a master he is to you, he's still just a kid. Then, he exhaled a cloud of smoke, and continued, until very recently, he was a helpless child clinging to his mother's breast. He grew up well-fed, surrounded by warmth and comfort, learning knowledge that others had approved in a school built by someone else. He even obtained his abilities after arriving in this world. He still hasn't created anything that can truly be called his own. Deep down, he probably knows that himself. That's why he's always searching for someone who can push him beyond his own limits, so that one day, he can become the perfect version of himself. And the same applies to you. After all, you've never had a job or earned your own living, have you? You've always had everything provided for you. She recalled her past and quietly admitted it was true. He continued, for example, back in my day, nobody liked me. She looked surprised. Really? He replied, yep, that's right. Anyway, to put it simply, there's no reason to be intimidated by or afraid of that kid. If there's something you want to tell him, Say it to his face. It doesn't matter whether you're his subordinate or not. You need to tell him what you're really thinking. He clenched his fist and said, you should be the one to make the first move and become the enemy he's always wished for. He'd like that even more. That's just the kind of person he is. She thoughtfully asked, what if I stand against him? How would he react? Would he reject me? Aren't we supposed to help each other? He looked at her and said, I wouldn't mind. Then he stood up and walked away, adding, a life where everything always goes according to plan is boring. Do what you truly want. That's all. Good luck with Inori. She watched him leave and thought, he was praising Inori while scolding him like a father at the same time. She still couldn't bring herself to fight Inori, but at the very least, she could stand beside him as an equal. Meanwhile, the protagonist used his ability to survey the area and thought, wow, he really restored everything. And the land and even the vegetation untouched by the insects were fully restored. He can even restore living things? Seriously. Well, I guess that's why he's the Demon King. Just then, Arya entered the room and said she was back. She apologized for being gone so long. He replied, it's fine. Then she called out to him and said, I want to talk about the way you treat me. He asked, have I done something? I want to stand beside you as your equal. Then she continued, in that case, I have a proposal. Meanwhile, back at the church, Raven declared, congratulations on passing your final trial. You have endured countless hardships and proven the strength of your faith. You are the ones chosen by God for the prosperity of the church. Fauna stood before the church's 3 senior priests, and Raven looked at them, asking if they were prepared to surrender ownership of their own bodies. He extended his hand and continued, you will become the shields, called upon to protect humanity from demons. The girl standing beside Fauna answered, yes, I'm ready to become a shield in the name of God. Raven then asked, if they were all prepared to sacrifice yourselves for the sake of the church's followers? Another girl replied, yes. I will save everyone in the name of God. The next moment, he raised his hand and shouted, excellent! Your resolve proves that you are worthy of serving the church. From this day forward, we will strive together toward a common goal. We congratulate and warmly welcome you all. The next moment, several church attendants shut the doors. Fauna heard the noise and wondered if it was the doors closing. Then she noticed a strange force binding the girl beside her and shouted, Commander Raven, something's wrong. She suddenly leaped into the air, dodging an attack from one of the church attendants empowered by magic. The man exclaimed. She saw through it that quickly. At that moment, Fiona hovered above him and thought, a binding spell? Why? No. I'll deal with that later. She drew her weapon and declared, Holy Hammer, Onris. The next instant, she shouted, what is the meaning of this? The men looked at her in confusion, and she swung her hammer at them, but they raised a barrier in front of her. The man said, this is a blessing granted by the church in God's name. That's how it is, you fanatic. A crystal sat at the center of the barrier. It suddenly cracked, and the crystal in Raven's hand transformed into a staff. He shouted, you will accept this humbly with your own body. She cried out in shock. Commander! The next moment, he struck her with his weapon, saying, in the name of the church. A second later, she coughed up blood and was hurled into the wall, leaving it cracked. He remarked, unbelievable. You didn't even lose consciousness from that. Supporting herself with one hand while kneeling, she asked, is this also part of the trial? He replied, I'd like to believe it is, but of course not. At that moment, she gripped her weapon and charged at him, but Raven blocked the attack, and she thought, every strike I make. Then she suddenly turned around in shock, realizing that the girls who had just been enchanted were now surrounded by the men. She shouted, stop, don't you dare lay a hand on them. Raven said, no matter what happens, never take your eyes off your opponent. The next instant, his weapon transformed into chains that tightly bound Fauna's body. Holding the chains in his hand, he asked, do you remember what you were taught here? Then he slammed her to the floor and continued, this is their first chance, and to prove themselves before God. They should be grateful. The next moment, he approached the girls and assaulted them. Sometime later, Fiona, chained to the wall, opened her eyes. Raven stood before her and asked, you're awake? There's no need to worry. Your body is still untouched. The next moment, he threw the exhausted girl onto the ground and said, she's no longer of any use. Take her away. His subordinates replied, yes, sir. Then he added, I've been waiting for you to wake up, so I could hear your screams. He held out in his hand and invited her to devote herself to the church with him. Meanwhile, the abuse continued behind him. Fiona gritted her teeth and shouted, what are you doing? What are you doing, Commander Raven? This is unforgivable. You're a holy knight. God would never forgive something like this. He replied, That's right, you fanatic. This truly is unforgivable. Then he removed the mask covering his face and continued, Completely unforgivable. Tears streamed down his face as he said, If there really is a God, then... Fiona gasped. Your mask. She asked, Why do you think that? He wondered why God had never punished him. She still sincerely believed in humanity, and he could only envy that. He had once been a devout believer, just like her, fighting alongside his fellow holy knights, to protect the people. Those were difficult times, but he believed God had seen his devotion, even though, deep down inside, he knew that wasn't true. Something was missing. Then one day, he was invited to that gathering for the first time. At first, he wanted to kill everyone involved, but he didn't. The innocent girl left herself completely at his mercy. Zuch an blasphemous act clouded his mind. His heart longed for a reward for all his years of devotion, and after indulging those hidden desires, he stood before her broken body. That was when he realized. This was it. All the years he had spent serving God couldn't compare to the pleasure of that single sin. From that day on, everything changed. He played the role of a hero before the townspeople. The church's congregation continued to grow, while his hunt for young women never stopped. This was the true betrayal of God, built on lies and greed. Now, surely God must punish him. He raised his hand and shouted, God, if you truly exist, then I beg you, punish me. I'm no longer the saint I once was. I can clearly see what I've become, or perhaps I was never on your side to begin with. Just then, the devout girl declared, You're wrong, and he whirled around. He told her, God alone will decide that. Do you think he would allow one of his faithful to be exploited? Well, I guess we'll find out. At that moment, the protagonist said, What twisted logic? Several demons advanced, and Raven looked around. In confusion before shouting, What is this? The demons seized several people, and the protagonist said, To the God you worship, whether you're a sinner or not probably doesn't matter. Raven looked at the protagonist and cried out in shock, Lord Inori? He replied, But they don't care. The devout girl stared at him in surprise and shouted, Inori, Raven demanded, Why are you here? And why are you with demons? The church's followers shouted, Why are there demons inside the church? The protagonist placed a hand on his hip and ordered, Don't let any of them escape. The next moment, the demons subdued the church's followers, leaving the devout girl staring in shock. Then, Raven asked, Those are your demons? Have you possessed dark magic all this time? Inori replied, No, I'm only borrowing their power. Raven demanded to know from whom. The devout girl asked, Inori, what does all of this mean? Why are the escaped demons suddenly here? He answered, The church was the one that raised these demons, so I'm simply bringing them home. Nothing strange about that, is there? That girl hated what the church forced her to do. Raven said, Chris sent you here? We saved her life, and this is how she repays our kindness? What a traitor. And since you agreed to help her, you're no better than she is. The next instant, the crystal, in his hand, transformed back into a staff. The protagonist asked, Are you angry? Sorry for interrupting your little hobby. Raven charged forward and shouted, No, I sincerely regret having to strike down a friend. The devout girl cried out, Inori, run! Raven attacked, but the protagonist swiftly leaped aside and laughed. Wow. You should listen to her. For a hero of this city. Raven roared back, Excellent réflexe. But how long do you plan to fight me? Without even drawing your sword? The protagonist rushed forward and said, I bought this sword, especially for my master. I don't want to break it against a magical weapon. Then he grabbed his opponent's staff and said, Besides, this weapon is nothing compared to Agina's sword. The next instant, Raven's weapon reverted to its crystal form, and he said, Unbelievable. I had no idea you were this strong. The protagonist waved his hand and said, Yeah, I can hide within the shadows, but you've misunderstood one thing. Chris didn't send me here, Raven asked. Then why? He replied, I still have some unfinished business. Raven smiled. Interesting. The next moment, the protagonist summoned a shadow, and a crystal emerged from within it. Raven gasped in shock. That's it. The protagonist smiled and said, This is why I came. The Holy Light Stone. It's installed during the construction of every temple. Raven stared in disbelief. Where did you get that? He replied, Simple. Thanks to your little gathering, every church guard was drawn here. Raven said, I was worried. But you were right. Sure, it could be sold for a decent price, but it doesn't possess any special properties. I don't believe you came all this way just to steal that stone. Then the protagonist said, I have the ability to appraise objects, and according to what I discovered, God observes humanity through these stones. The stone itself has no power, but whenever it senses someone's prayer nearby, it can become God's eyes. I've been using my control ability to block it, but one day it activated, and God immediately tried to kill me. I stole it, so God would instantly understand my intentions. Raven asked, So God really exists? He watches over humanity, and out of everyone, he found you and tried to kill you? The protagonist replied, Something like that. Raven looked away, and asked, Does God see you as a heretic? Like, kill him immediately? Then Raven lowered his head and said, I admit there's something about you that could be considered heretical. The protagonist added, Well, heretic isn't exactly the right word. I'm more like a thorn in his side. Raven said, Then all the more reason for you to explain this to me. The protagonist asked, Explain what? It all depends on how you choose to see it. Raven replied, If God is watching us, and if God is the one who decides who lives and dies, then why did he try to kill you instead of me? Meanwhile, the demons continued overwhelming the church's followers, and the protagonist said, It's simple. God doesn't care about humanity. The devout girl stared at him in shock. He asked, Do you understand now why I'm here? Raven trembled, raised a hand to his mask, and laughed. How terrifying. But now I want to try something. He grabbed the crystal and charged forward, asking, Does God care about me? If I offer him your head, will he finally notice me? The protagonist chuckled, laughing softly, and said, I was starting to worry tonight would be boring. Now that's a different story. I get it. The next instant, a chain wrapped around his arm, and Raven clicked his tongue in irritation as the devout girl shouted, Inori! He let Raven grab him on purpose. Raven said, You repelled every attack I threw at you before, but this time I'm using the holy execution weapon. At that moment, the protagonist appeared as the statue's doors swung open, revealing rows of razor-sharp spikes. Raven raised his hand to his mask again and said, My God, you have granted me this. Then he clenched his fist, and the statue's doors slammed shut, trapping the protagonist inside. The devout girl screamed in terror, Inori. Moments later, blood began to flow from the statue's eyes. She continued calling the protagonist's name, while Raven walked toward her, and said, He'll never hear your voice again. He took another step and said, Farewell, my foolish friend. The next instant, a tremendous surge of energy burst from the statue, shattering it into countless pieces. Raven turned around in shock, and the battered protagonist said, That wasn't bad either. He laughed wildly as he grabbed the crystal, saying, Let me give you one piece of advice. He hurled it forward at Raven, shattering the chain that had bound the devout girl. The next moment, Raven collapsed to the ground, thinking, He's strong. I underestimated him. Since when had my vision become so blurred? Even the light, there will be no judgment or salvation for me. So this is the answer to my prayers. The next moment, the devout girl approached him. He said, Listen, to be honest, I never even laid a finger on you. Of course God would protect someone, so pure and untainted. I want you to take my place. You must find God in my stead. You're the only one worthy of it. I'm sure he'll answer your prayers. She knelt beside him and took the crystal from his hand. The protagonist asked, So, he's finally dead? Too bad. He was actually the only one here I could get along with. We had some pretty good drinks together. The devout girl looked at him and said, Inori, you have to answer me. Who are you? Inori replied in surprise, No one's ever asked me that before. What am I to you now, a thief who slaughtered the church's followers, or just a thorn in God's side? Fauna narrowed her eyes, recalling an earlier conversation. She had once asked him if he disliked their training. Inori replied that she was wasting her time on him. Fauna answered, It's fine. I can train you for the rest of my life, until you become even stronger. She really had placed so much faith in him. Now she let out a sigh and said, I guess you were right. Training you was pointless. The protagonist spoke honestly, I don't really care. I only kept going because I was curious to see where all of this would lead. First of all, our values and beliefs aren't just incompatible. They completely contradict each other. I come from a different world, one completely unlike yours. That's why your God took notice of me. In return, I came here to destroy the church and eliminate God's greatest tool. That's why I killed everyone I believed needed to die. Because right now, nothing matters more than defeating your God. Throughout his entire explanation, Fauna stood motionless, listening with her lips slightly parted. The protagonist continued, Even so, I don't mind. playing along with your little teacher and student act. His eyes gleamed as he said, but it's time to bring this to an end. Fauna nodded. Yes, it's time to end this. I thought I'd never be able to reach the real you, but now, I'm finally starting to understand you. And your journey has only just begun. She reached out her hand and asked, will you tell me? She gently placed her palm against the protagonist's cheek, and continued, who you really are. Inori returned to his human form and said, that's enough. It's time for me to go back. He started running. And, Fauna called out loudly, Kiri, wait. He turned back and said, Inori, you can call me that whenever we're alone. Fauna gazed at him, and he continued, the trainees who came with you are still alive. That was news to me as well. It turns out those demons only react to movement. They never even considered telling those poor sinners the details of their plan. He climbed out of the pit and said, we'll meet again, master. Fauna watched him leave and whispered, Inori. Suddenly, everything around her began to crack apart, and she looked around in alarm. The monsters started attacking, and Fauna began leading the girls out of the building. People in the streets were screaming in panic. Where did these demons come from? Why are they inside the church? Where's Commander Raven? Fauna froze as she stared at the terrifying creature before her. Suddenly, Arya appeared in front of her and slashed the monster across its body. She said, I knew you'd be all right, but I'm still glad to see you're alive, Fauna. Fauna gasped. Arya turned around and ordered her, stay back. They're dangerous even without their heads. Help the injured and get everyone out of here. Please. She swung her sword and attacked with incredible speed. Arya shouted, leave them to me. Fauna replied, no, thank you for saving me. Just then, an arrow flew in from behind and pierced the monster's body, drawing Fauna's attention. An archer shouted, follow the black rose. The others shouted in agreement, yes. Arya ordered the guild to follow her and lure all the demons toward them. She instructed them to make sure the survivors could escape. Everyone shouted, yes. The monsters began attacking the knights, while everyone else rushed to rescue the wounded. Watching from a window, the protagonist thought, I've got an idea. A little while earlier, Arya entered the room and said, answer me. Have you been planning to attack the church this entire time? Inori replied, yeah. So what? Arya answered that she was surprised he had come to help them. Unlike her, he always seemed indifferent to the city's fate. At first, she had even been happy to see him, but he could have avoided fighting Fenrir if he hadn't intruded into its territory. He stopped the coup, not to save the kingdom, but to provoke Commander Aizen and challenge her. The same was true with Chris. He didn't have to wipe out all of her demons. For some reason, he was always searching for a worthy opponent. Inori silently looked at her, and she continued, you don't care about the people who might be caught in the fighting. Saving them never even crosses your mind. Right now, all you care about are the demons, their king, and your desire to fight the gods. Inori turned back and asked, now that you know everything, do you still want to help me? Arya replied, the church isn't a joke, but there are good people there too, including Fauna. I want to save her, but I don't want innocent civilians to die. I have enough influence to bring the guild into the church investigation. With their numbers and authority, they'll be able to hide the fact that you were the mastermind, and there'll be no need to hypnotize witnesses or even kill them. Far fewer people will suffer. She held out her hand and said, but on one condition, let me take care of this girl, is that all right? Inori waved his hand and said, do whatever you want. I don't care. She's already lost the will to live. Arya said, I know this is selfish, but I want to try. Even if you don't agree with me. Back in the present, Inori watched the church tower collapse, remembering Arya's words. I belong to you, but I still want to help those who are suffering. I'll continue helping you, but I'll do it in my own way. Now, Inori looked out the window and thought, well, no matter what, it doesn't affect my plan. The church's key figures have been eliminated, and the stones have been stolen. If she wants to keep trying that badly, that's fine. That's her problem. He watched the townspeople finish off the monsters, and said, it's over. Inori looked up at the sky and said, that's right. Congratulations on losing one of your eyes. Are you satisfied now? Your goddess will share the same fate. Sometime later, in the forest, Arya said, it's all over now. Chris sat beside a tree with her knees pulled to her chest. Arya looked around and said, Raven and the people from the church. They're all gone. Chris kept her head down in silence. Arya sat beside her and said, I had a younger sister too, but she died. Chris turned to look at Arya, who smiled and continued, she was such a sweet girl. She always tugged on the hem of my dress, and brushing her silky hair always brought me joy. The two of you even have a few things in common. Neither of you was honest with yourselves, but we had the chance to make peace before she passed away. Chris listened quietly without saying a word. Arya stood up and said, "All right, what does all of that have to do with you? What I'm trying to say is, you're free now." She handed Chris a piece of paper and said, "I've found the place where your sister is buried. Go visit her, because I never had the chance to visit my own sister." Chris watched Arya walk away. Then, after a moment of hesitation, she stood up. Sometime later, voices echoed throughout the city. "There's more news. Another demon escaped? They say Commander Raven was attacked by one. What happened to him? How did the demons get inside the church? Were they raising them in there like rats or something?" The townspeople gathered in the tavern, talking about how it was the guild members who had stopped the attack instead of the church. After clearing away the rubble, they discovered that someone had secretly entered the church cemetery and dug up a grave. Someone suddenly shouted, "Who in the world digs up a grave?" It's one mystery after another. Everyone was terrified as they imagined what might happen to their town next. Meanwhile, Chris sat alone in the cemetery, holding a skull in her hands. She embraced it, remembering how she used to hold her sister. She thought, "It's so cold. So terribly cold. I wish we could have found a place without winter or hunger when we grew up. I'm sure we would have found it someday. But now, this is enough for us." Chris wondered if it was really her sister's voice. The cold doesn't matter when someone is there to keep you warm. I warmed you, and you warmed me. We were always warm together. Chris hugged the skull tightly and wept, saying, "You really were such an idiot. My little sister. Such a fool." Just then, Arya asked, "Are we leaving now?" Inori replied, "Yeah. There's nothing left for us to do in this city." Then he asked in surprise, "Don't you like that? I thought you'd really settled in here. But the decision's already been made." Arya replied, "Everything's fine. I'm ready to leave too." Inori turned around and asked, "Finished already?" "Great." Arya asked, "So, where are we going now?" Inori replied, "I have no idea." Arya stared at him in confusion. "Sometimes you really surprise me." Sometime later, Chris rode atop a monster and said, "We'll find a place that's always warm." She looked into the distance and thought, "Far away. Somewhere far from here." Arya thought about all the new lands they would discover. A little later, the townspeople began talking. "The Black Rose is leaving the city?" One man said, "They say she's moving away." A young man, his eyes filled with tears, said, "I never even got the chance to say goodbye." A girl entered the room and shouted, "You fanatic! Here's your water and medicine." She looked at the open window, confused, and asked, "Where did she go?" A little later, a voice echoed through the house. "The freshly baked bread, your tea set, all the gifts, and everything else. I've safely stored them all inside the shadows, so we're ready to leave." Arya smiled and said, "That's incredibly convenient." Inori asked, "Well, shall we go?" She smiled and replied, "Yes." As they stepped outside, they suddenly heard people shouting, "Arya, are you really leaving the city? Who's going to protect us from the demons now?" One man crossed his arms and said, "That guy must have whispered something into her ear, or tricked her somehow." A young man reached out his hand and shouted, "Stay away from him. You don't need someone like that. Marry me instead." The protagonist picked up his bag and said, "We just finished packing, and somehow everyone already knows." The crowd happily shouted, "Arya!" She turned back with a gentle smile and waved. "I submitted my resignation to the guild this morning. Word sure spreads fast." Inori rolled his eyes and said, "Maybe if you didn't carry out every single guild request with so much dedication, you wouldn't end up in situations like this. You need to learn how to blend into the crowd." Arya replied, "Easy for you to say. The guild was my first job. I couldn't help giving it my all." The protagonist said, "You've really earned quite a nickname," and her eyes suddenly lit up. As they continued down the road, they suddenly spotted Fauna standing by the wall. She crossed her arms, leaned against it, and asked, "Were you really planning to leave without saying goodbye? I definitely didn't expect that." Arya replied in surprise, "Fauna, you've already been allowed out?" Fauna smiled and asked, "Why would they suddenly keep me confined? Thanks to you, my injuries weren't too severe." "So, where's Kiri?" Arya panicked. "What happened to him? Wasn't he just standing beside me?" By then, the protagonist had already climbed onto the bridge railing and lay down to avoid being noticed. Arya said, "He ran away. I figured as much." Fauna smirked and replied, "That's exactly like him. Kiri, no, Inori, hasn't changed at all." Arya looked at her in surprise and asked, "So you know?" Fauna looked up and replied, "A little." Arya, slightly embarrassed, said, "Please forgive us. Actually, my real name is Arya. I'm the former princess of the kingdom of the rising Sunday. Fauna's eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed, Ari, a princess? Arya blushed and hurriedly corrected her. Former princess. And don't shout it so loudly. Also, it's not Ari. It's Arya. Inori saved me and took me with him. I still know very little about him, but I don't mind traveling with him and uncovering his mysteries. Fauna smiled and said, I'm glad you like him. Arya blushed bright red and shouted, Why are you saying I like him? Fauna replied, Isn't it obvious? He's the one I chose. My instincts have never let me down. So please, stay by his side. Arya smiled and said, All right. Then she shouted, Inori! He jumped in surprise, and Fauna laughed as she said, Normally, I always catch him whenever he tries to run away. But today, I'll let him off this time. Inori clicked his tongue in annoyance, and, Fauna continued, Every lie he's ever told me, I'll forgive as his master. But if he ever lies to Arya, even once, I'll never forgive him. And the fact that he doesn't fear divine punishment doesn't mean he can ignore my words. If he ever hurts you, I'll personally come and punish him. After all, I'm his master. Fauna turned around and said, Arya, thank you for telling me your real name. Take good care of yourself. A little later, Fauna waved goodbye and thought, This city has changed. So much since they came here. They'll keep changing the world around them. For now, I have to say goodbye to them. But someday, a while later, birds rested beside the waterfall, as water thundered down the cliff. Suddenly, the spray was sliced apart by a razor-sharp blade, and Arya continued moving forward. I couldn't even escape the castle on my own. I couldn't stop the demons by myself, let alone defeat them. I didn't even notice the coup about to happen in the kingdom, or the church's dark side. I still have so much I need to improve about myself. But first, I need to figure out where to begin. Inori looked at her and asked, What's wrong? Did you decide to go for a swim? Arya looked at him and shyly exclaimed, Inori, I wasn't. The protagonist pointed at a wild boar and said, all right, suit yourself. Take a closer look at this. Arya asked, What is that? The protagonist replied, Looks like a pig. Or maybe a wild boar. I suddenly had the idea of roasting it without draining all its blood first, Arya said, but that's a demon. Ever since leaving Regen, they had wandered without a destination. A cave behind the waterfall had become their temporary shelter. To Arya, that wasn't much of a problem, because it turned their journey into the perfect excuse to train. The little Fenrir rested in Inori's shadow. After all, it was Arya's fault that it had exhausted all of its strength fighting the demons. Shinji's inner foodie had awakened, and she searched for new and unusual fruits every single day. Meanwhile, Arya looked at the stone in Inori's hand and asked, You found it already? Inori replied, At first, I hoped I could control it and see through the eyes of the gods the same way they watch me. But the moment I used magic, I was immediately cut off from them. Oh well, there will be other chances to figure out how to fight the gods. Arya thought to herself that Inori was still trying to become even stronger. She held out her hand and released holy flame. Inori asked, Magic? Why? Arya replied, I want to try purifying it with light magic. The protagonist repeated, Purify it? Arya answered, Demons are creatures of darkness, and they're harmful to humans. But if we can neutralize their attributes, maybe we can at least eat them properly. Inori asked, What's stopping you from eating it right now? You did that with the bug. Arya replied, I want to eat it properly and enjoy the taste. Inori answered, All right, I was just kidding. Actually, I'm more concerned that the demons around here don't seem particularly strong, even during the day. I was hoping to encounter stronger monsters, farther away from human settlements. Arya looked at him intently and asked, Have you ever considered that maybe it's not the monsters that are weak? Maybe you've just become too strong? Inori looked surprised, and Arya continued, Compared to the ones found in my homeland, or in Regen, these are much stronger, but they're born naturally. If you compare the demons from my country to the high-ranking demons summoned by Chris, the difference is enormous, and the way you defeated more than half of them at once just to gain experience, I doubt there's any demon left in the wild that can satisfy your desire to grow stronger. The protagonist thought for a moment before saying, Yeah. To gain experience, I have to keep fighting non-stop against stronger and stronger opponents. So that's the problem. Arya said, I wish I had problems like that. Still, feeling weak sometimes, and feeling like you're lacking something is perfectly normal. The protagonist thought for a moment. Opponents as fast and ferocious as Chris's demons. He seriously doubted he would find anything like them again so easily. He turned to Arya and asked, "Is your goal to become stronger than me, right?" Arya answered awkwardly, "Yes." The protagonist said, "So you can free yourself from serving me, to put it bluntly. So you can kill me?" Arya asked, "How did you even come to that conclusion?" Inori replied, "So, would you actually try to kill me?" Arya stared at him in surprise. A while later, the protagonist stood at a crossroads, looking around in confusion. A voice called out from beside him, "Inori, long time no see." The girl greeted him and asked, "How have you been? Doing well? How are your kids?" The protagonist nervously asked, "Who are you?" The girl replied, "What do you mean? I'm the goddess. I'm the goddess who granted you your power." Inori repeated, "The goddess? Then what's with this cosplay? More importantly, where exactly am I?" The goddess replied, "You're back in your homeland, Chiba, Japan." The protagonist asked, "Chiba? And why Chiba, especially when I'm not even from there?" The goddess replied, "Let's just say this. Adjusting your abilities had a much greater effect on your soul than I expected. So I sent you home for a little while, to let your soul settle down. At first, I thought any city would do, but Chiba sounded more fun than anywhere else." The protagonist asked, "So you just wanted to come to Chiba?" The goddess smiled in response, and, Inori said, "At least learn to come up with a believable excuse." Suddenly, the people nearby started taking out their phones and photographing the building's entrance. The protagonist turned around and asked, "What are they doing?" The goddess replied, "Oh, come on. It's not like they have anywhere else to be. Why not let them have a little fun?" Arya raised her hand and said, "No, no, no. This isn't cosplay." The people asked, "Is that really what she wears every day? She's so cute." Inori looked at her and asked, "Why are you here?" The goddess replied, "To hang out with you. Why not?" She handed him a card and told him to buy her a few outfits. "This is your beloved goddess's credit card. It has no spending limit. Just, please don't buy everything you see, okay? Have fun while you're here." The protagonist repeated, "A credit card? Seriously?" Then she vanished, and he asked, "Where did she go?" A little later, Arya smiled and thanked him for getting her out of there. Inori said, "I'd much rather let you shop for your own clothes, but that terrifying goddess insisted I come with you. Go have some fun," she said. "Honestly, I don't even want to go near her. She stands out way too much." Arya ran after him and shouted, "Why would you do that?" A little later, Arya struggled to fasten her bra. Covering herself, she asked, "Inori, how does this work?" He turned away and said, "You couldn't have asked a worse person. Do I look like a girl to you? Go ask the woman at the checkout counter. I have no idea." Just then, the store clerk said, "Certainly. Would you like help choosing the right size or fastening it? Please ask me anything you need." The clerk frowned and asked, "How old are you, and you still can't fasten it?" Arya stared at them in shock and cried out, "Nala? Amanda?" The two girls replied, "Yes?" One of them was Nala, and the other was Amanda. "That's right." A little later, the protagonist swiped the card and paid 29,800 yen. The cashier bowed and said, "Thank you very much. We look forward to serving you again." Inori looked at the card and said, "Using someone else's credit card this freely feels a little excessive." Arya smiled and said, "They looked exactly the same. I almost ran over and hugged them." The protagonist turned around and said, "Even their personalities are similar. It's almost as if their souls had been transferred from that world to this one." Suddenly, they realized Fenrir was nowhere to be seen, so they continued searching. And it thought, "Master." A little later, they stopped at a figurine shop. Arya said, "Your homeland really sells so many strange things. Some of these figures are unbelievably detailed." The protagonist interrupted her and said, "They're called figures." Arya pointed at a fairy and asked, "Then what about this one?" Her face was the spitting image of Shinji. The protagonist agreed, then noticed the figure's hand trembling. He said, "Wait, that's not just a look-alike. It's actually her." She kept eating as she said, "Thank you both so much. I was worried you wouldn't recognize me. You were so nice today you even treated me to food." Shinji replied, "That's because it was free." A masked waiter approached them and said, "May I help you?" Inori shouted, "Why are you here, and what's with the mask?" The waiter apologized and said, "It's part of the cafe's policy. There are infection prevention measures. As for your order, it was a gift from the table over there." Inori looked in that direction and shouted, "Where did these idiots come from?" A little later, people gathered around them and started taking pictures. Inori and Arya left the cafe and walked down the street. Shinji was lying on top of Arya's head while she ate an ice cream. They passed right by Fenrir again. It thought, Master. A little later, the protagonist complained, "That stupid goddess. It's already night. Why are we still here?" Arya smiled and said, "I loved everything, and I got to see your homeland. It just reminds me of my own home now." They stood on a rooftop, looking out over the city at night. Arya asked, "Are you really never coming back here?" The protagonist looked at her and replied, "Yeah, everything here is familiar, even the food, but it's just too peaceful." He stretched and said, "All right, forget about that, goddess. Let's go find something to eat." Arya replied, "I'd love to. Do you have anything in mind?" The protagonist said, "Since it's our last stop, let's eat at a 3-star restaurant." Arya asked, "A 3-star restaurant?" Inori interrupted her and said, "Don't hold back, spend as much as you want." Just then, a brilliant light appeared behind them, rapidly illuminating everything around them. The protagonist asked in confusion, "Wait, the goddess's realm?" Arya asked, "Why did it happen so suddenly?" The goddess appeared before them, collapsed onto the ground, and muttered, "Damn it, she told you not to go around buying everything in sight. Have you seen my credit card bill? I'm doomed." The protagonist replied, "Who was it that said there was no limit?" He turned around, and the goddess shouted, "What? You bought a 1964 classic car? Do you even know how much that costs?" Inori smiled and said, "I've always wanted to own something like this. Not that I even have a driver's license, but still." The goddess yelled, "I told you not to spend so much. I even told you not to buy everything you see. Were you even listening?" The protagonist smiled and said, "At least let her see how much fun I had. Right, Arya?" She smiled at him and added, "By the way, Your Grace, you still haven't explained why we were sent to Chiba in the first place." He replied, "That's right. You said something about his soul and, just then, a cardboard display, standing in the shopping mall, read, 'In collaboration with Siberia.'" Fenrir was still standing in the same spot, thinking, "Master." A little later, Inori asked, "So, will you try to kill me?" Arya looked at him in confusion and exclaimed, "Kill? You? What are you talking about?" The protagonist replied, "It's simple. We'll fight, but I won't kill you. You can fight however you want. There's no point in fighting if your opponent is holding back." He smirked and asked, "You want to become stronger than me, don't you?" Arya wondered how close she had come to his level. She wanted to know. "Yes, please fight me." Inori smiled and said, "Excellent. Fenrir, come here." Fenrir emerged from beneath the ground and asked, "You called for me, Master?" Inori said, "I want you and your pack to wipe out every dangerous monster in the area. I won't be pleased if they accidentally interfere with our battle." Fenrir replied, "It will be done. But, Master, do you two really have to fight each other?" Inori asked. "Weren't you also thinking about joining her? If deep down you want to kill me?" Fenrir shouted, "What?" Shinji cried out in panic, and Fenrir said he was merely expressing his humble opinion. "As your subordinate, I have no right to fight you. One defeat was more than enough for me." Shinji cried out in fear. "Is he actually serious?" Inori smirked and said, "Besides, the only one I haven't fought yet is Arya. Things are getting interesting. I wonder if she'll accept." Arya narrowed her eyes slightly and remained silent. Inori held out his hand and said, "All right, let's eat first. Then we'll discuss the rules of the match." His hand suddenly burst into flames, and he yelped in panic. Arya told him to put out the fire before reaching his hand out again. A little later, Arya said, "The battle will begin in 3 days, when the sun reaches its highest point. It doesn't matter where we are or what condition we're in." Fenrir added, "Until then, Master won't use tracking or clairvoyance, and he won't set any traps either." Shinji sat on a rock and said it was a good thing Inori wasn't using his authority to command his subordinates. Arya spoke up, "I didn't expect you to suggest fighting during the day. Of course, at night I can't even compare to your level, but I remember what you once told me. It was naive to assume you'd only ever be able to fight at night. My abilities during the daytime should be taken into account as well." After hearing that, Arya realized why he said it shouldn't count as a handicap. Fenrir said, "He's lying. It absolutely is a handicap. Obviously it is. Even at night, it's hard to call it a real fight." Shinji asked, "Isn't that a bit harsh? He didn't even use Black Wind. He just threw her aside and walked away. She could have even led him to these hot springs." Arya smiled and said, "Thank you, Shinji. Inori will be another obstacle." She replied, "Exactly." Then Fenrir asked, "But what comes next? Master said you have to kill him." Arya looked down, and Shinji asked, "What do you mean? What comes next?" "Go and kill him. And at the same time, You'll finally be set free. Don't you want your freedom too, little puppy? Fenrir snapped. Who are you calling a puppy? Arya thought about how Inori had saved her, and that to become truly free, she would have to surpass him. She recalled the memories they had shared and thought, but I gave up everything for this second chance. My homeland, my royal duties, everything. She sank beneath the water, then surfaced again, gritting her teeth as she thought, I gave up everything to be free. Inori wants a battle, doesn't he? She gripped the towel in her hand and thought, this is it, my chance to earn my freedom. She looked up and thought, even if the price is Inori's life, I have to follow my own will. She looked toward the sky and said, then I'll give him the battle he wants. It's frustrating that he's going easy on me. He's not the only one who's learned something. I'll show him everything I've learned on my own. 3 days later, just before dawn, Takafuji Inori, a demon and a vampire with an incredibly long list of skills, held the corpse of a monster in his hand. While looking over his status window, Inori thought he had accumulated countless abilities by stealing skills. As he reflected on it, he realized none of them were especially powerful, but he possessed a huge number of passive abilities, such as heat resistance and poison resistance. However, they wouldn't be of much use in the battle ahead. He needed unique abilities of his own. Inori bit into the monster's corpse and thought about abilities like blood drain, skill enhancement, demon eyes, and black magic legs. He had obtained them when the goddess dragged him through 8 different worlds, but along with those powers, he had also earned the hatred of the sun god. Because of that, during the daytime, his power was restricted. There's only one unique skill he obtained in this world. That might seem like his greatest weakness, and Arya wouldn't be entirely wrong. But if that's all she sees, then their fight can hardly be called a true battle. The battle against Chris's demons greatly increased both his level and his vampire title. Not only had his unique skills become stronger, he could now select up to 4 unique skills to use during the daytime. However, the selection could only be made at dawn. He had to lock in his chosen skills at that moment. The sun god's hatred activated. The first choice would be Heart Sight. This ability was indispensable in combat, allowing him to seize the initiative. The second would be My Right Demon Eye. It grants clairvoyance and greatly improves focus while moving. The most versatile tool. The third would be Black Magic Legs. It allows me to manipulate objects from a distance, move through shadows, and conceal my presence. As for the fourth, I'll try using the skill she used to kill me. At that moment, Fenrir asked, are you completely sure? Arya smiled and said, yes. Let Inori experience his own tricks for himself. Shinji said, I don't think that's enough. I don't believe, Fenrir said. I don't mind lending it to you, but I have no intention of fighting against my own master. Arya replied, that's enough. This demonic power entered my body along with Inori's blood and memories. Thank you, Fenrir, for helping me obtain it. Unlike Inori, I can use magical weapons. The sword he gave me, now simply called the longsword, will be a tremendous help in this battle. I've done everything I possibly could over these 3 days, and I hope this will be useful as well. Shinji let out a sigh and said, it's pointless. He underestimated her. What a waste. Let her seize this chance and kill him. Arya then said, Master told me he wouldn't kill me. But please don't let me die. Arya smiled and said, it's okay. If I can push Inori to the point where he's willing to kill me, then so be it. A little later, the protagonist hovered in midair and thought, as a vampire, I'm extremely sensitive to the sun's movement. I can sense the exact moments of sunrise, sunset, and high noon as if the sun were right in front of me. Arya must feel it too. At that moment, Arya counted 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The protagonist smirked and said, the battle begins. He extended his hand and thought, Black Magic Legs. Shadow Shift. First, I need to determine our relative positions. With my right eye's tracking ability, that should be easy. He released his mana and thought, I'll take the initiative and attack before she even realizes it. Mana detection. Brilliant mana spread throughout the entire forest. And Inori thought that even with enhanced detection, he still couldn't find her. Was she really that far away? Of course, they hadn't placed any limits on the battlefield, but there should at least be some trace. No matter where she's hiding, my right eye's clairvoyance should catch even the slightest clue. Suddenly, a glowing stone flew into his eye, and a sword pierced his back. Arya gritted her teeth as Inori turned around in shock. She thought, aim for the heart and the head, then land a few more strikes. Inori shouted, that hurts, and kicked toward Arya. A blazing wave of mana tore through the forest, flattening trees and sending her flying farther and farther away. This is insane. He accidentally hit her with his full strength. Arya was blasted backward, and falling trees crashed down on top of her. Blood burst from her mouth, and her body trembled. That was just a kick? How much stronger has he become? If he can do this even in broad daylight? She got back to her feet and thought, but the first strike was still mine. The protagonist dashed forward and thought, how did this happen? My detection ability failed from the very start, and Arya immediately appeared and attacked my most vulnerable spots. She realized that the heart is a vampire's vital organ because she herself had become a vampire. That attack could have been fatal, even if it wasn't instantly lethal. He had anticipated it, using Gleipnir's threads to shift his heart out of the way. When was the last time I came this close to death? I underestimated her. I underestimated her far too much. A moment later, he landed where Arya had been standing, but she was already gone. Another attack from behind. So my right eye and clairvoyance are useless. She must have deliberately targeted them, knowing how poor my recovery is during the day. But honestly, he looked up and said, I don't need my eyes when I can smell your blood from miles away. There's no point in hiding. Arya's eyes widened in shock as Inori suddenly launched energy threads toward her. He bound her and said, you've already lost a lot of blood. Unfortunately, you've missed your one and only chance to end this in a single strike. Arya thought, black magic legs, remote control, remote manipulation. She sliced through the threads with her sword, but then the blade shattered. The protagonist studied her carefully and asked, do you have any strength left? No matter who my opponent is, they shouldn't be able to stand up after that kick. Or is this another one of your tricks? Arya wrapped herself in mana to heal, and Shinji said, things are going well, aren't they? If she's lucky, she might even win. Fenrir replied, not so fast. In terms of power, stamina, and regeneration, Master still surpasses her in every category. Even so, she's done remarkably well. She managed to neutralize his clairvoyance and tracking ability. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had any chance. Shinji asked, what happens once he recovers them? Fenrir answered, she'll lose instantly, but the scent of her blood means she can no longer hide. Her only remaining option is to face him head-on before he fully recovers. From this moment on, the real battle begins. Shinji asked, she'll lose immediately? Even with the stone Fenrir gave her? Fenrir replied, it's a sanctuary created by a wizard. The wizard's mystic stone is a magical artifact, and since ancient times, it has protected their land from invasion. It blocks all forms of detection, so even Master couldn't locate them right away. It used to be hidden inside the hollow of a giant tree. I lent it to that girl. Fenrir suspected Master had noticed the stone, but showed no interest because he couldn't use magical artifacts like they could. Shinji asked, was it really worth giving it up? Fenrir replied, I no longer have anything left to protect, but she does. Arya gripped the hilt of her sword and charged forward. She frowned, thinking, he just keeps throwing knives at me. Keeping my distance is fine, I don't mind fighting at long range. But at this pace, she released her mana and thought, Wind Prison. She aimed it at the protagonist, and he realized it was the same spell they had used to escape the castle. Wind magic is too easy to detect, even without my demon eye. Arya thought, I have to finish this before Inori's eye recovers. Wind Prison. A barrage of attacks struck Inori's body. He released mana from his hand and activated black magic legs. Dark space. He shielded himself with a tree trunk, but Arya's attacks pierced straight through it. This is bad. She couldn't see Inori through the smoke. He stepped forward and asked, you're good at hiding. But am I good at finding you? He activated black magic legs shadow shift. He moved behind Arya and struck so quickly that she crashed to the ground. The protagonist noticed the stone hanging around her neck and thought, Gleipnir. He bound Arya's hands and said, only the black sword can cut these threads. Checkmate. Inori approached Arya and began punching her repeatedly. He said, the sooner you surrender, the better it'll be for you. Suddenly, his fingers were severed from his hand. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. Gritting her teeth, Arya severed her own hand with her sword. She drove her fist into his face and sent him flying. Arya glared at him and said, don't think you're the only one who's grown stronger. Are you satisfied now? I can kill you, so stop looking down on me. Inori stared at her intently, then smiled and said, you really did sell your soul to survive, yet you're still afraid of dying. Don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Arya looked at him in confusion, and Inori continued, fine. Just don't complain. If your life really ends today, Arya shouted back at him, that concerns you too. The protagonist activated his fourth selected skill, Wrath. He reached toward Arya's face and attacked in an instant. He leaped into the air and grabbed her by the face, flying across the pond. Inori shouted, "I tried using this when I killed Mask, but it's still hard to control." He swung his arm and hurled Arya into the water. She crashed onto the sand, coughing up blood as water splashed all around her. The protagonist laughed loudly and charged toward Arya, who had just struggled back to her feet. She leaped aside, and Inori swung his fist. Arya was blasted away and slammed into a crashing wave. The protagonist said, "I already told you this, when you fought Chris's demons. Your stubbornness might keep you going, but it's meaningless if you end up dead." Arya sat on the ground, and the protagonist said, "Now I understand how you managed to fight for so long. It was thanks to Shinji." Arya clicked her tongue in annoyance, and Inori said, "My injuries are healing faster than I expected. At this point, you have no chance of winning through Shinji's Black Wind. He supplied you with blood to restore your strength and mana. You did well. You made excellent use of those 3 days of preparation. You collected blood from 10 fallen enemies to use during this battle. That's truly impressive. So your plan was to win through attrition. Unfortunately, you chose to cut off your own hand to escape Gleipnir, and you've lost too much blood. You can't outlast me anymore. And without the hand that wielded the black sword, you've lost your greatest weapon in close combat." Arya lowered her head and said, "You're right. I don't have many trump cards, and now I have even fewer." But then she shouted, "That doesn't mean I'll give up." She summoned a massive wave and pointed her blade forward, charging straight at him. Her sword pierced Inori's palm, and he smiled. "You fell right into my trap." Arya replied, "No. You're the one who walked into mine. Shinji's black wind passes through your shadow as well. I'd be a fool not to take advantage of that." She bound them together with a crimson thread and said, "Only the black sword can cut Gleipnir. Remember?" "No, it can't." She activated Holy Flame and said, "Be patient. Now let's see which one of us burns first." He thought, light magic. How does she know? Vampires are vulnerable to light magic? Because she's a vampire too. But unlike me, she can still endure sunlight and use magic. Did she notice it when her master used light magic against me during training? Or did she figure it out from Mask's wounds? Inori asked, "When did you realize I couldn't withstand light magic?" Arya answered, "Honestly, never. I was just making a wild guess. Either way, I had nothing left to fight with. Even so, there wasn't a single moment when you weren't afraid to touch my flames." She smiled and said, "That doesn't look like you at all. It's actually pretty funny." Flames spread across both of their bodies as their health bars began beeping. She said, "I'm dying too. Just because you're vulnerable to light doesn't make me immortal, and I don't have time to recover from these flames." His wrath tripled all of his stats while it was active. "You'll die first. There's absolutely no doubt about it." His eyes could see her remaining stamina reflected in numbers. "You're serious, and so am I. I'm not going to believe my enemy's words. Besides, for the first time in my life, I fought with the genuine intent to kill. I was determined to win at any cost. I won't deny that. I enjoyed it." The protagonist looked up at the sky and said, "I order you to stop using your magic." He returned to his normal form, and the threads began cutting into his body. He said, "I told you I wouldn't kill you, so I chose another way." Arya's eyes widened, and a little later, she woke up to find Fenrir beside her. "You're awake," he said. She smiled and asked, "Fenrir, where am I?" He replied, "You're home in the cave behind the waterfall." Arya looked at her hand and said, "My hand. It's back." Inori said, "I don't see any joy on the face of the winner." She stared at him in shock and whispered, "Inori, wait. Are you saying I won?" The protagonist replied, "You forced me to give you an order. That automatically means I lost. Don't you want to drink some blood? I went out and hunted a few monsters. Otherwise, you would have completely drained my strength." Arya blushed and exclaimed, What do you mean?" Inori replied, "I literally collapsed from exhaustion." Fenrir looked at them in confusion while Arya blushed bright red, resting both hands in her lap. The protagonist said, "You were prepared to risk your life to kill me. I need to straighten you out as soon as possible. All right, let her ask whatever she wants. He'll answer every question she has."